戻りました。司会引き続き、抱負が務めさせていただきます。よろしくお願いします。次の、は、デジタルデビルサーガアバタールチューナー2、82% になります。次の作品なんですが、解説の方いらっしゃっておりません。チャットでもいいので、ぜひ、何か知ってる方は情報をお願いします。僕は、メガテンシリーズちょっと知ってるぐらいの人です。
Alrighty, how's it going? RPG Limit Break. Hope you guys are all excited for the upcoming Digital Devil Saga 2 run. I know that I am. I'll be hosting for the first half of the run. I am, of course, Ghoul02. You all know
新女神転生3のちょっと後に出たや
We
つ
do
で
have
す。
a couple of donation. We have a $20 donation
システム的には新3の発展系
so much for all your
だ
generous
ったよう
donations
な
again.
記憶があります。
We're very, very happy to be supporting Nami here at RPG Limit Break 2023 live from Salt Lake City, Utah.
で、
We do still have a couple of incentives still up for the DDS2 run. We have the Sing the Credits theme.
EST が次の作品5時間半になっております。恐ろしい長さですけど、なんかこれとトントンな EST の作品が何本もあるのがこのイベントの恐ろしいところです。
We do also still have the fifth character bid war, which right now is Heat in the lead over Roland, $30 to 0.
当社さんの話をいたしますと、次走られるフリーダムパルスさんは、スピードラン .com においては、
This is also, if you don't know, the last chance
堂々の1位ですね。
So we do have the Axel and Roxas Perlers. That's a $5 minimum.
リーダーボード上の記録だと4時間56分、ちょっと5時間切ってるぐらいです。
We have a copy of Kingdom Hearts 2 for the PlayStation 2, donated by Transquina. That's another $5 minimum donation. But if you're a bit of a high roller, a $20 minimum donation gets you the Kingdom Hearts all-in-one package signed by Richard Epcar, which is the voice actor for Ansem. That's a $20 minimum donation donated by the Sid. Super, super cool. And then, of course, we do have the grand prize for the marathon as well, which is a $100 cumulative donation. So at any point, you could have donated $10 here, $10 there. As long as it gets to that $100 mark, you have a chance to win that Steam Deck. And I've seen so many of them on site during this marathon. They look incredible. I might have to get myself one, not gonna lie.
なんか、話聞いてる限りだとあんまりできるズルも少なさそうですね。なんか、どちらかというと正攻法でやっていくのかなっていう。ちなみにビットが3つ用意がありまして、一つ目が、5人目に加入するキャラクター、多分その、選択肢で変わるらしいんですけれども、ヒートとノワルドかな。今のところはヒートが上回ってる感じです。で、次が、おそらく、シューティングのミニゲームをやるっていうやつです。これは、達成されてるみたいです。で、最後のが、なんかもうおなじみなんですが、スタッフロールの曲を歌うっていうやつ。こちらはまだ達成されてないみたいが、 まあ、4時間5時間あるんで、まだまだわからないですね。
While we're getting set up, it is also a good reminder that if you happen to be in the stream as a non-English speaker, we do have restreams in both French and Japanese. The French restream can be found at twitch.tv/le French restream, and our Japanese is twitch.tv/Japanese_restream. If those help you enjoy the marathon, go check them out, send them some love. We've had some fantastic commentary for those in those languages and some great communities, of course.
いいかな。まあ、時間ありそうなんで、少し今回のイベントについて話しましょうか。現在、ジャパニーズリストリームで配信しているのは、まあ、RPG リミットブレイク2023になります。こちら、公認で日本語ミラー配信しております。RPG リミットブレイク2023は、特に RPG に対してフォーカスしたチャリティー RTA イベントです。まあ、RPG ばっかりということで、まあ、一つの枠が長めで、なんというか、いろんな種類問わずゲーム募集するイベントではなかなか見られないような作品もあったりはします。今回、オフライン開催されておりまして、会場がアメリカ・ユタ州ソルトレイクシティのダブルツリーバイヒルトンソルトレイクシティエリアフォートとのことです。おっと、画面が来ました。
Digital Devil Saga 2, the second game
どうしようかな。
Digital Devil Saga spin-off series.
今回も、RPG リミットブレイク2023ね、ナショナルアライアンス・オン・メンタル・イルネス、NAMI を支援するチャリティーとなっております。ナショナルアライアンス・オン・メンタル・イルネスは、特に精神疾患を持つ方とその家族、あとはその心の不調、悩みを抱える方々を支える団体となっております。
Has a mouth on him, so we'll try to hopefully keep it PG, okay? Got it? Okay? All right. Without further ado, we will be needing to
まあ、いろんな形で寄付できるので、よろしくお願いします。
lock that in before the run starts. So if I can get that in now, I don't think there's been any change unless some like Roland's like 3 fans have come out of the woodwork here.
Let me give it one last refresh just to make sure. And yep.
キングパジャマさん、まあ、いつもお世話になっておりますが、アトラス製 RPG も結構やってらっしゃるんで、まあ、アバチュ2でも、なんていうか、スピードランドコムでは3位になれてますね、キングパジャマさん。
If you do do a data transfer from a completed save file, you have the option to use Heat from the first game as your last party member in the final dungeon. So we'll be showcasing that for you all tonight. I just have right here, this is a 100% save file. This isn't what we're going to be using. We're going to be using this file. This was just a random any % save I made once upon a time. So we'll be getting Heat, but we'll basically
解説にはいらっしゃれないということですが、まあ、まあ余裕があればお願いいたします。
Alright, so we'll be loading this up, and time is going to be when I confirm my difficulty. So we will be getting started here in 3, 2, 1, go!
グッドラックでございます。5時間頑張りましょう。ちなみになんですが、アバチュ2、スピードランドットコムで登録されている人数だと、7名おります。
Essentially, we play as Surf and his tribe, the Vanguard, as they fought to conquer this purgatorial world. Essentially, DDS1 is like the Matrix, and DDS2 is like Matrix Reloaded, except this is actually a good video game.
飛ばせないよ、飛ばせないよって。
Yeah, this event can't be skipped. You can skip most of the cutscenes in this game. Any cutscene that has a dialogue option in it, you are unable to skip entirely. So the game lets you know, and sometimes I just absent-mindedly press the start button. So be sure in chat that if you see this pop up repeatedly to just let everyone know this event cannot be skipped.
So the whole reason that we can't skip this event is because Surf forgot to how to shake hands.
Yeah, so
It's that simple.
a lot of the time there's like some important decision that has to be made. Very few of them have any actual impact on the game. But we'll see, this one is rather funny.
そうですよ
But
ね。まあ
yeah, this game picks up
メガテンというか、新しいの RPG 全般
where
の
we
ボリュームは
find ourselves
でかい方なんで。
when they're immediately attacked by these Karma Society soldiers and find these kids here who were hiding from them. And they kind of fill us in on what's going on. We're located in the desolate and dreary and threatening landscape of Portland, Oregon. And you heard me right, this game takes place in Oregon, of all places. And yeah, basically 5 years ago, before the events of this game started, some great tragedy occurred that caused the sun to turn black, and basically anyone who's directly exposed to the sun gets turned to stone. And this caused the basically collapse of society as a whole and the formation of the Karma Society in its place, who have a rule the world with an iron grip, and are basically their rule is enforced by soldiers who have the same ability to turn into demons that the party has. Essentially, the party was infected with a virus that allows them to change into demons and use magic and all cool stuff. And apparently the Karma Society has access to that virus as well. We'll later find out the reason they do is because we were essentially the test subjects for that, but we're getting a little ahead of ourselves here. We're basically, we only have 3 of our 5 main people with us right now. It's a Surf, and then we have Argilla and Gale with us. We want to find our friends Cielo and Heat. And so we're talking to this kid here, his name is Fred, that essentially we want to infiltrate the society to see if we can locate our friends. And right now, Gale is convincing Fred to take us to the leader of the human resistance against the Karma Society.
All right, I'll take you guys to
Rolling. And so here, this is the reason why we're incapable of skipping this cutscene, because he offers us a handshake as a means of truce, excuse me. And we're just like, you know what, break the wrist, walk away. And he's like, no, that's not what you do here. What the heck?
That's Surf. He's the leader of our tribe.
All right.
I'm Argilla.
うん。それなりに長い。
Mr. Personality here. You'll notice that a lot. The Gale is very much Mr. Personality.
He is the stoic, real hero of this game. Gale is the main character of the DDS games.
So now Frito's going to walk through this apartment complex, grab a few treasures, and be on the way.
Yeah, so in this room here, there's some chakra drops. MP restorative items in this game are fairly common, but more common than you would think, but less common than you would hope. Especially because later on we're going to be using very expensive spells, because more expensive spells tend to be pretty strong. So we're going to be needing to stock up on our MP items, and pretty soon here we'll be getting into our first fight, where we can explain this game's battle system and why I and many others love the SMT game so much. We're just making our way downtown, climbing ladders not quite fast. Here, Fred tells us, like, hey, this is a terminal, you can save here. And also later on we're able to download skills from there. But here we get our first fight, where these soldiers are like, if you start tuning, we'll know. And we're like, what are you talking about? And then they transform into birds, as one does. And so now we're introduced to combat in this game. So this game utilizes the press turn battle system that a lot of SMT games tend to use. Essentially, you get a number of turn actions equal to the number of members you have in your party. So you essentially get 1 action per.
あ、そうです。アンドラスってなんかもう
You are are able to pass
序盤
characters in order
から
to
中盤に
essentially give
な
yourself
るあたりの敵のイメージがありますね。
And later on, we'll see that if you're able to hit the weakness of an enemy, you're able, or get a critical hit in a physical attack, that you are able to turn that one full press turn into like a blinking half.
まあに振っていくみたいですね。
And
最初
essentially,
は。
the entire combat mechanics in this game revolve around just getting as many turns as you possibly can to just wipe out enemies very quickly. Likewise, though, you can lose turns if you miss enemies or if you hit something that they null or reflect or etc.
あ、
So
金
we're
か。
going to be watching out for that. Specifically, we're going to be watching out for it on Gale. So it's a bit of a meme in this game that our friend Gale has a bit of an accuracy problem.
弱点をつくと行動回数にボーナスが出る。まあ、新女神伝説3とまあ大方同じですかね。
In the years prior events, that Gale's previous person needed glasses, and that is demonstrated very well by our dear friend's ability to hit things. So what Zero is holding here is right now a blank counter that will hopefully stay blank for a while, but you never know. Every time Gale misses, we will be donating $2 to charity. At least I will.
ヒル
I'm
ピ
doing $1 for every
なんや
miss.
この
We
絵は。
encourage you to do the same.
Yeah, so thankfully Gale
Bugaboo.
came out with his first attack, which can't say is the norm.
Oh, he hit it.
まあにガン振りするみたいです。
Alright.
So after
主人公のステータス振りは。
or for each level up that you get, at least for Surf, you'll see Frito get 3 points. He can dump that into anything that he wants. The other two characters are balanced.
Well, their levels are fixed. They're not balanced.
Their levels are fixed. That's what I meant. But we're going to go pure magic because in SMT, DDS 1 and 2, and among other games, magic is very busted. So we'll be able to pretty much make Surf a glass cannon. We'll put some points into vitality, but we're going to go pure magic and just, you'll see by the end of the game, Surf will have a lot more MP than HP.
Yeah, to help summarize so you grasp the scope of just how ridiculous magic is in this game.
もうまあにガン振り
Magic
ですね。
determines, you know, obviously your magic attack. It also determines your maximum MP that you can have. And then we get to other stuff that it does. It impacts your magic accuracy, so more magic, you miss less, which is pretty cool when you're punished so heavily for missing. Also, it impacts your magical defense. So not only will we be hitting like a truck, we also won't really be getting hurt by a whole lot magic-wise. To contrast that with Fizz, which is, you know, generally the other route you would go, strength, your Fizz power is impacted by strength, and that's all that does. Your Fizz accuracy is agility, which agility also slightly impacts your magic accuracy, but not enough that just going all in on magic won't, you know, overpower that. Your physical defense and HP is determined by your vitality stat. So magic essentially does in like 1.5 stats what it requires Fizz 3 to accomplish. So this game just doesn't like Fizz very much, and as a result, neither do we. So we're gonna go all in on magic because that's cool.
So you'll see Frito just reverted with Argilla. This is to do the combo Earth Shot. We'll get more into combos later when they matter.
Oh.
ああ、それだ。
But basically,
痛い。
it takes 2 or all 3 party members to do an attack, and it has to have certain requirements met. Once you have those requirements, you'll go into the next battle, and it'll be when that character's turn pops up, it'll say, "Hey, you've learned XYZ combo attacks."
So you noticed I saved before that fight?
Yes.
So that fight's supposed to be really easy. You just revert Argilla, you're no danger of dying, and you
こ
win.
の作品だとまだ魔のステータスが MP の量にも関わってくるの
I've
か。
lost more runs than I can count to that fight. So we saved
I've seen it.
because that's the smart thing to do in this situation. I actually have to use a chakra drop here on Gale. We've been getting a lot of fights really early on, and so his MP is kind of low. And this fight is more Bugaboos who are weak to force but resist ice. This is where the game is going to give us the tutorial on void skills. Essentially, I believe this is where we're getting that tutorial. Might have been earlier and I wasn't paying attention. One of the two.
I might have missed it too.
But essentially, in this game, you have, in addition to your attacks, you have, you know, a myriad of other abilities. Including in this game, you have void skills, where essentially you can use like void ice on Surf, for example, to put up a force nullifying wall for that turn. So if any enemy crashes into that with an ice skill, then they just lose 2 turns, which is pretty cool. We will be making use of those primarily against bosses. Void skills are also important because that's where we get the ability to do combos from. Essentially, in order to initiate a combo, you have to have 2 characters that meet a certain requisite skills in order to do that. So in the case of like Earth Shot, which is what we've seen so far, we needed Argilla to be in human form, and we needed the other person to have a void element skill. So in that case, you know, human Argilla plus void anything is Earth Shot, and there's a tier 2 and tier 3 version if you have like the repel and the drain version of that spell as well. Whoops, hitting my mic. And then we'll get a lot of combos. Combos are a super important part of the battle system of this game, and honestly, one of the reasons why I love the DDS games so much. Because there's a lot of very, very cool things you can do with combos. You can get access to a lot of abilities earlier than you would be able to otherwise, which just gives you a lot more freedom of expression with your play style through these games. So going through here, we're going to check this random shelf here and pick up a medical kit. Medical kits restore 150 HP to your entire party, which is very, very good for a lot of the game. Because we are not going to be putting very much HP on Surf for a while, so 150 HP is going to be a full heal for a lot of our party for quite a long time.
Birds!
And, yeah, birds. And while we're going through here, we're going to be finding encounters just enough so that Argilla will be able to learn her mantra from a forced encounter that's coming up here pretty soon. So essentially the way skill learning in this game works, you see that in the battle menu we have like 2 columns there. We have our level, which is gained through karma, which is just this game's fancy way of saying experience points. And then you have your mantras. Essentially, if you've ever played FF9, where you would like equip a skill, or you equip a piece of armor that has a skill on it, and then once you get enough AP, you learn that skill. Similar thing here. Mantras are like titles. You equip the title, and as you gain AP, you work towards mastering that title. And once you have it mastered, you learn the skills, and you can set or unset that skill at your leisure. So here all of our characters start with certain skills. Gale started with Dragon, which has Zan, which is a force element skill on it. He learned that very quickly. Argilla is working on a mantra called Earth Spirit, which has an Earth elemental spell Terra on it, in addition to the Void Earth spell. Both of those are going to be essential for the upcoming boss fight. Oh, so here there was this whole thing where this guy was holding a man captive. And it's like, if you don't surrender to us, we'll kill the captive. And then as soon as we go over there to surrender, he just kills the captive anyway. And we're like, oh, well, I guess we'll just beat you then. Good talk. So, nice distance. So whenever you level up in this game, you or any of your party members, you gain you have a chance of a random effect occurring, which is either you find an item, you get a full heal, HP, MP, etc. Or you can find a random item, or you can get a random stat point. Random stat points are interesting. Because they're random, they're something we never really want to focus on. But, if we get certain stat points, it's cool. Extra Vit on anyone is always very nice. Extra Magic on anyone is also pretty cool. Extra Strength points are situationally kind of okay. Tarask, what are you doing here? And pretty much any other stat, we just kind of laugh. Especially luck. Luck is really bad. And so that means you get luck points all the time, and you just kind of chuckle at that the run is blessed. All right, so here you notice we changed our party order again. Your turn order in this game is determined entirely by your party order. So here we wanted to move Argilla to the middle. That way we're able to do this Earth Shot combo, get rid of this bird here, and then basically just optimally deal with this encounter. And it'll be reinforced by the Tarask, that giant turtle thing. And Dungeons & Dragons is one of the strongest monsters known to man, and here it's a turtle in the first dungeon. So, pretty much we're like the coolest D&D adventurers you've ever seen.
But yeah, going into a lot of random encounters, Frito already knows the weaknesses, so he's able to take care of the encounter quickly. And we just got Terra and Void Earth on Argilla, and Surf learned Devour. So now this is the social eating part of the stream.
Yes, anyone who's been around my streams when I play these games, I stream with the social eating tag because I find it funny.
You did it forever until I noticed it, and I was like, that's the best joke ever.
All right, so now that we have our mantras learned, we don't need to fight anything else. In fact, I'm going to change my party here now. We're going to set Terra here, Void Earth here. And we're going to keep going. Surf got a mantra called Devourer. That has the ability to devour on it. We'll get into that in the next dungeon, what those abilities do. But for now, we're just going to be running from fights and hoping we don't get into a million encounters. These games and the other SMT games are rather infamous for their encounter rates because your encounter threshold has a very low. I don't even know if it even has a minimum of the encounter, the like minimum steps per your next encounter that you can get. So you can just, get like 5 encounters in 10 steps and be like, oh, well, this is cool. Or you can go like a whole minute without getting a single encounter. So it's very random. And so we'll be seeing throughout the run, hopefully we will be getting exactly the number of encounters we need, no more and no less. And now while we're picking some stuff up, some items up here and about to go to the first boss, we can throw it over to Ghoul real quick.
Alrighty, we have a $75 donation from Revenant saying, "Hey Freedom, awesome to see you running not once but twice this event. You're amazing and you'll knock the run out of the park.
の効果はないの？
$5 now towards singing the ending and another 100 later if you can beat the hard mode score target in the shmup."
Thank you, Rav. I appreciate it. Unfortunately, your money is probably safe, but I really appreciate that. Well, the shmup incentive's already been met, so we'll do that as soon as it's available to us, which will be about an hour.
なんか C3 のマガタマみたいな感じで、なんかスキルをもらえる。
We have $25 from Imakuni that just says Heat did nothing wrong.
I agree
でも
100%.
今覚えられるスキルは覚えきったから逃げても問題はないと。
You invited me!
エストマないんか、しんどいな。
We have to explain the first boss. We'll throw it back over in a minute. But this is the first boss of the game. This is Vitala, world's swollest elephant. And essentially,
新初代でもエストマ必須スキルでしたも
will
んね。
have ads with them that generally, as long as they're alive, they will put up a barrier. Like we mentioned before, we were using barriers. Bosses can use them too. And so our goal through a lot of these fights is to just kill the ads as quickly as possible and then focus down the boss. So here you see Vitala's weak.
見たことないタイプの像がいますね。
Well, that was rude. The
クリティカルもらった。
Void Force. Also, love Vitala's pose. It's great. Just flexing on us. That's why they got the crit. We're just too intimidated by his flexing.
数減って
But
くれ
the
るの
cool
が
thing
大
about
事
the。battle system is what applies to you with your press turns and such also apply to the enemy. But Frito can work around a lot of that.
Yeah, so the birds are weak to force, so we're just gonna be chipping them down. I'm
ト
going
ラ
to
フリもない。
keep my party members at a somewhat good HP amount. He can kill us from about 25, so I would really rather keep everyone, as much as possible. One hit on him on Surf and Argilla will put them at that threshold, so ideally that doesn't happen.
You just got rushed.
There we go, and now we are, next turn, we're going to be good to start focusing down the boss. And he's just going to keep attacking Argilla. That's cool, I guess. Alright, so we're good to start using our Zan spells again. Surf is going to continue to use Ice here because the everything in
そう
this
で
fight's
すね。
neutral
エスト
ice, which is
って
very
基本
nice.
的に自分らのレベルより下の敵しか
Can I actually get the game?
エンカムコしてくれませんもんね。
My next move will crash you into the ground at your feet. We've decided that this boss sounds like Arnold. Because, of course, he does. He's a bodybuilder elephant. Of course he sounds like Arnold. There we go. So something to note that before this run started, I turned on Witness the Fury of my body. I turned on the auto memory ability, which essentially means that whenever I press the triangle button and you see that auto on, my characters will all repeat whatever their last action was, which is very, very nice. Casually, it's not something I really ever used at all. But in the speedrun, it's nice when you're doing the exact same thing over and over again to just know that your characters are going to do what you want them to do. And it, saves some time on inputting, even if you're like mashing with turbo.
Right. So if you've been watching the damage,
MP がそろそろ。
Mr. Elephant was taking before he.
ああ、よかったよかっ
got
た。
there. You'll notice that it went from white to red. That's Frito's indicator that he's almost done with the boss fight.
Yeah, so any enemy in this game, bosses included, will the damage numbers will turn red when they're at 25% HP or
そう
lower.
ですよね。
So that's just our indicator.
格のあ
that
る、
the
なん
fights
とい
are
うか、
near dead. Also,
神、悪魔と
in
か
this
神
game
とかで
also,
も、なんというか、
bosses at least will have like a
序盤の方のボスとして置いちゃうとレベル低く見積もられがちなところありますよ
well,
ね。
which is pretty cool.
新初代のトールとか。
One and no Gale marks.
Wow, that has to be a new record actually.
I'm proud of you, Gale.
Good job, Gale. All right, so here we're going to be in for what is one of the most important cutscenes in the game for explaining DDS1, and it's entirely skippable. Yeah, we couldn't skip the first cutscene because Surf didn't know what a handshake is, so that's cool. Essentially, there is when we meet Roland, who is the leader of the Lokapala, and he explains to us that basically the entirety of DDS1 was a simulation. Goes all Morbius on us, and we are pretty upset about that. He also tells us like, hey, by the way, we know where Sarah is, aka the Cyber Shaman. She's the one that created the virtual world and is partially responsible for the disaster that took place many years ago. But if you want to find, we know where she is, but if you want to find her and save her, then you have to help us rescue a bunch of prisoner of wars from a containment facility, or from a facility that they're using, that the Karma Society is using to process food. So we're doing our shop here. This game uses a
バ
point
ス停の
system
回復アイ
where,
テムを
every $100
一通り揃えるのかな
this game uses US dollars, even though the currency is a little out of whack. I also wasn't supposed to buy Distones there, but it's fine. Every 100 points or $100 is 1 point towards ranking your shop up. When you rank your shop up, I also forgot to buy revival beads. You gain access to more stuff. You can sell items for more money, etc. It's very cool. We have our shops routed out so that we get access to those benefits as we need them. Also to note, I mentioned we get pretty minimal benefits from the data transfer we're doing to get heat in our party. One slight asterisk to that is that if you finish DDS1 with over 1 million Maka, which is the currency that game uses, that you have an extra 10k to your starting wealth in this game, which is really, really cool starting out. It becomes not a whole lot of money later on, but it does mean that those Distuns that I bought on accident don't really affect my money route at all. It also means that for the sake of the marathon, because in the any percent run, Roland sees no use at all. And so, to make it more worth y'all's while, we kind of routed out some fights to include our friend Roland / Heat in the final dungeon. So, which does involve buying a couple of extra mantras than we would otherwise. So having the extra 10k is very nice. To explain the mantra grid that you saw I was at. In this game, the mantra grid works sort of like the license board in Final Fantasy XII, where you grab your mantra, and mastering that mantra unlocks all of the surrounding hexagons around it, and that's how you kind of navigate the mantra grid. And it's very cool. You have a lot of, again, just one of the things I love about this game is freedom of expression in your character builds, because you're able to do a lot of really cool things with how you move around the grid, because you master all surrounding mantras, and there's a lot of mantras that are co-linked to each other. You're able to just navigate the grid and do very cool things with the skills that you learn. So there, we picked up a couple mantras for our characters. Surf picked up the Fire Spirit mantra so that he can learn the Agi spell, which is the Fire Elemental spell. Argilla gained Ice Spirit, so she can also get access to ice spells. And Gale got the Devourer mantra, which is something that Surf learned, and we can explain in a fight or two. But most of these abilities, like Gale learning Devourer, is important because he's going to be doing some hunting later, and we need him to have Devour. For most everyone else, we're working our way towards our endgame build. Argilla will eventually be primarily a fire mage / healer. Serv is gonna be all over the place. He's our main character. He's gonna need the most mantras on him. But right now, primarily, a lot of the stuff we want combo pieces. Like we mentioned, combos are really good, and having access to said combos is very good early on. So now that once we got Terra learned on Argilla, we unlocked the Mabufu combo. Ma is essentially the prefix that indicates that it's an area of effect attack. So with Terra on Argilla plus Bufu on Surf, we're able to use Mabufu. And our goal is to just get as many of those combos as we can early on. We also get rings. Can you explain rings for me while I'm doing this?
Yeah, so unlike the first game, we have the ability to put rings on. Rings boost power, magic, or strength, magic, and other stats. But like most RPGs, they have slots. So Frito's going to be doing certain things throughout the run to get gems or crystals, or there's many different levels to them. But we're going to be pretty much swapping rings all the time, but we're able to buff them with crystals and get them more power without having to worry about pushing as many points into Surf, because we've only got Vitality. We're going to be doing Magic and Vitality, but we can actually add more Magic to Surf and other characters, so it's really a useful thing to have.
Yeah, so from that first fight there, we got the power ring, which gives us a couple extra points of strength, which is going to be very useful, because we haven't put any points into Surf's strength, but we're actually going to be using
移動中に喋れることないんで、早くまた戦闘になって
we
ほ
need
しいで
Surf
す
to。do as much damage as possible here, so that's why it's so nice. So here we run into some two friendly water snakes here. Okay, they're not friendly because they're using Palimpa.
Palimpa is awful.
The antithesis of friendly. So here we are going
は
to
い
be
回復アイテムは
that,
もう
and these snakes
躊躇せず使うタイプなんで
fire. We're going to be hitting it into low HP. This might kill. Nope. So basically what we're going to be doing here is there is a subtype of physical abilities in this game called hunt skills. Where essentially what they do is, in this case, Devour makes a weak physical attack against an enemy. And if that attack finishes off the enemy, then that you will see the enemy gets
これが
devoured by the
ハント
character.
スキルってやつです
Which essentially means that the character who did the devour gets all of the AP from that enemy to themselves, in addition to a bonus devour AP. So here throughout this dungeon, Surf needs more mantras at the moment than Argilla and Gale do. And so what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be devouring a couple enemies to get this mantra that Surf is working on done immediately. And then we're going to be grabbing another mantra and devouring one more time so that Surf is then caught up with Argilla and Gale's progress, synced up, I guess is a better word, with Argilla and Gale's progress on the mantras they're working on currently.
Also, every time Frito devours a water snake, that is y'all's reminder to take a drink of water.
Yes, staying hydrated is very important in general, especially during the summer. I had a whole thing prepared about staying hydrated during the hot summer months, but it actually rained today and has been very cool, so that's been nice. I mean, look at Hiho here. He was a whole snowman, and now he is a he-head. So remember, stay hydrated, stay cool out there. Which is my reminder to drink some water. Where is my water bottle? There it is.
While you're getting a drink, do we have time for a quick donation?
Absolutely.
We have $101 from Lisa saying, thank you, RPG Limit Break, for hosting a great show and for a great cause. Nami Hype, shoutouts to Ghoul02 for hosting DDS and his choice for incentive.
何や
Thanks again. My choice is going to be, of course, I want to hear some singing later on in this run. So I hope Pulse and Zero Blade have their vocal cords ready for that, because we're going to hit that incentive. We're at, right now, $374 of the $500 for that, so we are so close, y'all.
Oh, I didn't need to do that. Whatever, it's fine.
So I was telling Frito when we were doing the practice run, you learn something new about SMT every time you see it. I did not know this demon had legs behind him the whole time. And I've been playing this game since I was a teenager. So there's your fun fact for the day. And Fire Spirit's mastered, so now we have Augie and Void Fire.
Yeah, so we're going to do a quick menu here. We're going to put Surf in the front of our party since he is our main damage dealer and he has the most sources of damage now. So we're going to throw him in the front, and we conveniently mastered that mantra right in front of another terminal. So we're going to be grabbing Surf's next ability. Surf is going to be grabbing
新しいマント
the
だ
Earth Spirit mantra, which Argilla has learned, so that he also can rock people's world, so to speak, with Terra. One neat thing about the mantra grid in this game is that the way it works as far as advancement is that you see we mastered a mantra that was kind of at the edge of the... I'm going to save. That we mastered a mantra that was kind of at the edge of the ring there, and then the mantra grid expanded. It does that a couple of times to show, you know, like, hey, you're progressing the grid, and it's a really cool touch. So we'll be we'll be getting
Nice save.
expanding the mantra grid as we go. We're just going to be running here through the underwater cable. This dungeon has a lot of back and
ま
forth.
あ、RTA なんで使うスキルは絞ってるでしょうし。
Essentially, this entire dungeon's gimmick is backtracking. We have these doors that are opened by pressing switches. Some doors require pressing 2 switches. Some are just 1. And when we do open them, generally there's just a lot of back and forth involved with them, because sometimes you have to travel to a place to open a door that's in a different location and go back to that. So this dungeon has a lot of backtracking. So while we're walking in here up to the next mini boss fight, we can throw it over to Ghoul for a little bit more.
We have another $25 donations from Runesworn saying, "So glad I finished my first playthrough of DDS2 this morning so I can stay up and watch this run. Good luck on the run, Freedom."
Oh, thank you, Rune.
Another $25 towards that 500 that we need for the singing incentive. We are so close. I think it's $394 now? $399. So just $100 more, y'all.
で
Yeah, the credit song, it's a very, very cool song. I kind of came up with the incentive watching a lot of, Final Fantasy X runners, a lot of Dragon Quest runners, where, when they would PB, if the song, the game they were playing, had a credit scene with a vocal track, they would celebrate their personal best by singing the
ア
credits.
パチの時点でどうかは知らない
That
ですけ
was
ど、
really cool when I started running.
シーン3の頃は、
This game
なんか、
also has a
3D モデル作るのが大変やったのが、結構スライム系のカラーバリエーションが多かった。
occasion to me to be like, yeah, I got an awesome PB in this run. Let's sing the credits theme. And this is a pretty celebratory occasion. This is an awesome event for an awesome cause, and so I would love to sing the song for y'all. All right, we can throw it back to you for a tiny bit. We're gonna get to the point where essentially these soldiers cut the wires to this computer, so we can't open the doors. Thankfully, we know that there's a repairman around here somewhere. Unfortunately, the repairman was like 3 or 4 rooms back, so now we have to go back to the repairman to ask him to fix these wires for us. So we're just gonna be backtracking. So back to you, Ghoul.
I do want to have a quick reminder that we are donating towards an incredible cause. RPG Limit Break is raising money for NAMI, which is the National Alliance on Mental Illness, which was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illnesses, and NAMI has maintained that focus to its day. We've been supporting them ever since our first event, and we're very, very happy to continue to support them. And again, we have some fantastic prizes. This is the last chance to get in for those Kingdom Hearts Pearlers, the all-in-one kit, and the Kingdom Hearts 2 copy. That is a $5 minimum donation for the Pearlers, a $5 minimum donation for the Kingdom Hearts 2 PS2 copy, and a $20 donation for the Kingdom Hearts all-in-one signed by the voice actor for Ansem, Richard Epcar. So get those donations in, and they could be read live on the air. How's our social eating progress going, by the way?
We have sufficiently stuffed our face for the time being. We are quite satisfied.
I mean, I could go for a snack.
But we're done eating for now. We'll trust me, there will be plenty of social eating upcoming. But here we just got our mantras learned just in time to buy some more. This is where most of our money is going to go in this game, is to our mantras, because skills are pretty important. Levels in this game, of course, are very nice, but the big meat and potatoes of this run, really, so to speak, we're apparently just gonna keep rolling with the food references here, is our magic and the abilities that we're able to cast as we move into having like tier 2 abilities, tier 3 abilities, and so on and so forth. And we got a reinforcement. Those are actually pretty rare in this game, so that's fun.
I will say though, this game has some quality of life changes over DDS1 that make it a lot smoother for a beginner SMT player. One of those big ones that you'll see Frito use a lot is the recover button, which should be in every RPG, in my opinion. It just it automatically heals your party with whoever has a healing spell, so that's pretty helpful.
Yes, a wise Dragon Quest speedrunner once told me, always Montan. Monton is the term they use in DQRTA for, maintain, maintenance, or heal.
Yeah.
So always Monton. And here, Gale is going to be grabbing Ice Spirit. You are going to be grabbing Bolt Spirit for Zeo, which is the final element we have not seen yet, Electricity. And Argilla is going to be going for Agi to begin her journey as a fire mage, despite being the earth elemental character in our party. We tend to not follow the assigned elemental roles for our party members in this game. In DDS1, Surf being our ice character, weak to fire, we just go all in on making him a fire mage. In this game, we're just going to be all over the place with our affinities. I think Gale will actually be
キンは
will be a
結構出てくるの早いイメージなんです
but
ね。キンっ
otherwise,
てもうちょっと後のイメー
he's
ジ。
going to use force skills.
Yeah.
But otherwise, people are going to be all over the place.
So there was a 3-person combo there that you just saw called Micronova. That's a perfect example of the combination that takes all 3 press turns, but it gives you a lot of damage back because it's almighty.
Yeah, so Almighty skills in this game, we won't be seeing a ton of them because they tend to, while they are initially very powerful here, like Micronovas, they do have some drawbacks to them. Almighty skills are usually magic skills that will that have the benefit of ignoring resistances of any kind and including going around any sort of magic
キンっていうと無度のイメージなんです
So
け
that's really cool. Unfortunately,
ど、こんな早いとまだしてこないのかな、やっぱり。
unelemental. You
なんか
can't hit weakness with them, and they're
しれっと無度飛ばしてきそうで怖いですけど。
regular spells. With combos, you're spending MP on all of your characters. And Micronova either costs 8 or 10 MP from every character that uses it. So 10, yeah. So it gets very expensive if we use it a lot. So we really only use it as a last resort, or if there's a fight like that one where it's where we can't really deal with the encounter quickly otherwise. But it is good that we have it as a resource available to us.
Mm-hmm.
So there, we rescued the repairman from those Karma Society soldiers, and we're like, hey, so we have this problem. The Karma soldiers kind of snipped the wires on the. Did I grab my new monitors on everyone? I did, yes. On one of the devices, so we can't move forward. And so he's like, oh, okay, sounds good. So we go over here, and he's like, oh, here's the problem. It's like, yeah, we see the problem. That wasn't the concern, but thank you anyway. We appreciate it. Now we can hit this button and we can continue with the dungeon.
By the way, for everybody, update on Gale. He is still not missed.
I am very surprised.
You know what else never misses?
What is that?
Your singing incentive. It just got met.
Whoa! Nice. Let's go.
On a related note, we do have a $101 donation from Zenitario that just says, singing? Yes, please.
Thank you all so much for meeting that. I am very excited to
全体魔法もその、リンケージって合体攻撃ですね。なんか。
Ooh, Berserk mode.
My favorite theme in the game. So, when it hits 7, if you notice up at the top left corner, there is a solar noise gauge. When it's between 7th, 8th, and max, there's a chance that you will enter the next encounter in Berserk state. It's like a half transform state. Pretty much, if you attack and you hit, it's a guaranteed critical, but you'll see Frito take maybe
It's
one.
not guaranteed. It's very likely.
Very likely.
合体攻撃。
You'll see Frito maybe take one shot, and if it doesn't hit, we're out of here because it's 100% run rate as well.
Yeah, so you have 100% run rate. You deal a lot more damage. Your physical attacks become like an almighty physical, which leads to some pretty funny things. There's a lot of enemies in these games that traditionally in every SMT game is nulls or repels physical, and it's very funny to. I still have a Sonic Sun, right? Yeah. To be able to just like punch Gira Makala or something, which anyone who's played SMT knows that you don't punch the elephant. It's not a good idea.
No, not at all.
Unless you're in Berserk mode, apparently you can punch all the elephants you want. Wouldn't recommend it, but live your life. We're another thing with Berserk mode, like Zero said, your accuracy is heavily lowered. And the enemies all also do way more damage to you. So, like Zero said, if I get into Berserk mode, I'll usually just take a pot shot to see. It's like, oh, well, can I kill this encounter? If I miss, I'll immediately run away in terror because we don't want to die. And
Because if you miss, you use up 2 press turns, and we don't want that to happen. Oh, if you look up at the top right here, Frito just got a clover. clover and other flowers in this game sell for a good chunk of money, so we're pretty glad to see that.
Yeah, so the last game you had cells as your sellable item, which is always fun to tell people to sell their cells.
Yes.
In this game, they're plants. The other fun tag to stream this game with is the plants tag. Because, you know, the world's in a pretty bad state. You know, the black hole sun. The black sun has been.
Oh, no. I don't even have chat up, and I can just see the chat now.
And wash away the rain. Has turned people to stone. It's also like, you know, killed plant life that's not behind like the dome. If the last game was The Matrix, this game is also the Simpsons movie. Because the solution to, you know, the sun killing everything was to just put a dome over over our problems.
I never even put those two together until now, and now I can never watch this Simpsons movie again. Because I'm going to be like, oh, hey, this happened in DDS too, and then whoever's watching it with me is going to go, huh? And then I'm going to have to make them play DDS too. Which isn't a bad thing.
Yeah, it's a very good game. So since plants are so rare, that becomes our sellable item, the item that exists solely to increase our money, which is pretty cool. You usually don't get very many of them in this dungeon since technically the mechanic hasn't been introduced to us yet, but you can occasionally get clovers from those Kaiwans, which is pretty nice.
Yeah. And I can also guarantee nobody will be riding a motorcycle on this dome, and I do apologize.
Alright, so this fight can be a little spooky. These shadows here can, their general game plan is to try to shock one of your party members and then buff their attack and their accuracy to full, and then use an explosion ability to just instantly one-shot your party member. It's lovely.
Yeah, Last Resort is not a fun ability to see out of that encounter.
Yeah, thankfully we were able to take them out and they only used electricity. So this game's buff and debuff system, we can talk about a little bit here and we'll talk about more as we get into fights. Essentially, buffs and debuffs, you have kind of 4 types. You have your physical attack, your magic attack, your defense.
3はちょっと前に出たし、ペルソナ3もなんかリメイクの話が出てるし、とか同時期のゲームは大方、なんというか、リマスターなりリメイクなりが来てますけども、どうかな。アバチまで回ってくるのはいつになるのか。
ends up being more impactful than getting 3, though you want to maximize or minimize your damage. So we will be going for 3 buffs in most cases. So I actually haven't been needing to fight stuff. I've just been kind of absent-mindedly fighting encounters.
You've been vibing to this theme in this dungeon, which is really good.
Yeah. This game's music is fantastic. Shoji Meguro, who did a lot of SMT games during this era, composed the soundtrack for this game. And in my opinion, the 2 DDS games are like the absolute best OSTs he's ever composed.
100% agreed.
And it's really, really awesome. So here we're going to be grabbing our mantras for the boss fight. We have the boss of this area coming up. We are going to be grabbing the Angel Mantra on Surf, which has Hama, which is a like expel ability. We don't care about that at all. More importantly, first of all, Gale's going to be getting Fire Spirit, and more importantly, it has Terunda on it. Terunda is the physical attack debuff. And then our Jill is going to be working on getting Maragi. And whenever you get the area of effect ability for an element, you also get the boost ability for that element. Boost buffs the damage from spells of that element by either 25 or 30%. I don't remember the exact number in this game. Atlas likes to change things.
I think it's 25%.
But yeah, just a way to increase our damage even more. So here we have our next boss. So y'all saw the Final Fantasy 13 run earlier in this week, right?
あ、ヘカトン経由かな。
Hecaton. We all love Hecaton Curies, and Vanille is a great character in Final Fantasy 13. So here, weak to Earth, we're just going to be reverting our Jilla, Earth-shotting this boss down. This fight is fairly scripted on our end. What he does varies pretty wildly. He uses a lot of physical skills. One skill in particular that he can use is an ability called 100 Fist, which when he first uses it, he'll like advertise it by being like, "Let me show you my most powerful move," and then he'll like hit us for like 10 damage. The gimmick behind 100 Fist is that every time he uses it, it doubles in strength. So, you know, first time he uses it, it does like, you know, 10 to 15 damage. Second time he uses it, it does, you know, 40 to 50. But when he uses it, you know, that's manageable. If he gets to the point where he uses it 3 times, he's gonna start rolling like, you know, in the 60s of damage. And our party, 2 of our party members don't really have much higher than 60 HP. So if in the situation where he was able to use 100 Fist 3 times, it would probably just be a party wipe. See,
これは大丈夫？
a bit of damage, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you did get him to red before the first 100 Fist, so that's not too bad.
Yeah, so if he doesn't,
まあ、回復アイテムに手
if he
取った
throws
ら。
the 100 Fist, we're usually safe to kill him. I'm gonna throw that medical kit there just to be sure because you can miss with gun combos.
よいしょ。
Just in case, we'll use that medical kit, heal up, and he's dead. We did it. We beat Hecaton.
おお。
GG.
Fang tanked very well for us.
Yes. Ooh, wild card. Is that guaranteed?
That's guaranteed, yeah.
That's what I thought.
All right, so wild card, basically that Micronova ability that we used, it essentially uses a medium almighty damage to all targets. It's pretty good. We'll be making use of wild cards and the upgraded version wild bombs a good bit later on in the run.
So earlier I was talking about the crystals for the rings and gems and such.
と、あらら。止まった。
Selling some more stuff, and that will actually unlock the ability to
おかえり。
buy some
大丈夫
cards
か
from
な？
the shop, including the magic ring. So we'll be swapping that onto Surf, and then immediately putting the yellow crystal on the magic ring to make ourselves even more powerful.
Well, now we have everybody's favorite character, Cielo.
Yeah, so we got Cielo into our party, and no one else joined our party.
No,
Just Cielo.
just a really cool plane.
Yes. So here we also find out about we're dropped in right at the processing center where we need to rescue.
全体攻撃はもう、リンケージでごまかしていく感じなんです。 なるほ
There
ど。
was a Karma Society soldier or scientist that was feeding us information, but apparently he's also working for Angel, who was the final boss of the first game, and who is seems to be scheming some stuff. There's been some intermixed cutscenes here showing Madame Cuvier, who's the head of the Karma Society, alongside Jenna Angel, and it's indicated that there's a little bit of contention brewing amongst the upper echelons of the Karma Society. Apparently, including Angel just casually feeding information to the Resistance. So here, Gale is going to be grabbing this mantra here, Adamant, which has the ability Palimpa on it. We're also going to be grabbing Spirit on Cielo, which has 2 abilities. Tarukaja, which is a physical attack buff. Not super useful, but it will see some use later on. And Maka Jam, which is an ability that inflicts mute to a target. And we'll be using that for the boss of this area, because the boss of this dungeon is actually susceptible to getting muted. But Palimpa in itself is a pretty terrible ability. It just inflicts panic to an enemy, and it's not great. Let's say it has some hidden potential to it when it's combined with another ability. I'm just gonna run, I don't know why I'm fighting. When combined with another ability, and we're not gonna spoil it now, but let's just say there's things are gonna get real exciting at the end of this dungeon.
So here we meet Johnny. Now, unlike SMT DDS1, where you had shops in your home base, now you get shops in dungeons because Johnny's just like, I'm going to sell everywhere and help you guys out.
Yep, this is where the shop is. The shop is where I say it is, and that's where it is.
Exactly. And we love Johnny for it.
He also shakes his left leg. I believe it's
Don't start that. No.
これは売ってるの
It's
か。
very important trivia information that I need Zero to memorize.
Oh, no. It's true.
So there, we're going to be selling our plants. We're going to buy a magic ring, and we will be equipping that later. And here, apparently, one of the people who was infiltrating the plant got detected. And oh, hey, Roland's here. I wonder what's going on with that.
So if I push up my glasses like Roland, does that mean I'm like 10% cooler?
Maybe.
Oh,
Oh, hey, we have a mysterious demon in our.
新しい顔ぶれ。
I wonder what's up with that. You know who this is?
No, I thought his name was Reginald.
No, I thought it was Rolando.
Oh
。What about Ronald?
Roman.
Ah, yes. I think I got that memo before I came.
Yeah, so that's a bit of a weird bug. Either way, let's put Cielo in our party because he's infinitely cooler than whoever that was.
It's the dreadlocks.
So here we're going to be powering up the that crystal there. Oh, I also need to do some more menuing. We're going to be putting Zeo on you, moving that down there.
So you'll notice in this menu, earlier, he only had spots for 4 skills, but he hit level 10, so that gave him 2 more skills, and at level 20, he will have the max amount of skill slots to be able to equip stuff into.
Yes. Also over here, we're going to be picking up a blue diamond. Blue diamonds give you, like yellow crystals give you +2 magic. Blue diamonds give you +2 vitality on the karma ring you have equipped. Diamonds are very important because vitality is pretty cool. All right. Speaking of cool, we froze that bird with.
So freezing the bird. Sometimes a elemental attack such as Bufu, Zeo, or
Specifically Bufu and Zeo.
Specifically Bufu and Zeo, I'll get it right eventually. It's a little bit late for me. Have the ability to shock or freeze the opponent. If you
今なんとなく見てたらエンディングで歌うビット達成されてますね。
frozen, you'll get a cool animation and
500ドルだったんですけど。
Always crit an enemy that's shocked or frozen.
早いですね。もう1時間
Frozen target if they resist
始まって1時間もしてないの
sort
に。
of phase resistance, nullification, etc.
It's down to
It's
zero.
removed when that resistance is removed when you attack a frozen enemy. Not so when they're shocked. However, if you try to devour a frozen enemy, you will do 2 damage because something can't eat frozen food.
Also,
Ice cream,
if
'cause
you have headphones on, I want you to listen to when these enemies die. New A is so cool.
Yeah, so for some reason, Nue is a seagull. You know, I see this like weird lion, monkey, chimera thing, and you know, obviously the first noise I think it's gonna make is seagull noises. I don't know. I don't know why everyone's so surprised when they hear that. It's like, I mean, come on, like.
Hey, you got 2 free cat's eyes.
Yeah, it's actually really good. We're gonna put those on Gale immediately. There's a decent bit of like opportunity here with your drops. Most of the time you don't get very many gem drops, and if you do, they're not particularly useful. But at this point where we are actually devouring some stuff with Gale, and we will be in the next dungeon or not in the next dungeon, the dungeon after. It is very nice to get some extra strength on our power ring just to take advantage of that. And there will again be a boss fight later on in the run where we'll want that as well. Yeah,
結構な絶叫が。
balancing in this game is really fun.
Fun. Yeah, that's the word I'm going to use. Fun.
So we're going to be walking. We'll have some more to say in a second, but we can throw it over to Ghoul for a little bit. Monkey.
Yeah, just we have a quick reminder also, we do have t-shirts as well. So if you go over to theyeti.com/RPGLB, take a look. We have some really, really sick designs this year. Pick up the ones you want, and $5 for every one of those shirts will be donated directly to Nami. That's YETEE. So theyeti.com/RPGLB.
So there, like I said, you can get random stat points on level up, and I mentioned before that when you get luck, you just kind of have to laugh, and Gale got luck, so that's cool. All right, so here we need to tag this terminal. Most of the time we've been like tagging small karma terminals where you can just grab new mantras. We've also been grabbing life terminals that heal you. Large karma terminals function as both. They also function as warp points and kind of HUDs for all of the small terminals in the area, and they can warp between other large terminals within the same area. So we're tagging Internment Facility 1 here. So that we're about to climb down into the depths of the facility, but we'll have to backtrack here in a little bit. And so rather than having to climb all the way back up, we can just warp here from the B terminal, or from Terminal 2 rather. All right. So here we are going to be introduced to the fearsome jailer of the prison, the one, the only, the terrifying Kumpanda. Our favorite skeletal horse friend, and he is going to immediately capture us with Black Vine.
Kubanda.
And he's going to tell us to go straight to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $20.
イベント戦闘か。
My joke. Good one. Yeah, we're in jail now. So Frito's gonna hear from the resistance next door. For some reason, none of these jail cells are unlocked.
None of them are locked.
Or none of them are locked. That's the word I was looking for.
So here we get to do a fun little chase mini game. Essentially, what we're doing here is
テンタラフってダメージあったりなかったりしますよね。
that we need to interact with because they have a resistance member hiding in them. They're going to ask for a password. We're going to give that to them. They're going to give us the key to the next floor along with a bit of information as to what the plan is to deal with the jailer because we can't rescue the prisoners when there's this scary fella running around. So this first guy is going to ask what the weather's like. We're going to, oh no. We're going to tell him it's unbearable solar noise. He's going to let us in, etc. So these prisoners have suffer from what I call Kapora Gabora syndrome, where the option to repeat whatever they just said is the default option. So if
ペルソナ4、5は単なる全体混乱だったイメージ。
sometimes they'll tell you their life story 3 or 4 times before you catch it. All right, so here, this cell right here, we need to tell him that we have canned
It's
surprise.
surprise.
シン3は
What do you think?
テンタラフにはダメージついてる。
I bet it's delicious and maybe spam. I don't know. Spam comes in a can. That's surprising.
You know you're not wrong.
All right, so now we're introduced to, now at this point he will spawn snares on the floor that'll just hold us in place for a little bit. There's not snares on this outer ring here, so what we're going to do is we're actually going to lead him over here to chase us this way, and then we're going to run around here and right to the door.
I forgot how funny his run cycle was.
Oh, his run cycle
It's
is
great.
fantastic. It's so good.
ダメージ
Now he's going to have
テンタラフを使うっていうのはなんか新鮮ですね。
Also for floors 2 and 3, he'll start out just standing in front of the door, kind of daring us to approach him. So we'll have to lead him away from that once the time comes. This is the correct door. Okay, so we're gonna meet Bob here. Everyone say hi to Bob.
Hi, Bob.
So this is Bob the Blob. He is essential to our plan here to defeat Kumbanda. We're also finding the key. So Bob has met a very unfortunate fate. And his sacrifice will not be in vain, however, because in this game there is a hidden mechanic where whenever you try to devour a foul race demon or clan demon, that they will, you have a higher chance to get a stomachache. Stomachache is a mechanic whenever you devour something, there's a chance that you get a stomachache, which means that if you don't cure the ache at the end of the fight, you don't get any AP, you have a chance of missing your turn, etc.,
ペル
etc.
ソナはそもそもあれですよね。
You can cut that corner there. It's pretty difficult to do. Your movement has to be.
魔力属性みたいな概念がなく、単なる
You make
状態上ごとの体制で処理されてた
Good job.
記憶
So
なん
that
で
was。the Kumbanda chase. Oops, as I then proceed to run into a wall. Very cool. I love the bass on these headphones. Just like there's so many more bass effects that you don't usually
I know.
hear. Like that treasure chest had some reverb on it. It was very cool. So here we're at the bottom of the prison. If we didn't tag that terminal before, we would have had to walk all the way back up. You wouldn't be chased by Mr. Scary Horsey Man, but it's still a bit of a long walk. So we're going to come in here. This is the observation room. You can see Mr. Horsey Man is a very messy eater, but we do find the key to the power room for the processing machine. We're also going to pick up this item here. This is the Trick Ring. The Trick Ring is a special Karma Ring. Karma Rings, in addition to boosting your stats, will generally have some sort of special bonus effect. Some of them are pretty good. Some of them are absolutely terrible, and some of them are like completely broken. This ring is on the pretty good side. Essentially what it does is at the beginning of battle, it gives the character that has it equipped an automatic stack of Sukukaja, which is an agility and evasion buff, while also giving them a stack of Tirunda, which is a physical defense or physical attack debuff. Since we're using magic so much, that physical attack debuff doesn't really come into play all that much. But the extra stack of the extra stack of evasion will hopefully be very nice because we're gonna have it on Cielo for quite a bit here at the beginning. And to talk a little bit about each of our characters, every character follows their own set character growth that leans in a certain direction. Surf you can build however you want. Argilla, who we had at the beginning, is sort of your mage glass cannon character. Gale is your balanced character, which is part of why his accuracy is normally pretty bad because
Balanced.
since he's not excelling in any particular category, that means he's usually not fantastic in either. But since he's not terrible in any field, he ends up being good to use the whole game. Cielo is our agility character. He mainly leans into like agility and magic, so he's very quick. He dodges a bit. He's good accuracy. Also, we're sending Bob on his way. Everyone say bye, Bob.
Bye, Bob.
Bye, Bob.
Bye bye.
So we have a very lovely sound effect here.
I don't think I've ever heard that sound effect, but I never played this game with headphones.
Yeah, so we're gonna send Bob on a fantastic journey, a bizarre adventure, a strange journey, a confounding quest, if you will, where at the conclusion of his journey he will lead us to victory. And perfect. Now I can go for this devour here.
That's a big devour.
Yeah, entire spider crab all to himself. Lucky you, Cielo. All right, perfect. So we're setting up some devours there. Cielo ate one thing to just immediately master his mantra, and then we devour on him just to his next mantra with Surfing Gale there.
Yeah, but
Nice crit.
now you're trying to see where that.
What?
Ah!
Okay.
怖いな
All right then, that's cool. Good talk.
I would have ran away.
I did.
Oh, good job.
I just didn't want him to kill me when I failed that run. Also, a strange chunk of meat is moving down the conveyor.
So now you're starting to see where pumping all that magic into Surf is starting to pay off because he has like 67 HP, but 202 MP.
Always Monton.
Yes, always maintain.
A strange chunk of meat is moving down the conveyor.
HP もタイのステータス上げないと上がってくれないのか。
What's the Gale miss counter at so far this run?
Surprisingly, 0.
他とですか
Right there.
I was also showing Ghoul all the way over
Oh, yeah.
there.
逃げる。
Oh.
Can you ever remember him getting this far with never missing?
This is
No!
a strange chunk of meat is
Oh.
moving down the conveyor. Yeah, no, this has actually never happened before. Gale has never not missed at this point. So here, Bob has completed his journey. Well, as soon as I get out of this encounter, he will have completed his journey.
Seagull cat. Yep, I heard it. There you go.
Oh yeah, apparently you were holding him a little too high for the camera, by the way, just as a...
Oh, I can look at. There you go.
Hey. All right, so Bob has become a can of Spam. We have obtained canned meat. And here, this chest here has a couple of horses in it. I don't know how they fit two whole horses into a box like that, but I guess by the year 2025 they'll have really improved their packing technology or something. So fighting this gives us a Dekaja and a blue diamond apparently. All right, I'll take it. What Dekaja does is it removes all buffs from an enemy. One of our primary means of buffing and debuffing later on in the game is using an ability called Taunt. What Taunt does is it gives the enemy 2 stages of a defense debuff, while also giving them 2 stages of a attack buff. And in some cases,
2倍ってでかいな、まだ。
that's pretty awful. Mara Vert, like it sounds like it reverts your party members, and if it lands on all 3 party members, it's the single slowest attack animation in the entire game. So that's cool. But yeah, so taunt, two defense debuffs, 2 attack buffs, and since there's a number of physical bosses in this game, we really don't want to be taking the full brunt of that. So during some fights when we're trying to do all of our setup in one turn, we will be making some pretty good use out of Dekaja Rock. So picking some up is pretty nice there. Thankfully that didn't hit.
I was about to say, could you please stop, monkey?
The monkey dances as he pleases. With
Yes.
His book of knowledge and dancing.
His
and
book
knowledge
of-
of dancing.
His book of Malvert.
All right. So we just need a couple of more encounters. I need Surf and Gale to be about 50% done with their mantras by the end of this dungeon, and we're... Oh, there you go.
Hey!
おすかしよあ
Oh, there's one.
うわ
Nice.
ー大丈夫かな
That's $2
セーフ。
$3.
急に怖くなるな
everyone. So we just need a little more AP. That should be good.
Why does Crab Spider sound like a really angry horse?
He's mooing at us.
Yeah.
I don't know. And I could really do without this enemy. So Cockatrice is kind of annoying. He doesn't have an elemental weakness, and he's weak to like poison or something kind of out there. And so really don't want to be running into him. If I'm ever super desperate for AP, I will try to go for like a freeze proc on him or something. But generally, you just don't want to deal with him.
There was the shock thing I explained earlier where it was shocked, so Cielo came in, got a physical, and got a critical out of it. Free crits are amazing.
5 steps later, and another encounter. Very cool. All right, so that should be enough AP. I'm going to set up for the boss now. So I'm going to swap these two. I'm going to equip Maka Jam onto Cielo. And then I'm going to give you the Trick Ring, and I'm going to give the Trick Ring 2 of those blue diamonds because we got some extras there. So just to give him some extra survivability there.
ランもまだ道半ばではありますが、私抱負、近い一旦ここまでとさせていただきます。ここまでありがとうございました。これからもRPG リミットブレイク2023をお楽しみください。失礼いたします。
Always a lot of fun when some runners get to put on a show, much like we're going to be doing later on with the singing. Which, again, I'm sure those vocal cords are nice and ready over there, right?
Oh yeah, nice and warmed up.
Also, we have naming for all the main characters for Final Fantasy IX. My personal favorite being naming Garnet into Sword
はい、
instead of
おはようございます。ここから司会は私、天撃でお送りいたします。
Solid 10 out of 10 name.
Apologies for the sudden horse ASMR breathing experience, y'all are.
ちょっと私も女神転生シリーズちょっとあんまりご存知ない身なので、チャット
Long-time viewer who every time I would get to this
チ
scene
ャ
in the
ッ
game.
トや攻略サイトでおもらかされながらちょっと見守っていこうかなと思います。申し訳ね。
Kumponda has devoured Bob. Rest in peace, Bob. But he got a stomach ache from it. So that has slowed him down significantly. And now we're going to ambush him. Gale gives us some good advice that it's best be prepared. You should always carry a disc egg with you. And now it's time to fight Kumponda. Kumponda is weak to electricity. He is also susceptible to being muted. If we can land that on him right here.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, so now he can only do, he has a bunch of attacks, and when he's muted, he'll still try to do them, but they'll just burn his turn away.
The kid meat was bad. Yeah.
However, he can still basic attack. So all of his abilities are completely sealed off to him, except for 2 of them. He can still basic attack us. He also gains access, has an ability called Gorge, which does a pretty good amount of physical damage to whoever he targets with it, and it also has the will cause him to gain back any damage that he dealt with it. So we really don't want to see any gorges. In the community, we like to give attacks and demons like funny little names. And so we call Gorge George. So hopefully this will be a Georgeless. No, George! Nope. There it is. There's George.
That hurt.
おっと危ない危ない。集中攻撃はまずいまずい。ああ。
Oh,
Ah.
baby, a triple. None of the good.
辛いなあ。
So we had to burn a revival beat there.
That's fine. We have plenty of them.
We have plenty.
That's nothing compared to the
辛いな辛いわ。
damage of just that only getting triple Georged in 1 turn can do.
That hurt me, and I'm not even running the game.
He didn't even share the love. He only attacked Surf.
Hey, he hits yellow too once he was out of.
Once Surf fell over, yeah.
Once his number of viable targets decreased.
That was rough.
All right, and we did it. We won.
Yeah.
あ、倒せました。よかったよかった。
I can't believe that happened.
That was lovely. Thank you, Kumponda. Always a barrel of laughs from beginning to end. All right, so here we're actually going to put some points into Surf's Vitality. We
A
are
little bit late for that, isn't it?
Yeah, apparently. We are at the point in the game where enemies are going to start hitting harder, and we do need some extra HP and physical defense, so we're going to put a couple points into his vitality here. All right,
Oh,
so...
the PS3 always chugs here.
Yeah, so the PS3, the way that the PlayStation Classics of version of this game works, which is the version we use for speedrunning, is it runs through an in-system emulator, and that emulator has problems with some certain effects. Also, we have to tell this kid that his friend is dead and that they devoured him, and we get the best healing item in the game for it, so that's cool.
Rest in peace, Timmy. Thank you.
Rest in peace, Timmy. So we're going to take that super valuable healing item that kid was, saving for his friend, and we're going to immediately sell it.
どの辺だ
Wow, Frito.
Hey, it sells for 11K, okay?
Okay, I gotta give you that one.
And we're going to sell off our plant.
買い物の時間です。
Yeah, and find nothing else at the moment.
買い物というより売却でしたか
Menu, we're going to swap around our party again a little bit, and we're going to set Palimpa onto Gale here over that. Surf is going to get Tarunda, and we're going to swap those two, and we're also going to do this now, so you get this on slot 3, this on slot 6. So CL has Elect Boost now, which will greatly increase the damage he does with electric skills, and also the damage that we will do in combos with CLO that involve electricity, which will be very important for a couple of fights later on here until Surf can catch up.
Oh, sorry.
スキル強化の
To
時間
kind
で
of
す。
explain the next mantras we're going to be grabbing here as the grid fills itself out. We unlock our second mantra grid expansion, I believe, and we're going to now be moving Surf towards Bolt Lord as well to get Mazio and Elect boost. Argilla is just going to keep going on the fire train. Gale is going to be now working on getting force boost. And Cielo is going to work on getting Zionga, which is the tier 2 electric
結構
ability.
高いな
Which is going to be very valuable. Rolando there is still going to be still working on Fire Demon. Our Heat stand-in, excuse me. He's looking a little different right now. It's fine. He'll get better.
Got a haircut. Everything's fine.
Wait, who was that?
I think it was like Romanov or something. Rachmaninoff, excuse me. That was who it was.
Sure.
So here we find out now that that Sarah is being. This whole thing is try to find Sarah, figuring she can explain what's going on in the world right now, what happened, and to just get her away from the Karma Society, because all of their like evil plans to control the world or whatever kind of revolve around
序
Sarah.
盤の
So we're
最
trying
強
to
コンボ
foil those plans. And she is being held in the government building of the Karma Society. Also, that dude there just had a kid, and he came to register his child. And he's like, well, so I came here. My wife asked me to, get a birth certificate for our kid, but we haven't actually picked a name for him yet. Hey, random stranger, what should I name my son? And we have a couple options. You can name them after any of the male party members, except for Roland Tondo, because that's kind of a difficult name to spell. And so, depending on what name you give, you get a different reward for doing so. If you say that Gale would be adequate, because you want to name your son something adequate, of course, then you get a pink gem or pink crystal. And what that does is it gives you +3 magic to whatever ring. We're gonna immediately throw that on the magic ring, so we do even more damage.
Dramatic elevator ride.
Yeah. So this is, everyone talks about their favorite dungeon aesthetics in SMT games, and the unsung hero of a lot of the older SMT games. Everyone's personal favorite is office buildings. Who here is a fan of office building?
Woo!
And so this is the Karma Society Tower. It's our office building dungeon, and we're gonna be just climbing to the very top. Also. The architecture of this place is quite interesting. They're going for a very bold and revolutionary architectural design when they built this place. Also, it must be a pain to get to work in this building. You see desks everywhere. It's implied this is a place where hundreds of people go to work every day. But this is like a 30-something floor building, and in order to actually get to the top of the building, you have to go through this whole thing. So imagine working on the 39th floor, and you have to climb through 30 floors every day with just random encounters. Bring your random encounter to work day. All right, so here are the
と
options.
待ち伏せにぶつかりましたね。
If you pick attack them while they talk, you go first in this fight. Otherwise, they go first. We're gonna be doing
みたいなもん
crossfire.
かな。
Three-person gun combo. Gale's gonna pose dramatically, and we are going to thankfully do enough damage to kill. So the range on crossfire is a little weird. It can actually low roll to 115 damage, and these enemies have 116 HP.
おお、ワンパンワンパン。
Surf has the best animation out of Crossfire, in
Oh,
my
yeah.
opinion.
Cielo is pretty cool. He like throws the gun in the air and like catches it and is like, heh.
I don't think I've ever seen Cielos.
You'll see it occasionally when you forget to change your party order for this fight.
That explains it. But yeah, so we're just gonna kind of trek through here.
ああ、あれ人間だったんだ。
So this is a thing, by the way. This is Tentarafu. That was Tentarafu.
Yeah, it's when he
ふえー。
Palumpa, he met the requirement for Tentarafu. Now instead of social eating, it's half social eating, half Tentarafu the game. Because Tentarafu, because of Surf's
こ
magic
っ
stat,
からランダムエンカウントかな。
Yeah, so we just barely are
や
learning.
ついわ。
Have learned the multi-hit or the AOE magic, light magic spells on our characters. So Tentarafu is moderate damage, so that's basically tier 2 damage to all enemies. So something we're not going to have for a very long time, like as an individual character. And also just the way magic is calculated in this game for combos is done in such a way that we will be doing lots and lots of damage. It's also panic element. Yes, panic is an element in this game. And like very little in this game resists or nulls panic. And there's a lot of things that are weak to panic. So we're going to be Tentarafuing our way through like 95% of random encounters for the rest of the game.
yes. So random counters are pretty much taken care of at this point.
Yeah,
You know, it's pretty cool when you're an hour and 15, 16 minutes in, and you can just, I'm fine. Encounters are fine.
so we're gonna throw some extra agility on the
はほぼ
triggering. You want agility on the thing that makes you more evasive. We're going
So
to-
cool thing about
有効。
Karma
すげ
Society,
え。
encounters is
You don't get AP for
you
killing them.
don't get AP. So you kind of want them to transform before you knock them out, but most of the time that doesn't happen.
Goodness gracious. Oh, well, that's cool.
Oh, and so
Oh.
when you get ambushed, you can't
What the?
transform.
Yeah, so when you get ambushed and encountered, essentially means the enemy attacked you before you went first. Even though you still can go first when you get ambushed, you just don't.
まあ逃げますよね。
However, a lot of the enemies in the Karma Society, I've been shot. A lot of the enemies in the Karma Society tower are these angels that like using Hama or expel.
また人おるが。
And the thing about Hama is that humans are immune to it. Because like the idea is,
人が通ったら。
expelling demonic forces or whatever.
よく見たら室内で馬乗ってましたね。
So getting ambushed by those is usually pretty funny because they're like, aha, Hama, and we're like, aha, I'm immune to that. So to mention human form, when you're in
あ、今の言い方めっちゃ危険なタイプだったんですね。
you lose your
今というか
elemental
2つ前か。
and weakness, and you become immune to Hama, but you do gain a
あ。
weakness to gun damage. All right, so here we have two Adavakas. Adavaka
あれ
resist
さっき見たとき人だった気がするんですけど、ああ。
because they're weak to earth, and there we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Whoops. All right, so we're gonna be running through this place, Tentarafuing the night away. So we can throw it over to Ghoul for a little more words of
変
wisdom.
身するのか。
Again, just a reminder that we are RPG Limit Break. We are raising money for NAMI, which is the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Again, it's such a fantastic cause. We're super happy, and we'd love to see some more donations come in so that we can have them run on air. And again, they can go towards such fantastic incentives as the ones for Final Fantasy IX, or as always, all the donations are entered into raffles for mini prizes. This is the last bit for the Kingdom Hearts block, so the all-in-one Kingdom Hearts signed by Richard Epcar is, of course, a $20 minimum donation before the end of this run. You'll be entered into a raffle to go for that, or for
ああ、これ概念作なんですね。
$5
うんう
donation,
ん。
you can get in for either a copy of Kingdom Hearts 2 or our Kingdom Hearts 2 Pearlers. So definitely get those donations in, and until then, just keep enjoying this awesome DDS2 run.
Thank you. That was both wise and encouraging. Thank you, Ghoul.
I do my best.
10 out of 10.
All right, so as we go through here, we're going to be running into a couple forced encounters like the one we saw earlier. Most of them not a big deal. Just Tentarafu does go burr.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be picking up a couple chests here. Most of these chests, like this one, has 2 fire bombs in it. We haven't really been using. We've been using some attack items, but we haven't really talked about them yet. This game, you do have attack items that you can throw that mimic the effects of the tier 1 and 2 area of effect magic spells. So those fire bombs we picked up actually allow us to cast Miragion, which is the tier 2 area of effect fire ability. And we'll be making pretty good use of that for a boss fight later on. It's very nice that those are just kind of hanging out there. In the first game, you're able to just purchase attack items, and we make pretty good use of that throughout the run, because just having access to throwable spells is really good. And they realized that, so this game came out in 2005, I believe, 2004, 2005. And this game is truly revolutionary, because in order to, make it a little bit harder to get access to attack items and other stuff, you actually have to buy them through loot boxes. The stores will have like varying tiers of boxes, and you get to roll the gacha for your attack items, which is
いや、ちょっと有識者多くて助かります、助かります。
You can't keep the power under control. But yeah, this is one of the first games I've ever known about to introduce loot boxes, so it's very, very revolutionary for its time.
And you can also get some really nice karma rings from some of the loot boxes.
この機械がチェックポイントみたいな。
We won't be getting any of them in this run. There's another category for this game titled Hard Mode All Bosses, or HMAB for short. I might bring up like 1 or 2 funny things from that route. But one of the things we do have to do is we actually have to whale for the first the rare drop, the 5-star character or whatever of the first box, which is the Rich Ring, which just gives you
なんか拾ったんですけど、これは
which is pretty good out of 10.
どの辺だ
And it's, a fun part of the run when you get to like the processing plant and you're like, all right, we just beat Hecaton Curies, we're feeling good, time to buy some loot boxes, and if not, I get to reset my run. Let's go. So fortunately, this will be a whaling free stream. At least this run. I don't know what the other runners have going on, but there will be no whaling here. All right, so we picked up that power data. Power data increases the character you give it to's attack strength stat by 2. More importantly, it gives that character a full HP and MP heal. Something to note about Tentarafu is that it's pretty expensive. In order to cast, this is potentially really scary.
逃げられなかった。
An enemy from like the end of the next dungeon. Oh, thank goodness. Power.
ああ、今の危なかった、危なかった。
When an enemy is feared, when all the enemies in an encounter are feared, you have a 100% run rate from that encounter, which is good, because Ose is an enemy from late in the next dungeon, and
めっちゃ囲まれるよね。
if they do power charge into their AoE attack, it will one-shot my party, let alone 5-6 levels earlier than that. So that was a little fun, a little exciting.
What's power charge in this game? It usually tends to kind of vary in random SMT spin-offs between, 2.0 times 2.25, 2.5.
Yeah, so
だいぶ危なかったですね。
power and mind charge are 2.5. So yeah, an attack that already probably one-shots people times 2.5 equals pain. Very precise math on that. But thankfully, Power was a homie and decided to use Hama on one of our characters, and we were able to get away. So that was exciting. And here, Johnny is set up another shop, because this is where he says the shop is. And we're going to
これは店か。
selling. So we're going to be selling this
11
plant
階で店。あ、これ
we're going
か。
to grab a wild card from the occasionally you'll be able to get an item when you accumulate enough points. So we're going to sell a medical tool that we picked up. We're going to buy the Protect Ring, which gives a character in human form enhanced defense. We'll be making use of that later. A lot of enemies in this dungeon like using Curse and in the next dungeon, and so we're going to put up some Disc Curses. We're also going to grab a bunch of Disc Stuns. These are all just ailment heals. And that is everything we are doing in that menu.
ピースから始まるアイテムは
The shop theme of
あ
this game. The shop theme is
なんだろう
good.
弾く系のアイテムですかね
Alright, so here we're going to take an elevator. We're actually at our first of 3 bosses.
20回行きました
Why did I do that? We have to fight some Karma soldiers.
That's a Gale Miss, by the way.
Oh, yeah, Gale Miss.
バスで回復アイテムああ
Doing it for charity. It's just calculated miss for charity.
別の作品に例えて申し訳ないですけど毒消し巻き直しみたいな感じですかね
So we're...
あよかった無事に逃げられた
So this dungeon we're in, we fight 3 bosses during the dungeon, and we are about to fight the first of those 3 bosses. You know, it's always fun in games like this when you have like a battle against an enemy that is of similar strength and ability to you, and that's kind of what these first few fights are. So here we're going to be fighting the Tribvana. These are like the elite special forces of the Karma Society. And hey,
こ
there's
こはイベセントですかね
That's pretty cool. And we are going to open the fight immediately by Tentarafuing. This first bit, they're in human form until one of them takes a certain amount of damage. The damage that we do to them prior to them transforming here into their demon forms doesn't matter. Their HP gets reset to a certain value. Once they do, we just have to do enough damage to actually push that phase. Whoops. That's fun. I forgot I had auto memory on, or I just forgot their turn ended there, so that's cool. Alright, so here we're going to be throwing a Zan there. We picked up some shock bombs, which uses Mazionga, the tier 2 electric AoE ability. A little bit of damage. So basically, each one of these, good, Maziodine is very good, that's what you want to see. Each of them serves a specific role. Kusith there is the support character. We have Ubelaris in the middle, who is the physical attacker, and then we have Genga on the right, who is their mage. So the way Genga's AI works is that she will, her magic pool consists of whatever elements are represented by a weakness in the party. And so she can use either Maziodine, Zeodine, Dine is the heavy element, the heavy tier damage, or she can use Agidine, and you never want to see her use Agidine because it hurts really bad and can hit weakness on Surf. So basically what we're doing is
左体力大丈夫か
weakness of Kusith and Ubelaris. Well, we also combo Mazio to hit all of them. And they don't have a ton of HP in this fight, so we can take them down pretty quickly. They're pretty much all almost dead. We should be able to win this turn.
That's Maziodine.
Yeah, so you want to see lots of Maziodines.
Right.
That's why we're throwing out Voidalex every single turn. Nice, we took down Ubelaris, and now we're going to hopefully take down
Ganga
this next turn. Once you beat one of them, Kusith will use Dekaja if you have a buff up in your party, which we do. That's not cool. If you have a buff represented in your
あ
party,
一手倒れたぞ
use Dekaja, and since we have a buff in our party in the form of me being
あ
dead,
大丈夫かこれ
I mean the trick ring. Thank you. The
さすがに蘇生させるか
okay, so I need you to Zeodine. That's not Zeodine, believe it or not. All right, we died. It's fine.
だいぶピンチ
This is why we save.
あ
Yeah, Digital Devil Saga, while being a mostly beginner
ー
friendly,
一応セーブはしてるので
most bosses from a certain point on can just either decide to be super easy and super helpful and agreeable with your strategy, or just outright say no and make you reload your save.
Yeah, as someone that runs a lot of SMT games, but especially both of the Digital Devil Saga games, it's interesting how the games kind of vary in where the challenge comes from. DDS1, all of the boss fights for the most part, with some notable exceptions, are very easy and pretty scripted. Whereas like most of the challenge comes from the random encounters being absolutely terrifying through a lot of the game. Whereas in this game, it's the opposite, where since we have Tentarafu, all the random encounters are mostly pretty trivial, and then the boss fights they should be scripted, can just kind of do fun things like that. So this time we will not accidentally auto battle away some of our turns, and we're actually going to do what we're supposed to at the beginning of this fight. It probably wouldn't have mattered. Like, we might have won had I not messed up this turn, but it's whatever.
I mean, it wouldn't be an SMT speedrun without a death here or there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's very common even in like good, like really good runs of these games to like have a death or two in your run.
But another cool thing about SMT games in general, they always usually have a save right before the boss. So you might lose sometime, but not as much as you would in other RPGs from taking a death.
Genga is being incredibly uncooperative today.
Yes, I've noticed.
Oh,
きつい。
okay, that was good talk. Good talk. Excellent conversation. Let's see. I am going to just hope that they don't attack Surf. It's fine. She simply will not use Agidine anymore. It's fine. This is fine. We're fine. See, it's fine.
Yeah, there you go. Good job, Genga. You did the thing.
All right, so here I'm actually going to Terra Genga. I want them dead now. So there's Genga down. Then we're going to Zanyu. That should finish you off. Excellent, excellent. And now this will force him to, if he doesn't die right now, this will force him to Dekaja this turn. There we go. Hey, we did it.
Good job.
お、倒した。よかったよかった。よかった。
Hey, free discourse.
Yeah. Oh boy, we're getting swole. Let's go.
Yo.
All
I
right.
will say this though, most of like the outside areas of DDS games are so beautiful.
This entire game is beautiful.
Like even though you're staring at the world through a hexagonal dome, it's still pretty, and it's still awesome.
Yeah, this game as a whole is very pretty. Like this, again, reminder, this was like a midlife,
え、
early
次
midlife
は
PS2 game.
31回。
And like it looks just absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, there's just something about like PS2 era SMT that just graphically it looks so good even today.
Even if they like redid these or remastered these games, it wouldn't take much because they're already still beautiful. Even running through a PS3 digital copy, it looks really good.
All right, some extra medical tools there just for some safety.
Just kind of sprinkling my wish into the world right there with that statement.
Yeah, as long as it's more stable than the Nocturne remaster.
Exactly my point.
I mean, it's also Atlas. Atlas cannot release the game just once. They're like physically incapable of it. So.
Yeah,
I mean, how many times do we have Persona 5 right now?
couple, one or two.
Hi, Osei.
Hey, Osei's back.
Bye, Osei.
This time we were the ones who were causing panic on Osei and not the other way around.
Oh, did that happen while I stepped away for a moment?
Yeah, Osei almost killed me. It's
Oh, no.
It's fine. All right, save point here.
But time for a quick donation here.
Absolutely.
We have a $250 donation from BR Squid saying, first time donating. I love watching speedruns, but watching a game that would take days to beat beaten in a couple hours always makes me excited. I especially love seeing games I would never have discovered. Good luck to the runners.
Hey, thank you for the good luck.
Who dis?
What is this?
いや、ぶ
So
つかった。
this is this.
Yeah.
If the jokes weren't obvious. She's a common demon throughout the game. She's pretty cool. She's very useful in Nocturne. Evolves into Valkyrie, which is pretty amusing.
Still never makes sense to me.
Yeah, she just found a horse.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But what's pretty cool about Digital Devil Saga as a whole is if you've never played an SMT game, this is a really good one to start at because it doesn't have fusions, negotiations.
お、い
stuff
つ目
like that.
32回
It's a
来
good
てた。
introduction into the series as a spin-off. Hey, there's this is horse.
Unfortunately, that horse will have to find another disc.
Yes.
All right,
More
so as we're
magic.
going through this dungeon, we just need to master Surf and Gale's mantras before we get to the end. Here in this chest over here, we're going to grab a magic data, which is +2 magic. We're going to be giving that to Gale. Because, the more mages you have, the merrier, am I right? Just everyone gets to become a mage, except for he. landmines. Those will potentially have the chance to be useful later. Hopefully not. Hopefully those sit in my inventory and do nothing the whole game. But depending on how a boss fight later on goes, those might be very valuable. We'll see.
Nice ice blast too.
Yeah, that'll actually be pretty.
Right.
Might be pretty nice against not this upcoming boss, but the boss of the dungeon. So heal terminal there. We are pretty close to master. Oh, we're actually mastered on our mantras. Never mind. Cool. We don't have to fight anything for the next little bit, which is neat. We are actually. I say that, but we're still going to continue fighting encounters. The thing with this game there's an ability called Quick Escape, which boosts your ability to run from encounters. It's pretty cool. But we're not going to have that for a while, and so to try to run away and fail tends to be pretty slow. And so with most of the encounters in this game, with just how utterly broken Tentarafu is, it does actually tend to be faster to opt to just Tentarafu our problems away instead. Here we're going to put them out there. We're going to be setting Elect Boost and Mazio on Surf.
キルいじったのかな
We're going
今。
to be grabbing our next mantras. So we're just going to keep Surf and Gale along their same elemental lines they've been working on. So Gale is going to go for Zanma, which is the tier 2 or the tier 2 single target skill. We're also going to be giving soon to be Heat, the fire leader mantra here, just for later. You're going to get P10 for Zanma. Surf is also going to go for Lightning to get Zionga. Electricity is for just a regular playthrough of the game, not counting any of the optional content or super bosses. Electricity is probably the best element in the game. If you're doing the post game, then Earth. Sorry, Earth ends up being the best element in the game if you're wanting to do the post game. But for just a regular playthrough like this, want to go for electricity. And there is a suspicious presence behind the door. I wonder who it could be.
Oh my gosh, I could only wonder.
It's the Travana! Hey, hello.
いや、さっきも見た見た目が。
Beat him up enough last time.
All right, so this is Travana. Oh, okay, that's a good start. Thank you, sir. So this is Travana 2, Electric Boogaloo. They're bigger, faster, and stronger too. They're the first members of the DK crew. And basically, they do more damage. They have some extra abilities they didn't have before, and they have a lot more HP. So it's second verse same as the first, pretty much. They also gain access to a unique combo ability called Bolt Rain, which is electricity. So that's why, in addition to putting up Void Elec every turn being nice for Maziodyne, it's also nice because it also protects us from this. And blocking this combo ends their turn immediately, which is pretty cool. Bolt Rain also attacks my PS3.
演出かっこいいだけど、まあ、ガードしたんでセーフセーフ。
Like I mentioned, the emulator the PS3 uses to play these games has some quirks to it. It lags when there's more than 3 NPCs on screen at the same time. Lots of particle effects on screen tends to cause the game to freak out a little bit. It's all in good fun. But Bolt Rain is like the big attack in this game.
雷向こう。
You really see the particle effects take a bit of a strain on the system, and it seems to get worse the more they use Bolt Rain. So ideally, you want them to just use Bolt Rain every turn. They're not doing that right now, but it's fine because she's still using the Ziodyne. But it's really
こ
fun.
のニョロニョロしてるやつが雷出してくる人かな。
You see like the attack get progressively laggier every time they use it. It's pretty great. All right, so we took out a Belarius there. They can't Bolt Rain anymore, and that's also an indication that the rest of them
お、
are
倒した。
going
よ
to
かっ
be
た。まだ
following
か。
suit. Kuseth hasn't been using Void Force much at all, so he actually has more health than he usually does, but we should be able to focus fire him down pretty soon. Unless he dodges, that is a thing that he can do. No, this can't be happening! And now Surf can swap to spamming Augie as well.
この子は火に弱いのか。
So we can just focus fire him down.
Oh, I didn't even see Genga die.
Yeah, she
Oh,
went
toast.
down.
よかった。
There we go. We did it. We beat Travana too. That's usually the harder of the two fights, but sometimes funny things happen.
I'll give you a golf clap for that one.
Thank you. Means a lot to me. All right, so here we're going to be rearranging our party again. We're going to be healing up. So, a neat thing about the recovery button is that it's actually pretty smartly programmed. The recovery button can use any healing ability that is known, not just that is set.
マックスで何回まである
It allows us
攻略メールに45 55?
heal very well without having to, do it manually, including ailments. And it also prioritizes using the MP of characters who are not in your active battle party.
冷たいもん持ってきま
Which
す
is very nice because, I need my active battle party's MP to spam Tentarafu repeatedly. It's very important. So,
yeah, it's pretty much using the MP that Argilla has while she's just kind of sitting there eating a sandwich.
yeah. Like Argilla, we need more healing. All right, there you go.
What kind of sandwich would Argilla eat? That's a good question. You can answer in chat or in your donations.
Extra magic and yeah. Yeah. Donate with what sandwich you think each of the members of the Embryon would be eating. All right, so here we have a 6-minute unskippable cutscene.
Oh boy.
You can tell it's unskippable because this event cannot be skipped, and I will be right back. I'm actually going to take a quick.
Sarah's not here. Not this again.
Hey, it's Heat.
Heat?
Exactly.
What are you?
Pretty much Heat's on the side of the bad guys now.
Such hatred. What in the hell was that?
And we're
はい
just gonna
戻り
get
ました
A
flashbacks.
song.
んムービー飛ばさないのかなこれ
Devour her. Act like you're losing. I'll get Sarah back. We'll tear you apart, you fat.
この
Hey, say something, Surf.
Yep, he did nothing
飛
wrong.
ばせないムービーなんですかこれ
I won't allow that.
Ghoul, while this plays back, if you
Ah, なるほどね
talk about, now's a good time.
I actually do, although I'm kind of waiting on Pulse to get back for one of my
okay.
donations because I've got a pretty big donation that does mention him. So
Okay.
giving him a little bit of time to get
うわ
back.
痛そう
I'm enjoying the cutscene a little
い
bit
や
here.
トイレじゃないですこれ材持ってきただけです
Leader of the Karma Society. She's the one behind all this, and there's Sarah. She's had Sarah this whole time in a egg, if you will, but that will be brought up later.
I mean, classic SMT. You got to have an egg in there somewhere, right?
Somewhere, yeah.
Usually you have the cosmic variety, of course.
Yeah.
But unlike the others, you were all
Yeah, so in the first game, Sarah was an egg in the inside an egg, actually in the very beginning of the game, and that's what started all this.
なんか頭の部分ちょっと長くない
Pretty much explaining what
This is just
Heat
another
is up to and why he's evil.
At this rate, you'll never be anything but marionettes.
血の隠
Story.
しみたいななんか
This game has a story.
I think.
Oh.
I just said Heat was evil.
The person who's been
Yeah,
pulling
but he
the
still did nothing wrong.
strings is Jenna
I don't know.
Angel.
I'm thinking that the donation might have been a little bit mistaken earlier, but I guess we'll find out
Yeah,
towards
just
the
a
end of
little
the
bit.
run.
I don't know. What do you think, Iho?
She's Sarah's mother?
Hiho said to me while you were gone that he did nothing wrong.
No, he just said, I think he's pretty messed up, Hole.
She convinced
He's
the
pretty
Lord
messed up.
to
So
abduct
I believe
Sarah so she
Hiho.
could bring us both down.
So I'm still waiting on those sandwich donations, but in the meantime, I do have a $250 donation from the Wicked Bad saying, "Good luck, Daddy Pulse. I know you don't fight the Bezos head in this one, but I'm stoked for you anyway."
Thank you. That's my older brother. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Is facing total extinction. Man's insatiable greed.
So things can still not be
destroying
skipped.
the environment
But I
which
wanna.
イベントキャノットスキップと本当だ
we tried to help.
Like I said, this cutscene. What's even funnier is that so there's of course a dialogue choice at the end of this cutscene.
Yeah.
And unlike every other dialogue choice in both DDS games, it actually matters what I choose at the end of this cutscene. I have to pick the second option at the end of this cutscene, or we get to watch this cutscene again.
Because if he does not skip the second cutscene, this run cannot continue because it affects the end dungeon.
Yeah, so
so it's that RPG trope of I'm gonna make this choice now, but 3 hours later is when it's gonna kick in.
Yeah, so basically during this, at the end of this cutscene, QVA here is going to give us a choice, like, hey, you should side with me and fight against Angel and Lokapala, who are trying to stop me from creating, like, this world of, basically everyone being controlled by Sarah to, you know, this world of order or whatever. Basically, what would be your typical SMT law alignment. And your choices are, that's kind of cool, but no.
リアルイヤーってこと。
Heck no. And if you don't say heck no, then you don't get the best ability in the game for the final dungeon. So
if you're ever going to casually play this game, write that bit of information down before you start playing the game.
Gotta love the classic story bosses in RPG speedruns where make this choice correctly or
長いな。
bad things are gonna happen.
yeah, everyone loves menu bosses.
皆さんも水分など適度に休憩お忘れずに。
Ghoul can tell you all about wonderful menu speedruns. He's ran P4G, which Persona
私が
4 some of
保冷剤持ってくるレベルなんで。
interestingly designed menu bosses.
Oh yeah, not just one, but about 7 in sequence in the same cutscene.
Yeah, the classic. If you select the wrong one at any point, it's bad ending and game over for your speed run.
And then you get one at the very end of the run to determine if you get the true ending or not. So it's
Exactly.
great.
And before you do that, you have you have to build a whole social link. So, yep, we're gonna fight.
ボス戦ですね。
and then this is basically a 3-phase fight.
Two-phase.
2-phase. We're gonna fight some Karma soldiers, and then our boy Heat's gonna come in with some random fire tigers for some reason. He apparently got a couple kitty cats on the way as friends.
違うな。
Yeah, so here we're
何
gonna,
も
we're
ね。
gonna start the fight. We picked up some frost.
わかりまへんよ、ここか。
Your tier 2 ice magic. Everything in this fight is very weak to ice. Surprisingly, you know, you wouldn't expect. Oh, Gale, there you go. There's one.
Oh, yep, I'm on.
うわ、見るからに熱そうな敵がおる。
All right, so we're gonna be throwing these. Like I mentioned before, a lot of these fights in this game will have ads that will then throw up shields to prevent the main boss from taking damage from their weakness. So now these tigers are going, or they won't. Okay. Normally, the tigers would start throwing up ice drain every single turn, but I guess they just didn't feel like it today. You know, they just had their coffee break or something. They're like, I don't feel like it. You know, you can chill out a little bit.
They're just making up for the triple George earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh boy.
All right, so now I guess we can throw the rest of our ice blast. That's pretty cool, no pun intended. And I need to pro Void Fire. That's very important. You Void Fire every single turn. Don't forget to do that. And we're going to Mazio, because that's cool. Can you stop doing that, Heat, please? So Heat has like 3 attacks, 4 attacks, technically. So he will always target Surf, no matter what. Nice whiff, yeah. He'll always target Surf no matter what. Did I happen to get I got a Magni Bomb. Let's throw it here. He'll target Surf no matter what except for something like Double Claw.
ああ、別の属性でやってたこと、あれか。なんだっけ。
He always targets Surf.
一回しばらく氷向こうのやつかバリア張ったのかなこれ。
Goes ham and spams very powerful AoE physical attacks on everyone until you bring Surf back.
それはそれとしてアイスシールに貼れるんだなこいつって感じ。
And we put up Void Fire every turn because he will just throw out Agidines occasionally or Hellfang and all sorts of fun things, and we don't really want any of that happening to us. So ideally, he just spams Agidine every turn and just crashes into our shield. So we took out the Tigers now so we can swap over to using Bufu on him.
横2人は倒せたけど、もうちょい。
And Void Fire with Gale first because, you know, everyone loves Gale and his ability to accurately...
途中で拾った万能属性の攻撃アイテム。ああ、爆弾みたいな。便利やな。もうちょい。痛い。
I should heal Surf here. Bufu.
ふふ。
I'm also autoing through enemy turns because it does make like their basic attack animations go by faster if I do that.
Good call on that heal, by the way.
Yeah, you know, if there's one thing I can count on Heat to, if there's one thing I can always expect from Heat, it's that he's going to be a very uncooperative and horrible person, so,
He didn't do anything wrong!
So,
Get ready for that argument for the next
はい、倒しました。
4 hours.
So, there we go. We beat Heat. We beat the Heat. We did it. In fact, we did, because it started to rain today.
I was gonna say that.
So, yeah, Heat runs away, and we're able to now progress forward and continue the Karma Society Tower. We're pretty much done with the dungeon. There's no more random encounters from this point onward. There's one more forced fight that's basically just a regular fight that we have coming up here, but we're just going to be advancing to the end, because, you know, we've heard what Madame QVA had to say. She didn't really seem, aren't particularly amicable to what she's trying to sell us. So now we're going to go meet up with Angel to hear what she has to say about this whole situation. And
55回たっけー。
the like contentions that were kind of, you know, rumbling within the Karma Society have erupted into a full-on civil war. So now we have the soldiers wearing blue who are still loyal to QVA, fighting against the soldiers in red who are, oh really? Come on, hit the curse. Oh, okay. So ailments in this game have a priority to them, where, you know, higher priority ailments will overwrite lower priority ones, and you can only have one ailment at the same time. So their Gale got muted, which means he can't do magic. So I was kind of hoping that that Wicked Curse was going to curse him so that I could use Tentarafu without having to stop to heal, but whatever. But now you have the soldiers in red who work for Angel.
ゾりますよ。
Now as we're going through here, we'll get into encounters with these soldiers who are like, I'm not here to fight you, please keep going. And we're like, okay.
Yeah,
逃げられた。
it's pretty much the best thing I could compare this area to is when you like you're doing the genocide ending in Undertale, and you get an encounter but no one was there because they're just it's just a wet time waste.
So here we meet up with Angel, who was the final boss of DDS1, like we said. So, you know, we're obviously very happy to see her after,
Overjoyed.
after she tried to kill us in the last game. But here she's like, hey, you know, Madame QVA wants a world of order with, you know, people without the will to act for
もとも
themselves.
と逃げるための兵士か。案内しとい
By
て。
Sarah. I want a world of just complete chaos where everyone
最
becomes
上
a
階
demon
来
and
て
just goes ham. And we're like, that doesn't sound like a good idea.
Chaos.
Yeah.
Chaos.
And you know how we feel about chaos around these parts. So, but for the time being, we decide to align ourselves with her. Alignments of convenience. She provides a helicopter for us to get to the egg facility, the EGG facility, where Sarah's being held, and so we can go rescue her.
ね、帰るんだ一
And
体。
now we can buy a very balanced item from this Pyro Jack here. We buy the Impel Stone from him. We'll see what that does in a little bit. And then we're going to sell this Soma we got as a drop from fighting Heat, so we have some money.
Nice free 18K.
Yes, and now we're actually going to. So y'all donated to see some shoot 'em up action. We're actually going to do that right now. So this kid here, hey big shot, want to play? What are we playing? This cool game I found outside the other night. I'm not really into games, but okay. And suddenly,
You asked for it.
we're Cielo and we're playing a shmup.
右ゲームですかこれ。
So in this shmup, you can shoot bullets and you can devour. When you devour at things, you build up the combo meter in the corner, which gives you a bigger score multiplier. And basically, the entire goal of this minigame is to break the high score. We will ideally be beating the minigame, but our real goal here is to break the high score. If you break 300k points, you get a reward for winning. In fact, if you beat the minigame without breaking the high score, the kid makes fun of you.
Yeah. So we're doing this for a couple rewards or one reward. But what's cool about this is the high score is 30,000. Pretty easy to beat. The hard mode score is 600k. Good luck.
Yeah, so Raph donated, said he'd give $100 if I broke the hard mode score. Unfortunately, I have to let charity down, and I've never broken the hard mode score before, and already this is not going in a way that I would break that. You have to pretty much play perfect
ああ、ビット農大。
to break the hard mode high score. We'll break the normal mode high score like by the very end of area 2, if not the beginning. Also, this is the boss of the area. This is Baphomet.
Also, if you
いいですね、この遊び心。
battle cries and yells, you'll notice that for some reason they didn't translate it from the Japanese version to the US version. So we have Japanese version Cielo right now.
Yeah, so one of my favorite things is whenever I play this minigame on stream, like just for funsies, I'll play this minigame and you'll have someone who hasn't seen it before be like, what the heck is going on? Like, this minigame is very not well known. So what not well known, in fact, that apparently the localizers didn't even know about it. Because, yeah, we get, other than the okay, you asked for it at the very beginning, we get absolutely zero English voices during this, so... We do also get the rare demon theme during this minigame, which is a fantastic song that hopefully we'll actually be hearing like in the context of the game coming up here soon.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Hiho over here is feeling a little gutsy, wants to hop into the spotlight a bit. So if he's that's unfortunate. So if he's feeling up to it, maybe he'll make an appearance.
Yeah.
So when you die, like in most shoot 'em ups, you lose some of your power. So
you got it back pretty quick though.
Yeah, thankfully I had no Moekane show up.
Yeah.
ちょっとここでビット振り返りましょうか。
I hope we see some Omoikanes later too.
Yeah.
We'll explain why we're.
5番目のキャラクターを、選択してください。ど
They're your boy.
Yeah, they are the boys.
っちにするみたいなやつはもうすでに選んだのかなこれ。
Oh boy.
キーとかローラン
This one, instead of just
でもう一つシエロシュルッ
it
プ
now shoots bullets.
ミニゲームを紹介するクレジットテーマを歌うどちらも達成してますね振り返り必要そこまであったまあいいや
Oh boy. You can tell it's late night shift.
割と正統派のシューティングゲームなんですね
That's what that means. That's obviously
Don't laugh.
that's obviously what the Greeks meant when they named him. That's
Hey, we're going to stage 3. Woo! Now, we've flown over a grassland, a city.
And now we're in space. So apparently Cielo can just, fly in.
いかにも宇宙のステージですね
I mean, he's kind of shaped like a jet. I'm sure he's fine.
I mean, he is the coolest plane in the game.
So something funny, speaking of Cielo being a jet, in the previous cutscene that I skipped of the party going to the EGG facility, you actually see that all of the party is in the jet except for Cielo. They make him sit outside of the plane and fly there himself. So,
I mean, if I could do that, flying would be so much easier. I would not take a plane.
クリアするとステータスアップアイテムだいぶお得じゃないですか
All right, so we've broken the normal mode high score by this point. So we have accomplished our goal. Even if we were to game over right now, the kid would be
デ
like,
フォルトのスコアを超えました
and we're like, yeah, we are.
Oh,
We're
those
so
are
cool.
kelpies. I wondered what those were for a second.
Yeah, space horses.
Space horses, yeah. I mean, if you put space in front of anything, it instantly becomes 10 times better.
Like Lord of the Flies.
Lord
in
of the Space.
Yeah, so this is the final boss of the minigame. This is Beelzebub. He does have a devil put aside for us, and by that I mean more curtain fire shooters.
紫の弾幕をこうせるっぽい
Focus on this because now he summons these flies that do
いっ
that.
た
And now this is going to take a while. Hopefully we win.
That made me nervous.
ビットでシューティングゲームを紹介してるそうです今来た人向けに言いますと
Ooh, oh, we did it. Let's go.
はい撃破いいですね
All right, so unfortunately we didn't break the hard mode high score, but we break the normal high score. Hey, that was cool. Here's a prize. Obtain 2 Starfire Sapphires. Come back again later.
No, thank you.
So something funny about that kid is he actually like completely changes his tone of voice depending on which party lead we were talking to. Later on in the game, you can you can use Gale as you walk around, and then Sarah even later. And the way he talks to your party completely changes depending on who it is. With Surf, he's like, hey, tough guy. And then if you lose, you're like, wow, that was terrible. I can't believe you lost. And then with Gale, he's like, hey, you're pretty
シュー
cool.
ティングゲーム名投げたらグッドゲームですが、
Oh, it's okay, man. You got
こ
this
の
next
ティームまだ
time,
グ
my
ッドゲームではあ
guy.
り
And
ま
then
せん。
Sarah, he's like, hey, do you
続
want
き
to play a game with me? And then you lose. And
デ
he's
ジ
like,
タル
oh,
デビル
it's
サガ
okay,
楽しみま
it's
し
fine. It's
楽
just
しみましょ
funny
う。
how he's just like completely just totally rude to Surf, and then everyone else, he's like, wow, you're cool.
またおいで嫌です。
Alright, so
あ、ノーセンキュー、そういうことだった。
yes, egg. So now we are in the
で、シナリオ
egg. We are
続きい
going
き
to
ま
try
しょ
to
う。
rescue Sarah now that we have shown off our video game prowess. So what was I saying? I was saying something else.
I don't remember. Sorry. But yes, Egg, we're pretty much on our, like he said, we're on our way to save Sarah. We're going to get into a nice forced fight here against more fire tigers.
Yeah, so here we're going to try to devour one or two of these tigers with Cielo. Looks like we can go freeze. Thank you for not freezing. We can now land this devour here. Friendly reminder, Cielo does have the trick ring on still, which means that he is doing less damage with his physical attacks.
That was a spicy devour.
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. I just had to.
There we go, double devour, and awakes, nice. And that masters lightning, so now Cielo has Zionga. Oh, I remembered what I was gonna say. So our reward for clearing the shoot 'em up minigame, those star sapphires, I believe those what they were. Let me do this menu really quick, and then I will finish that train of thought. Zionga, and then Taro Kanja on 5, and then we're going to put Elec Repel on 2. And then Gale, you get Devour on 1, you get Devour on 7. Oh wait, and you also get Hama on 1, because there's a lot of things that are weak to light here. So the item, the Star Sapphires we got 2 of them. They are gems that we can give to
あ、
our karma
今、
rings.
エイジ絶殺。
Essentially what they do is they give
技
plus
術
5,
鉄で
which
す
is,
ね。
that's pretty cool, 5
Yeah.
whole
勤め
stat
進んで
points
た。はい。
to a random stat. So basically we have a like a 2 in 5 chance of that being really awesome, like a 1 in 5 chance of it being okay, and like another 2 in 5 of it just being laughably terrible. So we'll see what we get. The protect ring that we bought is going to be used a lot.
早い。
For Cielo, let me just really quickly go back and do that.
But what's cool about the ring is it also has a reset function. So if Frito doesn't get what he wants on the ring, he can reset it, but he will lose the Star Sapphire. But sometimes that happens.
All right, so now Cielo is going to use Angel. He's been watching all the Tentarafu fun, and he wants in on the action. Also, we want Tarunda, because the boss of this dungeon really likes Fizz, and there's a lot of bosses in this game really like Fizz. It's part of why when I mentioned this game is very Fizz unfriendly, in addition to just magic being just completely overpowered. Another big thing about Fizz in this game is that because a lot of bosses really like Fizz, that means that there's a lot of bosses and strong enemies that just don't care. If you try to Fizz them, they just null or resist or whatever it. So
Space birds are back to get you.
yeah, the birds are back in town.
The birds are back in town. No, that didn't work.
All right, so here we got the Devours we needed on Cielo. Now we need like 3 of them on Gale and 1 or 2 on Surf. So we got that Sati Devourer there. Now, nice yellow crystal drop. That can also go on the Protect Ring later.
Mm-hmm.
You very rarely see magic. It's like the devs knew magic was completely busted, and so the magic boosting gems are the ones you never see. So getting one from Sati there is quite nice, and we can do another Devour here with Gale. Shoutouts to all of Gale's moves. All of his Fizz moves look very cool. Most of them involve him like breakdancing.
Mm-hmm. His crit animation is really, really cool in my
この
opinion.
エンカウントはランダムですかね。
And we can do another Devour here.
He pretty much jumps up in the air and does like a Liu Kang bicycle kick.
Yeah, that one's cool. His AoE, like one of his AoE Fizz abilities, like when he uses Mad Rushes, he actually just straight up like does like a breakdance, like
Jump on his
spin.
head and spin around.
Yeah. Gale's got the moves, basically.
Yeah.
Like, Gale is really cool.
What Gale lacks in accuracy, he makes up for in his ability to break dance.
I mean, if anything, his accuracy problems make sense when you realize he's trying to just like break dance attack everything.
Pretty dizzy after that.
Yeah, so here you go.
Yeah, here. That's like the Liu Kang bicycle kick. But I will say, Cielo has the best spell cast animation.
Oh, yeah, the...
I'm just...
T-poses to assert dominance.
Yes, exactly. So now we're kind of going through Egg. We're going to be picking up some items along the way to help us. But yeah, it's a pretty standard dungeon. Good song too.
Yeah, the name
どんどん降
of
り
the
て
song
く
is
感
Egg
じ
of
で
the
すね。
Universe.
You know, throughout this week of learning this game
待って
with
待って
you
待って、
and,
一気に10回までいったな。
and all that, learning the names of the songs has been my favorite part.
Yeah, turns out when you spend your week around a music nerd, you learn a lot of things.
Yes. Nope. Gale's about to learn Heat 10.
Nice, nice. E10 out of 10?
Heat 10 out of 10.
We have time for a quick pair of donations here.
Absolutely.
We have a $37 donation from Ravanon saying, "Hey Freedom, you may not have cleared the hard mode target score, but this is partial credit. Runner's choice of incentive, which I don't believe we have, by the way. What would you like your incentive to be for the marathon or for the run?"
Let's see that reenacting the wedding scene. That sounds glorious.
You got it. Also, I have $15 from Avatar of the Stage saying, "Hello, Zero. It's been a while since we've talked about a scrubby little grassroots marathon that was the brainchild of some cursed gamer. Glad to see you on the big stage now and doing well. Put my donation to your choice, which I also don't know that we have."
You know what? I want to see the wedding scene too.
You got it. With that, let's see some more donations come in. But in the meantime, let's watch some more of this glorious run.
Yeah, no one has told us yet what sandwich Argilla is eating.
I'm gonna take a bet because this is my personal favorite sandwich, and I actually had it earlier today. It's a Subway steak and cheese because they are in Portland. They gotta have Subways.
A solid bet.
So yeah, we're collecting security cards here. I believe this is the password part of the dungeon, or is that next part?
That's not for a while. So yeah, so basically the mechanic with this dungeon is that you run into these security gates that are numbered 1 through 5, and each of them you have to get a key card to progress. Most of them are on scientists, and nice amaryllis drop. That's another flower. Most of them or pretty much all of them are on scientists, and we have to get the key cards from the scientists to open the doors and progress forward. Once we get a little further into the dungeon, yes, berserk mode against human mode targets, excellent. Now we run. A little later into the dungeon, these key cards will have passwords on them. The trick with the password is they're like, oh, there's a password. That's I don't know how to deal with that, but the passwords are all written on the back of the cards.
So pretty much you have to go into your key items and Resident Evil style look at the cards.
Yeah.
Or just the description, and it'll have parts of the passwords on it.
Yeah, thankfully I have the passwords written down, and I've inputted them so many times I've them mostly memorized anyway. I just have to look at the first few digits, because I've played this game too many times. It's fine. No, not comatose. Okay.
Nice HP surf and nice MP Gale.
Okay, we're alive. Scathic is kind of scary. She has very strong physical attacks.
Yes.
And
hey, another free cat's eye.
I'm going to hold on to that one and throw it on the high power ring later.
That's what I figured would happen.
Yeah, I've already powered up the power ring a little bit, so I'm going to save.
You've powered up the power.
Yeah. All right, hey, it's a cactus and it's frozen. That's weird. Surely that'll never come up again. Frozen cacti, see it all the time. No big deal. This is just Oregon for you. You drive down the street in Portland and there's just rows of frozen cactuses. Clearly, that's how that works, right? I don't know. I've never been to Portland. I flew into the airport once. It was kind of cool. Eugene's pretty, but there weren't cactuses in Eugene.
I've never been to Oregon, so I'm going to take your word on that.
Oh, I forgot to grab a mantra for Gale.
How close are you to your save point?
ポッチャマもいますが、それよりポッチャマよりでかいたまさらしくもいます。
Yeah, so throughout this dungeon, we have to grab a bunch of mantras for our party members. I also need to restore Gale's MP here pretty soon. Let's look at my So I'm gonna give this vital data to Surf, extra MP, extra survivability. My chakra drop count is a little pitifully low at the moment. We are about to get some data though that will help supplement that. I'm just gonna run from these Karma Soldiers. Again, Karma Soldiers don't give you any Atma points, so they're, other than getting like attack item drops, which are kind of cool, they're really not worth fighting in most cases.
They don't even give very much money.
Yeah, no, not really. Like, you really only fight them if you want attack items. All right, so now we expanded the Mantra Grid to its final form. This is the Ultimate Frieza Mantra Grid. Here we're going to be grabbing Fallen Hero on Argilla, which has Medea, which is the AoE healing spell. We're going to be... Oops. Gale, where are you? There you are. We're going to be grabbing Demon on Gale, which has Taunt, which we talked about
そう
earlier.
だよ。現
It
地
is going to be our
現
most
在
useful
深夜
debuff
2時
skill
です
throughout a
ね。
lot of fights. And we're going to save our game because, as you saw earlier with those Scathics, yeah, that's the plural for Scathic, I guess.
この調子で進めば完走したらもう夜明けですよ、夜明け。
They hurt really bad, and
Yeah.
things are, even though we are able to deal with encounters pretty quickly in this dungeon, they can still do some pretty good damage to us. All right, so here I am going to do this. Oh, I shouldn't have examined it. Okay, we're fine. So here what we're going to do is I need Surf to get 1 or 2 Devours just to catch him up on Lightning. And so we're going to Devour that Gadon. Nice stomach ache. Very cool. That's why I didn't kill the Talon here. So like I said, stomach ache, it makes it so the character who's ached occasionally loses their turn. And also if they end the fight while ached, they will not get any AP for the rest of for that encounter. You still do get the Devour AP if you ache and then cure it, though, so you'll see Surf is still going to get a good bit of AP here.
So one thing we really haven't talked about is magical skills versus physical skills and their cost. Magical skills will always cost MP, where stuff like Devour and anything like that will cost HP. So it's kind of an interesting...
状態上で不屈あるんだ。
you exhaust yourself to use a physical, but yet you use your magic to cast magic.
It is actually one pretty cool
俺はそれでやだな。
that Fizz does have in a number of games in the series, is that it is a lot easier to restore your HP than it is to restore your MP.
Because you can go to the store and just buy 99 items.
こんなスポーツの試合中にぎっくり腰になっちゃったみたいな。
We don't use that because we're leaning towards magic in this game and in this route.
Okay, can you... Thank you. That should be the last Devour I need on Surf. He should get everything else he needs from just encounters. I need to finish Lightning on Surf by the end of the dungeon. The boss of the dungeon, while not weak to electricity, takes more damage from electricity than he does from other stuff. And he will change throughout the fight, and all of those phases I can use electricity on, whereas like every other element I can't.
Right.
ショックみたい。
Yep, so 1 or 2 more fights and we should have Lightning done. Also, I should do the setting for Gale here just because having He-10 available to me is nice. So having Zanma and Xianga equipped means that I can use the Mazanma combo, which area of effect, tier 2 force ability. And pretty much everything that we can't kill with Tentarafu, we can kill with Mazanma. So we have our 2... Oops, I almost just dropped my controller on the ground. That would have been fun. We have a response to pretty much everything in this game now.
Yeah. It's like Pokemon. You want to have a lot of team coverage. And we have that now with all the abilities that we've learned so far.
There goes my last chakra drop. That's cool.
Was that your last chakra drop?
That
Oh no.
was my last one. We're going to get some quick data here pretty soon and some
true.
chakra pots. But if
僕の状態以上ある敵で。ある敵で食ったらまずくないですかそれ。
Oh, well.
But we'll hope.
All right, so now that since we've done our calculated devours, now I can just go back to just blowing everything up with Tentarafu. That's the only times you don't Tentarafu is if something nulls it or if you actually have to have some sort of precision with what you're doing. Also, that was a revival gem drop. That's very nice. Thanks, game. Cielo being the luckiest man in the room, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, he turns into an airplane for his demon form. That's pretty lucky. I mean, he could have been like a blob or something.
Also saves a lot of money. If you really think about
落
it.
としたものは3秒以内っていうルールありましてね。
So this guy's gonna stop us. He's going to warn us. Oh, like, hey, he basically just lets us know that the Tribana.
私はあんまり信じてないん
Oh,
ですけ
great,
ど
we。get to fight the Tribana again. We love fighting the Tribana. That's our favorite fight. So at least we know about it now. That's pretty cool.
At least we were forewarned this time.
All right. So Surf has Zionga, so that's the last mantra he learns.
And now Cielo can get in on the 10 Tower of Fufan.
まあ、とある漫画でアザラシ鍋っていうのはありますからね。
And he won't be getting in on the fun quite yet.
Yeah, but he has the ability to now.
Yeah. So the way combos in this game are like listed out for you is combos are listed in a specific order. You have fizz combos at the top, then you have magical combos, then you have any
スライム系を食べると腹痛率が高い。あー、なんか腹壊しそうな見た目。
Here we're going to be getting Bikuni.
イメージある。
Bikuni, who is one of my mods in Twitch chat and a good friend, and he always gets very confused whenever I grab that mantra. And we're going to be grabbing Fire Demon on Surf because there are a couple of fights later on that we will want some pretty consistent fire coverage for. So we're going to get a start towards that. And I don't have the passcode yet. I'm lost. Okay, I'm found.
That was a quick.
話そりましたね。戻しましょう。今地下11階。
Quick loop around the area.
You never.
今何拾ったんだろう。
You get lost and be like, why did I come in here?
Yeah, right. All right, so we got quick data. Quick data gives you two agility. Okay, I am going to run away from this encounter.
I was about to dare you to do a pot shot on that one.
I mean, worst thing that happened, I hit it, and then it just immediately kills me because of counterattack.
Oh yeah, Osei does have counter in this game. I forgot.
ずいぶんドアあるな。攻略サイト見ながら、攻略サイトのマップ見ながら、ちょっと眺めてんですけど。
Hiho took the brain.
最下層何回だろう。
Oh cool, they're transforming. AP.
Hi, Persky. Persky's an enemy from like 2 dungeons from now.
Yeah. So the humans can transform into any dungeon before, current, or after. this elephant.
剣の試練でひたすら爆弾で壊した
We gotta kind of be careful.
器用に今度私の話しますか。やめましょう。
Right.
But hey, we get a good bit of AP from that, so that's cool. Yeah, usually it's like within a range of like 1 dungeon. Like you'll see things from like the next dungeon and the previous one. Sometimes, you just get like, oh yeah, this is an enemy you'll see in like 2.5 dungeons from now. That's cool.
It's always so funny seeing just how powerful magic is.
めっちゃ関係ない話だったんでやめます。
Just face tanking a Xandine from an enemy from 2 dungeons in the future.
つい最近新作出た話ですけどね、それ。新作出た作品の話です。お探せしました。
Is in DDS1 when you have a max magic surf take less damage from a fire attack, which is his weakness, than heat does when heat resists fire. And it's always quite hilarious. Just be like, yeah, he took weakness damage, but he took like
微妙な料理だそれ。
by the same attack and took like 30.
勇気食べるか。ちびまる子ちゃんでなんかそんな原作のちびまる子ちゃんなんかそういうのあったな。勇気食べ。スキー場行って雪食べちゃったかいみたいな。せっかくだし持って帰ろうと思ったけど溶けて食べれなかったみたいな。
Mazanma into Surf using Mazio. They have 200 HP, and so we're able to just take them out like that. I'm actually like quite far ahead in AP right now, which is very interesting.
オブジェクト。
Alright, so there we pick up the speedy ring. The speedy ring is a
道具回収してるんかなしながら。
one of like my personal favorite rings in the game. What it does is when you have it equipped, it means oh no, I do not agree with this encounter. Whenever your first action when with the person that has the speedy ring equipped, the power of that action is doubled. I'm just going to run away. Thank you.
まあ逃げるよね。
The power of your first attack with the speedy ring equipped is doubled, and then the next attack is like roughly the same damage they would normally do, and then it drops down to dealing half damage. So the speedy ring is basically like the speedrunner's dream ring. You're rewarded for killing encounters quickly, and it's part of what makes Tentarafu so useful. Okay, so this is 1177.
味の話か。待って、パスワード入力。117、待って、見逃した。
75309.
Yep. 309.
水族館で展示されてる魚を実際食べてみた食レポみたいな。食レポなんだっけ、水族館の職員が食レポしたやつ、なんかバズってた記憶があります。漁師さすがにダメだからって止められたっていう食レポもありました。
I'm going to save that quick data for Gale. So throwing the quick data on Gale is both nice because A, it's a good heal, also boosting his agility, does hopefully fix his accuracy situation. Please do not land Palimba. So Panic is a fun status ailment that occasionally your character will just lose their turn and just do something random instead, which includes throwing away a percentage of your money, which is not fun. The amount of money you throw away.
いつ前か地下12に行ってましたね。
Stat, I believe, and
地下12。
or by having the Miser's Spirit ability, which is an ability that exists.
You're not going to see Miser's Spirit this run. I'm sorry.
No, absolutely not.
It's very much an outer mantra ability.
It's not necessarily an outer mantra ability. It's actually like fairly low level, but it's like low level in the Fizz tree.
Ooh, yeah, that explains it.
All right, so this is 4005, 1918.
400519118.
Usually whenever there's like a year or like a number that's like from the 20th century onward, I do like say shout outs to people born in 1918, but I have a feeling there's not very many of those watching this stream right now. I don't know. 1918 was a cool year, I think. World War II ended in 1918 or 1919, I don't remember.
Cool, we might need a 1918 fact.
Donate with your facts about the year 1918. Let us know all the cool things that happened that year.
Once those come in, I will be happily reading all the 1918 facts y'all can send me. I will put it that way.
So now we have sandwiches and 1918 facts.
Yes.
セーブ大事大事。
What could possibly happen next?
We need donations for like $19.18 that tell us about sandwiches.
I also wouldn't mind seeing donations trying to curse the run a little bit, see if we get that Gale miscounter up a little bit.
Yeah.
We've been a little bit too he's just been like just a little too accurate so far. I want to make Freedom sweat a bit.
I just realized I forgot to grab an item I have to go back for, which is fine. It's a quick trek backwards. I need to pick up an attack item that's very important for a boss a little bit later, but I definitely need the item. Just have to do a quick backtrack. We're almost done with this dungeon.
Ronald McDonald learned fire, his next fire mantra.
Nice. Really glad to see Not Heat learning his mantras.
チャンジリング、あ、ここか。
And picking up last item over here, and then we have to backtrack for that item I forgot. And then we'll be pretty much done with the dungeon. I'm going to run away from this because I don't want to deal with Baphomet. Congratulations, Skathic. You picked your friends well.
Hee-ho, what do you think? Do you think Gale needs to miss a little bit more? Yeah? I agree.
とりあえず道具回収しながら進んで、今ここか。
So the Baphomets, in addition to like throwing out Curse, I guess I should explain. So Curse is an ailment that makes it so you become a lot more susceptible to any dark element things. So insta-kills, stone, any attack that's dark that uses death element stuff. In addition,
ローは多いなとは思うけど、ロードが速くて安心する。
So being susceptible to those is usually not a very good time.
Oh yeah, there you go.
ぐさ、速い。
That one's for the mermaids. Shoutouts to SMT5. Yeah, I just walked right past that. That's cool.
How far back is it?
It's just I have to go through this room again.
Okay.
おっと、12階に戻った。
Oh, good.
Every time you see Osei, I feel you hitting left X.
I probably should have just killed that one, but it's fine. He simply will not kill me. He simply did not kill me. So weird little thing about this game, you can actually tell if you're going to be able to run from an encounter by how quickly your party members jump back. This is something you would never notice casually, that I've noticed because I played these games a little too much. But basically, if your characters jump back immediately, then that means you failed to run away. But if they like wait like half a second and then jump backwards, then that means you succeeded. I guess it's like the game is successfully loaded, like getting you out of the fight or something. I don't know. Later on, when we have quick escape, then we will be able to just, know that we ran away because it will say quick escape instead of retreat. I'm going to kill this one to send a message to all the Oseis out there to leave me alone.
The SMT way.
They've been showing up a little bit too much. I'm not down with that. I was expecting a group of like 3 of them.
いや、宴会遠いな。
Do the opposite of what I said. Alright, so now we can go fight the boss, now that I have remembered to pick up those impact bombs. Those impact bombs are
い
essential.
やー、入り口で手前で。
I get it. You're cool. I have acknowledged you, Ose. Now can you please stop trying to murder me? Alright.
え、フードって種族あんの？え？
Yeah, it might be a good idea.
Yeah, we're just gonna trek to the boss now.
Yeah, thankfully the boss door is actually closer to the beginning of this floor, so... Hey, look who it is. It's our friends.
Kenton Tarfu missed.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Alright, so this is 1, 2, 2, 5, 19. 19.
パスワード。13回パスワード。
Right, so over here in this room over here, there is a great chakra, which is a full MP restored to the whole party. More importantly, it sells for a lot of money.
次のアイテム。あー、
90% of what you're gonna pick up in an SMT speedrun is for money.
Generally, yeah. All right, so we're going to change our party order around here, and then we're going to move our rings. So we picked up this ring called the Change Ring, which we'll explain a little bit more in a second. Now, you are going to equip that. I'm going to put some vitality on the Change Ring, and then we're going to... I already set my skills and everything. Let's just give Gale that quick data now. All right, so coming up is one of, like, the top 3, like, scariest fights in this game. So hopefully we don't die. So what the change ring does
思った以上に食べれる敵いるんですね、こ
you
の
know how we can
そ
transform
の
and
作
revert our characters.
このシリーズの作
And usually
品。
that costs a full turn to do. The change ring lets you do that for completely free.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, so Trivana Earth is here. He actually devoured the
さ
other
すがに人間食べれねえだろうと思ったら、あ、違った。これはアバダン？
It's a reprise of the hunt of the battle theme from the previous game. So here, so like you can see, we can revert Cielo here, and we didn't take any turns at all. It's basically a super pass.
Yeah.
So when in a lot of fights like this, where we're trying to get our buffs and debuffs up as quickly as possible, we'll usually have a character just transforming and reverting over and over again just to get us as many turns as possible. So Abaddon uses primarily physical attacks, especially in his first phase here, and so we want to debuff his attack all the way so we take as little damage as possible. So this fight, nice dodge, Gale,
Nice,
let's go. So this fight has a mechanic behind it where after you deal a certain amount of damage to him, he will actually eat one of your party members and then change his affinities to one of the other members of the
形すっげえ既視感ある。
which is again the mage. Here we're gonna pass because I actually don't want to deal too much damage.
I will say this though, Abaddon has a great dentist.
Oh yeah, his teeth are immaculate.
Yeah, like I'm jealous.
Like look at those pearly whites. Okay.
うわ、痛い痛い痛い痛い。
They're so straight too.
Yeah, right. All right, so now we purchased that item, the Impel Stone, earlier. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna use it. It turns one of your press turns into 4 blinking press turns. So we now have all of the turns. And
we're gonna abuse that.
Yeah, we're just gonna go ham on Abaddon now for a little bit. Basically, the goal here is we're gonna try to do as much damage as we possibly can to him here, so that when he devours one of our party members, he is somewhat close to being dead. And when he devours, we want
これで人間に化けてたというのはちょっとびっくりだよ。
Let's see who he decides to target, though.
いや、体力多いな。
In your last round, he did surf.
Yeah, so Surf is, let's see. Oh, yeah, he ate Surf.
Yeah,
So
I shouldn't have
Surf
said anything.
The one person you don't want to see him devour ever.
食われた
There is a decent chance that we lose the fight now. We'll see. It is possible to recover this. But let's find out. So what we do here is we
ちょっと待って食われてますよ味方あ
like crashes into our shields over and over again with Maziodyne. And then he'll regurgitate Surf on his own.
どうやって助けるんですか
We're kind of on a time limit now for damage. We have to deal a certain amount of damage to him now before 3 turns pass. If we don't, then he will use an ability called Noxious Cloud, which will eject the devoured person out of the party and then one-shot everyone else just because of how much HP we have. It will one-shot us. So that will kill us.
That is not Zeodyne.
Use Zeodyne, please. Thank you. Alright, I have an extra wild card. It won't do very much damage. Almighty doesn't do all that much to him, but it's something.
81's better than 0.
Yeah, and so if you do enough damage to him, then he will just spit out that party member here.
あれですか食われ
Almost digested you, he regurgitates them. We're good.
あやっと入った
And with a fancy breakdance move. A lot of the characters in this game are breakdancers.
Oh, nice. He just Zeodyne surf twice. That's cool.
消化ダメージはなかったそうで助かった安心した
Alright, so now we're good to just finish up the fight.
危なかったですね
Yeah.
So, you know, he has a 1 in 3 chance to give you a result that is not
無事
favorable.
倒せましたよかったよかった
Of the last 10 Abaddon fights I've done, or of the last 10 runs I've done, so all of my practice runs of this game, extra strength on Surf, yay. Yay. Of the last 10 runs that I've done, Abaddon has eaten Surf, I think 7 or 8 of the last 10 runs that I've done. And again, it's just a 1 in 3 chance of who he picks, and it's just always been like.
今のは食べていいんでしょうか地下30回
good fun.
一気に降りたな
Now we get to walk out of the or we get to go a little bit further just to come back out.
Yeah, so this is the very end of the
地
dungeon.
下30回はそのまま直進します
I will say, for this cutscene, there is a,
マスター
bit
キ
of
ー
a sensitive content warning. Someone is going to get impaled and there is going to be blood. So if you are disturbed by such things, I would avert your eyes once heat's going to show up once.
で機械2人も食ったんだ
For a few seconds.
This is a good time if you have that to use the bathroom and try and get some water.
Yeah, this event can be skipped by. I'm going to put I'm going to set the controller to mash turbo for me, and I'm just going to take my hands off the controller.
In the meantime, I do have a donation.
Oh, go for it.
We have a $19.20 donation from Furitskin saying 1918 rounded up and Argila would eat a Veggie Delight sandwich because of events from DDS1.
Actually, yeah, that's
fair.
That
You
is
win.
correct. Yeah, you would win. Like I was thinking that I'm like she'd probably eat something with lots of vegetables, but yes, yeah. Thank you for it. Yeah, shout out to
スキップできないタイミングですね休憩いっちゃいましょう皆さんも
Awesome dude, hanging out with us this week.
We'll need to wait.
Oh yeah, so at this point, if you are sensitive to some graphic imagery, I would look away for a couple seconds upcoming here. So how are you feeling about this run, Hiho? You think it's going pretty well? Well, you don't have to put it like that, okay?
Wow. Hee-ho was rude.
This is a family-friendly stream, my guy.
I mean, thankfully he's not mic'd up,
You're in
otherwise
timeout.
that would have been pretty bad.
Yeah, thankfully we didn't mic him. Like, come on.
Hee-ho, don't knock over the plant, please. You know what? Hee-ho's just... Hee-ho needs a nap.
Well, I was resting him on the plant. He's
Oh, where...
That's what I was.
There we go.
Yeah.
Teamwork.
Now just sit there and
Heat
think
and
about what you
Surfer
just
not
said.
doing teamwork. Yeah, this is one of the coolest scenes in the game for me,
お
though.
や腕が
Yeah.
ギャー
Gasp! Fatality. Yeah. He discovered what Mortal Kombat was, and
I like the classic, somebody gets impaled, and then there's the 9 different jump frames between the 18 different people in the room. Very 90s, very 90s.
so in order to protect the rest of our party from Heat going crazy, we kind of drag Heat into the egg. And that kind of reminds Sarah of some things she's seen in the past involving previous versions of Surf and Heat.
Yeah, these are the human forms of Surf and Heat here. Sarah was awake the whole time.
Yeah, so she gets pretty upset seeing what just happened, and she sends those very negative emotions straight to God. So as the Cyber Shaman, she's able to communicate with God, who lives in the sun, in these games, and
God's very mad now.
yeah, so this game's story is great, but it goes from like 0 to 11 pretty immediately.
Yeah.
So now that God is angry, he's God who lives
こ
in
の
the
猫は
sun
何
is
なんで
going
しょう
to download the earth.
Ghoul, you wouldn't download a car, would you?
I mean, I could be convinced.
Well, this might convince you.
Connection opened. It's transmitting from our side.
945.56 zettabytes per second. That's a lot of data.
That dwarfs even the incident 5 years ago.
It does.
How many is a zettabyte? Have you ever looked it up?
I've never Googled it.
You wouldn't download a car.
All right, I gotta Google this. Hold on.
Well, let me tell you, it's an entire city. We just found that out.
And it
なんだなんだなんだ
And at least
なんだ
one car.
ベチベチベチベチ
Pretty much the FF8 monster scene in reverse.
Disappearing.
1 zettabyte is equal to 1 trillion gigabytes.
Woo! Look at self!
Who would need a zettabyte hard drive?
God, apparently.
Yeah, well, you know. 945.56 of them.
Meanwhile, Angel's had a bit of a party in her office.
I was like, can we get that like as a disk read speed? Like, I feel like something needs that, right?
Think of how high quality streams how high quality your streams would be.
I mean, at that point, you're just like sending, like, I don't even know what you're sending, just like the actual thing instead of any video.
Send me a burger. All right, so now we play as the real main character now that Surf is gone. So we are Gale.
He has the best walk animation in this game.
Yeah,
And I refuse to believe otherwise. You cannot show me any better walk animation.
Gale's walk animation is pretty fantastic. But now that we have lost a party member, Argilla is going to come back in our party because that's our only viable option.
Fiery hee-ho.
Yeah, so we're going to buy another Impel Stone because they were pretty good. And now we're going to rearrange our parties. You. We are going to give you Terunda because the Tintarafu train never stops. Now you get Aguila. Ragi.
So if you haven't noticed, when Argilla was out of the party, she really didn't gain any experience, but she gained
Ah,
AP. So
主人公が一体離脱しましたあさっき道連れで吹っ飛んだもんね
XP, where if characters are behind levels, they get more XP, or
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, this game does have some EXP scaling. And then rings, you get to the magic ring. We're going to equip the speedy ring to Cielo. Argilla, because she is at a fairly low level, we're going to give her the change ring, which we put some vitality on earlier. Now we're going to go to the shop, and we're going to buy some things and sell some things. That's not what we're going to be buying or selling, actually. We're going to be selling this Amaryllis we got as a drop. We're going to be selling these roses. We're going to be selling these great chakras we got from Baden, and we're going to be selling 2 medical tools. We're going to be grabbing a wild bomb. That'll be important for the next boss. We are going to be not buying loot boxes. I said we would not be doing that.
Don't buy the loot box.
We're going to be buying 3 medical kits and 5 revival beads. Actually, I'm going to buy another medical kit because we're like completely out of them. We're going to buy 11 dismutes, and we're going to buy... I already bought disc stones earlier on accident, so we're going to buy a couple of those. Alright. And that is our shop done. And now we are going to save the game because although I should never die at the beginning of Power Plant before I get to a save point, this game has a little bit of a reputation in the SMT community as being cursed for marathon runs. The very first SMT community marathon had a run of both DDS1 and then a DDS2 run, and unfortunately, the runner of this game had a very unfortunate death at the very beginning of Power Plant and had to go back, refight a
Power Plant
those cutscenes again. And ever since then, it's been
動力プラントですね
a meme that this game is mildly cursed for
違う
for speedruns. I was supposed to run this game at the last questing for Glory Marathon, but as we were setting up for the run, my internet exploded for an entire week. As we were doing setup. So glad to be finally breaking that curse today.
One more fun zettabyte fact, by the way. How fast did they say that the transfer rate was? Like 900 zettabytes per second?
945.56.
Yeah, 945.56, yeah.
So apparently the total data created or replicated in 2020 was 64.2 zettabytes. So that was, what, something like 15 times 2020's total data in 1 second.
God, it's a powerful thing. He can download pretty fast.
All right, so we're going to be putting this last thing on the magic ring to power it up a little bit more. Gale is a pretty good mage. He's not quite as good a mage as Surf was, but he'll do. All right, so now we are in the power plant. So basically our idea to prevent the downloading of the Earth is like, oh, well, you know, obviously, you know, downloads, you need electricity to download stuff, right? So if we unplug the Earth, then that, you know, means we'll stop the download. And the best way to unplug the Earth is to just blow up the only remaining power plant. So that's what we're going to do now, is we're trying to shut off the power plant, to unplug the Earth, to stop the download. Like I said, this game's plot goes from about 0 to 100 in approximately 5 seconds. Here we're going to grab Bolt Lord on Argilla. She's not really going to be using any electric attacks, but we do want someone who can put up a lot of electric shields for the final boss specifically, and the penultimate boss.
A lot of the monsters you'll see Frito buy is just on the way that he has to get.
ナーガ。ああ。
It's pretty cool routing to
今のナーガ
see
だったん
that.
ですね。うん。
Also, Roland here is going to be anime.
Yeah, so thankfully we
we
acquired,
didn't see it there, but
we acquired a very useful key item at some point in this game. I'm not sure when, that allows us to open up these doors by having the character just like decide to just punch the computer, and that makes it work. Nice follow-up. That's actually a little unfortunate because now the speedy ring nerf is going to apply. Okay, that's fine.
But it's pretty cool to see all the routing that's been done throughout this game, just to minimize going into the mantra grid, because we just kind of buy what we need, and then if there's something in the way, we just
え、何今の何
jump to the next mantra.
Yeah.
It's pretty
す
nifty.
ごい痛そうな
So Ricky's
解除の仕方だ。
Ricky Bobby?
Yeah.
Oh, famous race car driver?
Yeah.
Awesome.
So his Atma mark is the lightning bolt, so that obviously means he can just punch computers and send his willpower into them to open up doors. Makes sense. And so yeah, that's how we're going to be opening the doors in this area. The entire like trick with the power plant is
Yeah!
closed, like, essentially the way to the end of the power plant is just a straight line from where we start, but we have to do all of these detours to open up the main doors to actually get to those areas.
They asked for it.
Okay, you asked for it.
そんな物理的なハッキングなんてそうそう見ないぞ。
Hey, at least you got a level out of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Karma Society, like, they give AP, which is, or HP, or they give
EXP.
They give something. I don't know what.
I was gonna let you get there.
Once again, the bass on these headphones.
電気って便利ですね。
The power plant theme, which is already pretty jamming.
え、何これ
Rock is the demon.
That was kind of rude. Ollie-Lot, why'd you do that? That was mean. I thought we were friends. You're like one of my final demons in the 4A speedrun. Except
This
there
is it.
you have a really high voice.
To this-
宝箱開けたらバトル。嫌やな。ありがとうさ。
Yo.
Oh, now I get what you're saying about this song and the bass.
Yeah, right? Alright, this is another chest with stuff and things in it. I love things and stuff.
And stuff and things.
Yeah. Alright, so we have two ways we can go here. We're gonna go to the left first because we have to deal with two mini bosses at the end of each of these paths, and the one on the left is much easier, so we're gonna go fight the mini boss on the left first so that we have some levels and skills by the time we have to come back around for the one on the right.
Yep.
入る直前で戦闘が。
Electric peppers.
So if someone got a Raiju as a pet, I assume they would name it like Sparky, right?
Yeah. Or Zumi, because it just jumps around.
Or Bolt.
I'll take that.
Alright, so in this chest over here... Oh, hey.
3 bolts.
Puppers. So, funny thing about combos is they're throwing out, as they're trying to throw out ailments. There's a bit of what I'm assuming is an oversight in this game, because there's zero reason why things should be the way that they are. And Argilla almost died. Cool. The combos in this game, for whatever reason, just completely disregard ailments and debuffs on the party. So, for example, earlier on, there was an enemy that used Dark Mirage on the party, which is gives you 2 stages of an agility accuracy debuff. If I were to use a combo skill like Tentarafu, in that case I was in human form, so I just had to run from the fight. If I were to actually use a debuff there, like, see, we're getting
骨だ。
Thank you for demonstrating for me, my guy. Tentarafu is actually not affected by that at all. We still have full accuracy. Same like if something were to hit me with a magic attack debuff, it would just get completely ignored. It's a very weird thing, and again, I'm convinced it's an oversight because there's no way there's no reason why that should be like that. Similarly with stun, which is an ailment we've seen a little bit, where stun, what it's supposed to do is make Argilla lose herself. No, it makes it so that your accuracy, your agility and accuracy just get completely tanked. You pretty much can't hit anything unless it's somehow incapacitated, and you also, in addition to that, have lower defense. Which, you know, all in all, not a great combination. But if you initiate a combo with stun up, that accuracy penalty just doesn't apply at all.
I like how all the other Snake Demons in this game are just ready to fight, and that one's just like, I'm chilling.
Gorgon's vibing.
Yeah, Gorgon just vibes. Like, to me, that looks like a very uncomfortable vibe position, but good for her.
I mean, have you seen Lakshmi?
Fair.
I mean, you've heard of demons T-posing, but, you know, then you see demons that are, like, T-posing with one of their legs and their upper body, while, like, standing on tippy toes with the other leg.
Yeah.
Demon
in the game. Hands down. Can we get some moves in chat, please?
Yeah. Alright, next mantra on Cielo. So, Bikuni here doesn't really have anything on it that we particularly want. However, it blocks Priestess, which has Quick Escape on it, which boosts your run rate by what I believe is a flat 45%. It's a very nice boost to your run rate, and we would like to have that.
Yeah, like I was explaining a little bit ago, Bikuni was in the way to get to Priestess. Now we have Priestess, and now we just gotta learn it, and we'll have Quick Escape.
Yeah, so we, did I actually punch the door?
I think you punched the door.
Okay, I did, thank you. I was like, wait. So we punched that terminal, so now that we can actually go and access the boss, which means we have to backtrack a little bit, which is the perfect time for Ghoul to share some words with us.
Well, first of all, you'll be happy to know that the chat has been sharing some moves.
Good.
So.
Yes!
I'm proud of you, chat.
Do want to remind y'all, we are here running for a great cause in NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. And one more time, this is the last chance to get in for all of the Kingdom Hearts themed prizes from this block. So that includes the Perler, the Kingdom Hearts 2 game, and of course, the Kingdom Hearts All-in-One Collection signed by Richard Epcar, the voice actor for Ansem. Is a $5 minimum donation to get in on the first two, and a $20 minimum donation on the last one. And of course, if you keep donating regularly over the course of the marathon and hit that magic $100 mark, you'll be entered in for a chance to win a Steam Deck. Do either of y'all have a Steam Deck by chance?
I do not.
Not yet.
I've heard they're very cool.
I just keep seeing them in the practice room, and they look freaking awesome. I might have to get myself one at some point.
I feel like my Final Fantasy XIV addiction would spiral out of control with the Steam Deck, so I'm holding off.
Maybe that's just a good life decision at that point, but...
Yeah, you know, I'd like to go outside with my dogs every once in a while and not just stay in my room going like this, but to each their own.
You can go out with your dogs while playing Final Fantasy XIV.
I would run into something and get seriously hurt.
Sounds like a skill issue.
It does, yeah, it is. The glasses do not help, they're just for aesthetic.
Alright, so Gale got Demon Learned, now he's going to go over here, grab Spirit, mostly. So Gale is going to be our designated buff user throughout pretty much the rest of the run. So we're going to be working our way towards that.
A lot of the characters now are starting to come into their roles that we're building for them, and it's, yeah, Gale's going to be buff, Argilla's going to be our fire mage. Cielo is just kind of going to do his own thing.
Yeah, so Cielo is like is our utility character / secondary electric mage. Oh, that's fun. Really? We are almost to the boss.
So who in here has ever been walled by a video game by a raise of hands? We're going to get revenge for you today. How does that sound?
I'm down for this.
3 of those. Wow. Alright. Vit, that's fine. Luck, that's terrible. Let's just do these, because
See, I've been walled on stage here before, so seeing some revenge, I'm okay with that.
Well, I am completely out of MP restoring items. That's very cool. And I need to... I picked up the... Whoops, the mute shot, which is a nice upgrade. Alright.
So, the left wall mini-boss is a literal wall with guns.
They're magic guns, though.
Magic guns, yes. This boss is entirely magic-based. So, pretty much Frito's going to set up a series of...
手法自体がボス。
We're just pretty much going to repeat those over and over and over again until the boss dies. It's Thundershot and...
まあそこまで驚きはしないですね。うん、強い。
So we're gonna revert Cielo here. Thundershot is a random
銃
target
強。
hits multiple targets multiple times. It's very strong. So we're just gonna be spamming out Thundershot here, dealing some pretty big damage, getting rid of this wall as quickly as we can. And hey,
we could use the Anga here and keep Cielo in demon form, but it does not do enough damage to counteract a turn of revert into Thundershot. And plus, Cielo has the change ring, so we didn't really spend a turn reverting him, so why not? We're already almost to the end of this fight.
yeah. So a singular Zionga would do more damage in one hit than like each individual hit of Thundershot, but just with how much. With how many times Thundershot hits, the DPS is just significantly higher.
And you're also getting half press turns out of it, so you can do it 4 times instead of 8.
Oh, he didn't say A that time. Lame. I feel like I've been robbed.
The PS2 just shot a rocket.
Boom.
Good job, Argilla.
So interesting
Oh,
quirk about
God.
this game. There's multiple instances where you're fighting like several special enemies at the same time, like when their death causes like a mini cutscene like that. And whenever that happens, the game actually doesn't let you kill 2 of those enemies at the same time. And so there, what happened was I did enough damage to kill both of them, but because the game didn't want to play out both cutscenes, it actually just left one of them at 1 HP. So I was able to just smack it with Argilla, and it went down.
Now we get to go run all the way back and go to the right side of this dungeon.
Yes, so we have made our way. We're a little under halfway through this bit here, because the right side is significantly more time-consuming, a lot more backtracking, and has a harder boss at the end of it. But hopefully, nothing we can't handle. We're not going to be using human form or human form Cielo for that fight, though.
Yeah. But like Frito said, we went to the left because it is a little bit shorter and the boss is easier.
Yeah, so here the quirk with this side is that this door is here that opens the way. However, it's actually stuck on a loop where you open up the closed door and it closes the door that actually leads to the boss. So what we have to do is we have to continue on this way, and this path will actually eventually loop back around to that door. And so that we can hit the switch again and close it, and then we get to loop back around to the other side and go fight the boss.
Nice fight.
Yeah, Spectre gives pretty good AP,
Yeah.
actually.
Nice fight.
the base the base is making me vibe over here.
Alright, saving here. Chest on the other side has a pink gem in it, but it's guarded by Olilot. Olilot nulls magic and is only weak to gun. We don't exactly have the ammo to deal with that, so Olilot gets to just kind of vibe in her treasure chest.
Yep.
Alright, we are
go ahead, sorry.
we are like out of MP items completely. Thankfully, there is a heal terminal here, and we're gonna pass by this heal terminal like 3 or 4 times. So
Right.
the lack of MP items is offset a little bit by that, which is helpful.
But we get good money. So stopping and healing every like that when you pass by it is not a big deal. Ooh, cut rocks.
Yep. Those are very valuable.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, like I said, we're gonna get revenge if you've ever been walled in the game. Not once, but twice, but 3 times.
Yeah, we're good.
So,
Except when they kill us, that means we do get literally walled.
yeah, then I'll kind of just bite my tongue for the rest of the fight, or the second try. But there won't be a second try, right, Frito?
Nope. We will first try everything for the rest of the game ever. There will be no more deaths. Hopefully.
There wasn't a death. You first tried everything. Nobody saw it. It's fine.
Yeah, no one saw that.
If nobody saw it, it didn't happen.
True.
I'm just trying to motivate you here.
All right, we are moving forward. So the specters are actually immune to panic. Oh, really? All right, well, we're running. I was gonna say they're immune to panic, but we can just Zanma them, and it works really well. And then Gale.
And then the Zanma guy got muted.
Yeah. And I couldn't just like restore Gale and then pass, or restore Gale and then Mazan with Gale because Speedy Ring. I probably wouldn't have done enough damage to kill the Turdak there. Turdak was the skeleton dude. So
Hey,
in that case, it was better to just.
You got a couple MP healing items out of that though with those MP datas.
Oh yeah, those are for later.
Chad, it is your time to shine again.
Never mind. It's not their time to shine.
Why would you let me do that?
I didn't realize there was a Yaxini there. I thought it was like Turdak.
It was in the middle of the encounter. Oh yeah, he does do a cool animation.
Oh, I actually did one-shot it. Thanks to the crit. All right, well, there you go. I took out Alilot.
You did the thing.
Yeah. All right, so here this door opens up the way to the beginning of this area here. And more encounters. Hey, this
それでようにやったと思ったのに。
the Yaxini encounter was.
I'm not gonna say anything until.
No.
Yeah. All right, chat.
New skills. And still cursed. So you can close out of menus just by pressing square, and that's something I didn't actually realize until fairly recently. So it's one thing I'm trying to get used to a little bit more, rather than just like mashing circle to get out of menus.
I will say this though: if you're new to the SMT games, and you're used to playing other RPGs that use start or triangle or circle, have fun remembering that square is the menu button.
Yep. Yeah, triangle opens a map. Oh.
That's not nice.
How the turntables. Okay, so you can combo with people who are panicked like no problem. And then panic doesn't persist outside of battle, so I don't have to heal that. I still have to heal, but... Alright, so this is also... Thankfully, we don't have to go back through the whole area. This is a shortcut that takes us back to roughly where the heal terminal was. No, I'm not even gonna try that. I'm not going to tempt fate with that one.
If Gale was the lead, you could have got a miss out of that.
I don't count Berserk misses towards the total because it's Berserk mode and Berserk.
Yeah, that's true.
Silly.
Berserk mode lowers your accuracy to almost nothing.
Oh, here we go.
All the moves, chat.
Oh, never mind.
Frito.
You know that scene in the new Willy Wonka movie where he talks about how you can't make whipped cream unless the cows are whipped with whips?
Sure.
That's just what Cielo was doing.
Oh, okay.
Ignore that was a bull and not a cow, but that's what he was doing. All right, now Gale's gonna go for Bikuni. And Argilla is technically done with her mantras for a little bit. I'm gonna give her Fire Lord now anyway, just so I don't forget later in case we see an appearance by a certain ya boy later.
Mm-hmm.
Similar thing with Ronaldo. And then, yeah, saving here because this next boss, while mostly fine, if I get a specific pattern, can kill me. And we will mosey our way on over to that boss fight.
So since this is the attack wall, it takes a little bit more of a setup.
3時間経過しました。
Like Frito said, we will not be spamming Thundershot, but we will be using Taunt. Or at least setting it.
I almost forgot to unequip the Speedy Ring. Actually, let's go with the Protect Ring for the extra magic.
Mm-hmm.
And then I immediately get into an encounter that I can't really kill now, except I can still Tentarafu and I should get rid of them because they're weak to it. Yeah. So now it's very important, now that I have Taunt and Medea set, that I actually pay attention to when I'm doing Tentarafu. Because, like I mentioned, effects that heal and effects that involve buffs end up at the bottom, like the very bottom of your combo menu. And having two debuffs set does...
また砲台と戦います。
Having two debuffs set gives you the Dekunda combo, which removes all debuffs on your party. And having two people with Medea, which is Cielo and Argilla in this case, gives you the Angelic Grace combo, where it is a party heal while also giving a defensive buff. And it's something that will be fairly important here in a little bit, that we're just hoping to, well, hopefully it doesn't show up, hopefully we don't need to use it, but it's there if we need it. So yeah, this wall uses purely physical attacks, well, purely gun attacks.
Yeah.
And, well, you know, we could do a lot of damage with Thundershot because of the gun skills and the fact that humans are weak to gun. We really don't want to be putting ourselves in that position to just die. Okay, so this is what we really don't want to see. This is a barrage, hits multiple targets random times. And the way the scripting for this fight works, for these enemies works, is if one of them uses barrage, then so will the other one. And so if they just start spamming barrage and start getting crits, then you just die and you feel sad.
Nice miss.
Yeah, that was a very good miss. So our strategy for dealing damage throughout this bit now is to do Xianga and Zanma, and then make use of the change ring that Argilla has equipped to just continuously revert and transform over and over again, so that we can just pump out as much damage as we possibly can and just take out these walls very quickly. Here we go. There's number one down. And so this is what we would be doing in the other fight if we weren't using the gun combo. Is this exact same approach? We just didn't have taunt at that point, so it would go a little bit slower. And you see here, 233 per, you know, with a taunt up, versus like the 130 per hit, and we were hitting each one at least twice. So thanks to math, we know that that did more damage. All right, and one more round of this, and we should be good. There we go. All right, literal wall number 2. We have we are a success. Another point of strength. Everyone's getting swole out here.
Yeah.
The party do be lifting.
Dost thou even hoist, brethren?
All right, so this is the second of the 2 walls we have to open, or the 2 switches we have to flip. And so now we have access to the final section of the dungeon, which thankfully is just a. Thankfully, the final section of this dungeon is 2 more fights. We have wall number 3, which combines aspects of the previous 2 while also being even tankier. And then we have the boss of the dungeon. So we have a little bit of a backtrack before we get there. So how about we hear from Ghoul a little bit while we make our way over there?
Yeah. So again, we are still coming up. All the incentives for this run have been met, which is awesome. Y'all have been so generous with that. But we do still have some incentives for Final Fantasy IX. Again, naming all the characters, and I believe we are still working on the Viva Quina wedding. That is at $205 out of $750. Let me do a quick refresh. That seems a little low. 301 out of $750. So it'd be really cool. Let's get that done before the end of this run. Let's make the Final Fantasy IX runners' jobs a lot easier as far as that goes. And yeah, would love to see that done. And keep chilling. We got this fun overnight shift going.
Yeah. Alright, just taking this heal. There is a heal right before the boss, but just might as well grab this one as well. You know, no reason not to. And
you never know what's going to happen between random encounters between point A and point B.
Exactly. So the L2 and R2 are not actually mapped at all. Well, they are mapped mostly. They let you page through screens when you're in the menu. But when you're walking around, they don't do anything. So I have a habit of just like rhythmically tapping L2 and R2. If you happen to like pick up any clicking from me, that's what I'm doing.
And then he goes, "Why does my L2 and R2 buttons work very well?"
Yeah. Why are the L2 and R2 buttons on my controller weird? I don't understand. What do we got? We got more specters.
It's funny, literally, as you mentioned the thing with your controller, is I took my headset off to take a drink, and I'm like, oh, okay, we're just clicking to the music, apparently.
Oh.
That's what we're doing. And then you acknowledge it, I'm like, oh, okay, you're just telling everybody about this. We're not hiding this. Got it.
Yeah, I mean, like, you never know. I don't know if the mic is picking it up at all or not. But
I heard it.
Just in case people are like, what is going on? That's what's going on.
A little bit of extra percussion for the music.
Exactly. Just making the bass boost effect even bassier, you know.
Yeah, just as the composer intended.
Exactly. I mean, how can you like compose beats like this and not expect people to be jamming to them? I mean, come on.
I mean, I'd be vibing over here.
All right, so we have those set. All right, it's time for literal wall number 3.
So like Frito said, this wall is magic attack and a new form of attack on the top that you will get to see in this fight.
Yeah, so the core segment is protected throughout most of the fight. I need to do the Tarunda thing first. So yeah, all the segments on the wall deal more damage and are tankier, have higher defense and higher HP. So once we deal with this fizz wall, mostly, we're going to be putting up a full taunt. I've only been doing one taunt before. Like I mentioned, buffs and debuffs in this game do have some level of diminishing returns on them. So I've only been doing like one taunt just for the sake of saving time, since I'm getting most of the benefit from them without doing my second taunt. But you notice I am debuffing to full with my Tarundas to minimize damage. So it just kind of depends on the situation you're in if you're going all on that. Okay, that's kind of unpolite. Alright, so we're going to be doing Zanma. We're going to be using Angelic Grace here. Again, the heal is really good, but also the defensive buff is nice to reduce the damage we take, especially if the rail cannon on the side decides to start... I didn't even get to finish my sentence! Start using Barrage. And it's going to use Barrage again because it always does the same action on its turn. And Argilla is... Oh my goodness, Argilla is not dead. Let's go. Alright, so here I'm actually going to throw this last ration on Argilla because Angelic Grace isn't going to heal her all the way, but Make sure to get her up to full. So now we have 2 stacks of Rakukaja. We're going to take significantly less damage from everything. I really wish that it would stop using that. So Sharpshoot is an ability that always hits and always crits. I think it always hits at least, but it always crits is the big thing. All right, Gale is now reverted. That's great. All right. Oh, really now? That's cool. That's a cool trick you just did there, my friend. I appreciate that. Not really, though. All right, we're going to heal and just hope that that gun shoots Cielo and wakes him up. Okay, you can stop doing that, please, and thank you. Okay, this might wake him up. It did wake him up. Cool. All right. Hey, something that doesn't hit weakness. That's great. This is a problem. All right, this is fantastic. I am very glad I have extra... I picked up extra healing items. All right, we're going to use this medical tool now, and we're going to heal to full. Argilla now no longer has her defensive buffs, which is a little unfortunate. My goodness, can you please be cooperative? This is the opposite of cooperative, and now Argilla's dead again. That's awesome, man. Please don't revert. Okay. We're going to do some damage now. I'm going to use one of those revival gems I got as a drop here, because I kind of need to. All right, so thankfully this next turn is going. This next turn the boss takes is going to be completely wasted. Whenever this door opens up, it uses a really strong area of effect fire ability, and so we put up fire repel here on Argilla, and so it will just bounce all of that damage back on itself and end its turn immediately, which is really useful. It's you need a bit of a break during this fight. So yeah, flare cannon gets repelled, does a lot of damage. And now we're actually good to like start damaging this boss. That is a thing that we can do. Believe it or not, we can damage this. Despite what the last couple of turns would indicate. That is something we are capable of doing. And again, we're just transforming and reverting over and over with Argilla just to make sure that we, just to get as many turns as we possibly can in. So now the gate core is gonna go back into its closed state. I'm actually going to take this time to catch my notes up with where I am. Really, catch my notes up with where I am, because I'm not really using my notes much for this run, but it's nice to have them just in case I forget what I'm doing. All right, so here I need to Panacea Cielo to get him out of that, and then we're going to do another Medea. That should heal on enough HP. Yeah.
Yeah, back to full.
Argilla's magic stat's really good, and healing spells do scale off of your magic, so with Argilla having pretty good magic, that's helpful. Please stop doing that. I think what I'm going to do next turn, because I'm getting pretty sick of the magic cannon not being cooperative, is I'm actually going to throw a magic mirror here to get myself a little bit of a break here.
Yeah, because the Fizz gun's almost dead, so...
Yeah, Finn's gun's almost dead. Depending on which one of these guns goes first. Okay, Barrage is not what you want to see. So anything it does that's, well... Anything it does that's not revert pulse would end its turn and it would get clinked off of that, but then it proceeded to revert pulse. So since Cielo's in human form anyway, we're gonna do Thundershot here. It's a little unfortunate. Oh, okay, well that's good. A little unfortunate that there are 3 targets and there is that middle target that does have pretty high defense, so we can't fully take advantage of the damage that that bullet does, but. Anyway, we were able to get rid of the rail cannon. That was the hard part of the fight done. Okay, you can stop doing that. That'd be really cool.
Good luck with that.
All right, I'm going to taunt a second time to get our full set of buffs, and nothing here does physical damage, so none of that matters. And now we're going to start Xeon getting the laser cannon. So as you can see, we're doing, you know, pretty significantly more damage, about 50 more than we were previously. Please stop doing revert pull. Okay, thank you, Gale. Gale being the hero that we need, and I don't know if he deserved him or not, but we definitely needed that, so thank you.
Yeah. Now we can get back on our regularly scheduled program.
That's ready for Ragnarok.
Could you just not?
Wow.
Please, game.
Remember when I said that this game is really funny? I meant like, you know, headline.
Funny.
I meant like headline comedian levels of funny.
I don't know. I think Triple George plus now the revert beam. It's pretty headline funny.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Like this game is, you know, peak comedy. Just in case I kill this. Once the two main cannons are dead, the middle cannon stays out permanently and engages what it calls genocide mode, which means it basically is just gonna spam flare cannon every single turn. And so basically now we're just gonna chill here, pass every single turn, and we're just gonna kind of let Argilla deal with this by just using fire repel every turn. And
this is one of those SMT bosses that I like to call the let it do it itself boss.
Yeah. So there we go.
Yeah. Good job, Frito.
Yeah, easy fight. Nothing bad happened in that fight. Went perfectly as intended.
Sure. No, that was a really good improv and thinking on your feet. Which in SMT you have to do a lot.
Yeah, so the one of the really fun things I think is legitimately really fun about SMT as a series, like with their speedruns, is that a lot of these games are done in a way, or work in a way that you can figure out like pretty consistent scripts for pretty much every single fight in the game. But the games are also really funny in the fact that all of those scripts will fail at least once.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, you know, everything is mapped out in a way that's fairly consistent, and you're like, in a way that you know what you're supposed to be doing for every single boss fight. There is a lot of room for like having to be able to adapt to things, which I personally find to be very enjoyable. Well, the fact that you can adapt to be very enjoyable. The adaptivity mileage may vary on that, but okay, so we swap our rings there. I didn't happen to get... No, I didn't. Okay, so we do that. I did all of my setting already, did my rings. We're moving our party around. We have the boss of the dungeon coming up. So I mentioned there were 3 bosses in this game, Abaddon being the first of them, that as fights, they are kind of like the 3 somewhat scariest fights in the game. And also happen to be... this fight, especially, is one of those fights that it's either like the easiest fight in the game, like super easy boss, you barely take any damage, he goes down pretty immediately, or a fight that's just unwinnable. Hopefully we get the former, but based on how this run is going, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the latter.
Right.
All right, so this is Raja Naga. So we open this door here, and they were greeted with an army of very angry snakes. And so we're going to be doing 2 Maragions. So these snakes have physical skills. They also like throwing out mutes, which is really annoying. And more importantly, they like using electricity. This entire fight is very electricity based, and so we're able to put up Elect Repel every single turn, so that if they do decide to crash into our shields with electricity, we're able to end their turns pretty immediately. Maka Jamon is something we really don't want to see. That tries to mute your entire party. Oh, so here's an SMT fun fact for y'all. So the prefix for magic in this game is like Maka, Makakaja, buff your magic, Makanda, lower your magic. So you have Maka Jam is the ability that mutes, in that it jams your Maka. And it took me a long time before I had any sort of inclination that that's what that was. But yeah, jams your Maka. Not very delicious jam, but it is jam, I guess. It's sugary. Alright, so here we're going to be doing this. We're going to put up Elect Repel again, and as soon as we kill this last snake here, the boss is going to spawn in. Alright, so we killed a bunch of snakes, and now we get an even bigger snake! Woo!
He's very fabulous.
Yeah, so here we're going to Aguila. We're going to throw up a taunt. We are going to revert with Cielo, who now has the change ring. We are going to throw out another Aguila, which I'm just going to auto up just to make it go a little bit quicker. We're going to throw the Impel Stone.
Time for more turns.
You thought my turn was over? It has only just begun.
This isn't even my final turn.
Alright, we're going to be throwing out that, and now we're going to Firebomb, which we have 3 of them. You're scripted to have 2, so having 3 of them is pretty nice. Nope, don't do that. We're going to use a Dekaja Rock, because this boss uses a lot of fizz skills that hurt really hard. That hit really hard.
No, I like the first one better. They hurt really hard.
Yeah, and So get rid of their damage buffs, and now we're going to throw this last firebomb here. Ah, nice whiff seal, very cool. All right, Vanity is not great. That's not a terrible result, though.
No, all you got was poison. You could have went a lot worse.
Yeah, so Vanity inflicts random ailments on your entire party, and some of those ailments can be very nasty, mostly Charm and Panic. All right, so here what we're going to do is we're going to remove the poison with Gale. We need to keep up Elect Repel.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
I'm using Terra here on these Nagas to try to get rid of them because he has a very powerful combo move he can do when he has both of his adds around, and he will resummon his adds throughout the fight, but I'm really just trying to get rid of one or both of his adds immediately, and then he'll spend his turn summoning. Okay, Voidfire, you ideally don't want to see them using Voidfire all the time, but at least we were able to prevent us from getting hit. His big signature move is an ability called Conviction, which is a very strong AoE Fizz attack that will insta-kill anyone who is muted. You'll note that the snakes are spamming lots of abilities that inflict mute, so, you know, that's a thing that they do.
I will say, I think it's pretty funny how when they cast Void Fire, the boss is the only one that gets the cool animation, and they just kind of sit there.
Oh yeah, his animation's great. Raja Naga's blocking animation is fantastic. So here, whenever Void Fire is up, we're just going to be Zanmaing with Gale. We're going to be using Terra with Argilla just to generate a couple of turns for us. Just, you know, get the most out of our turn economy. I could be passing with her, but eh. All right, so this is Conviction. It can crit. Hopefully it doesn't. All right.
Would you stop it?
All right, he's not nearly as close to death as I would like. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to Aguilau again here. And then I'm going to have a medical kit. Hopefully he uses Maziodyne here. Yep, okay,
Yep.
Cool. All right, we should win this turn. Yep, okay, cool.
GG.
All things considered, that was a really good fight. I'm not even all things considered, that was just a really good fight.
Yeah.
That one Conviction was kind of scary, but thankfully, no crits, because that can crit, and if it does, you just die.
Hey, we got Quick Escape.
Woo! And another Sapphire, because we don't have enough of those. All right, so here throughout this entire dungeon, Angel has been chasing us, because we're trying to stop the download, and Angel just kind of wants everything to burn. So she's been trying, that's why the Karma Soldiers have been trying to stop our progress here. So she's pretty annoyed at this point that we have been able to evade her stopping us. And so now she's going to unfrost that giant cactus monster, which has the name Meganata. It also has a second name it's a beast from Hinduism, well, a character from Hinduism. It has another name, which is Indrajit, which literally means the Slayer of Indra. Well, we happen to have a party member whose demon form is Indra, and he left our party, and now he is dead. So rest in peace, our good, dear, departed friend, Ryan. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, rest in peace, Ryan. Also, Argilla left as well to go and help out. And so now we don't have Argilla anymore. However, throughout the events of the cutscenes, Sarah has she was a bit despondent during the events of Power Plant due to watching Surf die again, or watching Surf die, and so she basically Argilla, basically gave her a bit of a pep talk, like, look, we're not gonna give up. Nothing, like, things aren't hopeless. There's always hope. You can always do something.
The power of friendship.
Yeah, and so that caused Sarah to actually awaken to her demon power, which is the exact same power that Surf has. So she inherited all of Surf's mantras and stats, plus a couple of levels to accommodate for the levels we got.
Yeah.
So we are incapable of choosing Sarah's level ups. She actually has a fixed level up path. She just happens, her starting point is whatever Surf stats were, and then she continues on her fixed level path. All right, so I did the medical tools, great chakra. I did all of that selling, so we now just sell these Sakuras. All right, right, so now we have unlocked the ability to buy the tier 2 stat boosting rings, the boost by 6 instead of 3. So now we get the high magic ring and the high power ring. We're going to purchase more medical kits because you can never have enough of those. And then we are going to buy... We've unlocked light balls and core shields. We'll need both of those. Light balls light up dark areas temporarily. Core shields null damage tiles. And we're going to be encountering both of those in the upcoming dungeon.
しばらくは3人パー
Now
テ
I
ィー。
have to do a menu here. So party is already good. And I need to equip Void Panic on here, Void Ice here, and then I need to unequip Taunt.
はい、
I
イン
want
ド
to
ラピンポ。
optimize my menus. Unequip Tarakaja and Tarunda, and then I set Quick Escape on Cielo over 3. And then Sarah gets a Void Ice on 1. And then I need to change my rings. Gale gets the Speedy Ring. Cielo can stay on the Change Ring for now, and Sarah gets the Magic Ring, because it still gives more stats than the High Magic Ring does.
Because we haven't pumped any gems into it.
Yeah. And now we're going to grab new mantras, because Raja Naga gives quite a bit of AP, so everyone mastered the mantra they were working on. So after getting Priestess, Cielo is going to go for Bolt Emperor, which has Maziyanga on it. Sarah is going to go here to Ice Demon to work on getting some AoE ice skills, and Gale is going to go for Karma, which has Sukukaja on it, which is our accuracy and evasion buff. Because like I said, he's going to be our primary buffer, so we're going for Sukukaja for that, and then we're going to go for the next mantra after that, which has Makakaja on it. Which is our magic attack buff, which, as you can imagine, is a pretty important buff when you're going all in on magic. Alright, so we already talked to Pyrojack to get the Impel Stone, and so now we're going back to the egg. Sarah was like, hey, take me back to the egg. I can talk to God and convince him to stop downloading everything. However, the downloading process, along with the whole situation with Surf and
ターフは水旅バルナに変身できましたが、セラはバルナに変身できます。敵のボス、エンジェルとその部下のカルマ教会は主人公たちを狙っています。その理由はここから分かっていくくらいの流れ。
But those light balls stop ambushes from happening. If you don't use them, every ambush. So we really don't want that to happen.
Yeah, so now we can see a little bit more and we won't be ambushed by every single encounter. So yeah, so since we did blow up the power plant, which, surprise, by the way, that didn't do anything other than just turn off the lights in a couple areas. Now we're like, okay, well, you know, blowing up the power plant didn't work, so I guess let's just try asking God nicely to stop trying to download the Earth. And so now we're gonna try to do that. So now we're progressing back into the egg, and we're gonna be kind of retreading our steps a little bit.
セラは対話できる能力を、神と対話できる能力をもっと巫女として狙われている。へえ、だからさっきさらわれてたのか。
Got a round up, apparently. 1918 was indeed the end of World War I. Also, the film Tarzan of the Apes came out that year. Good luck on the run, Freedom. Love the detailed commentary between you and Zero. Please put this donation to the host's choice. My choice is, of course, we've got to see that wedding acted out. So,
thank you for your donation. We really appreciate that.
Thank you for the donation and confirming that that was the year World War I ended.
Hey, we got our fact, though. Now we just need sandwiches.
True. All right, so here there's some magic mirrors we can pick up. Again, magic mirror just makes you repel all magic the next turn. Non-almighty magic, specifically.
Never mind, we got our sandwich fact. It was a veggie patty, remember?
Oh, right, yeah, true.
I will just tell you a fact of life. We can always use more sandwiches.
True.
You know, what's your favorite sandwich, Ghoul?
I think I can go for a good roast beef and provolone right now.
Solid.
I am the classic 12-year-old at heart, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches all day.
I mean, you can never go wrong with peanut butter and jelly.
No.
But that's a different niche, though. That's a different type of sandwich.
But if we're going
なんかすごいことになってさっき施設1回目来た時こんな感じになってなかったのにな。
Big fan of like, you know, turkey and cheese.
I mean, turkey and cheese is always good too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the egg's a little messed up. The scientists are just kind of vibing in the walls. as one does. Oh no, my light bulb wore off. No.
But in classic SMT fashion, we have a teleporter base. But
Yep.
Frito pretty much knows where he's going, so no big deal.
Yeah, I have the maze mostly memorized, and for the parts that I don't, I have very detailed instructions right next to me. I mean, I'm doing all of this from memory with no help whatsoever.
ああ、施設が一回化した。うんうん。
Frito, go left. He does not have the answer to the test written on his arm.
So on a scale of 1 to 4A, about where does this teleport maze lie?
As far as difficulty, I think this is probably like a 4 or a 5. It's not too. It's really hard. So it's hard to memorize. This dungeon is annoying to memorize, but as far as like the actual difficulty, it's totally fine.
So would you say it's like Sabrina's gym?
I don't know. I haven't played that much Pokemon, so
I tried.
Oh, that's. So here's the deal. Pokemon is like SMT, but easier.
Yeah. And more huggable.
Yeah, slightly cuter.
Yeah.
Hey, Cielo is very huggable. Thank you.
Pre-plane, yes.
I mean, what, you don't like airplane? Oh wait.
No, I really don't like airplanes, but thank you. Thanks for asking.
I picked up the HP data in this room, right?
I don't remember.
Okay, I like ran. You know that like moment where you're like, wait, did I just forget something really important?
We had this talk earlier. It's like when you walk in the kitchen and spin around and go, why did I come here?
Okay, I can confirm that I did pick up the HP data. Cool. All right, we're good.
We're good at what we do.
I'll take the blame for this one. I was distracting a little bit there.
No worries. Let's see. Now we climb back up to floor 10 because that portal actually took us down to the wrong part of B11. Hi, Persky. Bye, Persky.
Perfect example of the Karma soldiers transform. We saw that enemy 2 dungeons ago do to transform.
Oh, so didn't we see them like an hour and a half ago?
Yep.
Yeah, so this is the dungeon they're supposed to be from. You know, we're level 30 now and we're still a little under-leveled, but this is where we're supposed to be seeing them, and we just, you know,
一時はカルマ協会というものが存在し、ジャンクヤードという世界を支配していたのですが、そこでは勝利したチームがニルバーナに行けるとされていました。もろもろあって、ニルバーナに来たはずがなんだか地獄だぜ。しかも教会じゃなくて教会が仕切ってんぜ。なんでっていうのが2の導入。へえ。
So, I believe it's this way. Yes, yes, yes. I need to double check something. Did west then north. Yep. Oh, perfect. All right. We will go back and grab new mantras then. Yeah, so as you can see, Sarah just kind of gets whatever stats she feels like, so some of that's good, you know, extra bit's nice. Extra strength's kind of not great, but... So here we're going to continue Sarah along the ice line of spells, and Gale is going to go
この
for
作品結構インドネタ多いんですね。
Ice Leader. So we want the ice
でも言うて、
line of spells, that's very good, but more importantly, we want
ニ
mind
ルバーナのも
charge. We mentioned
名前の
earlier,
元ネタっ
mind
て
charge is an ability
言う
that
ほど天国じゃなくない？
ability you use by 2.5
あれ？
times. And we really want that, so we're gonna have Sarah go work on getting mind charge because it's very, very valuable.
Mm-hmm.
Also importantly, mind charge plus a buff gives you the ability, gives you the combo charge, which buffs all of your stats by 1 stage. And mind charge plus a debuff gives you the ability debilitate, which lowers all of the enemy's stats by 1 stage. So
ここでセラの氷魔法の能力を伸ばしていきます。
improve the efficiency that we're able to buff and debuff things. And now it's time for my least
涅槃だよね、ねえね
and that's why.
え。なんか天国感ねえな。
Stall out this fight indefinitely. Hey, there's one for the counter. Let's go, Charity. Woo, Charity.
That is 4 in 3.5 hours. Would you say that's about normal?
That's pretty low, actually.
Well, we're not doing bad.
All right, so these guys just can stall out this fight indefinitely. So I'm just gonna keep throwing up. Tarundas here because they do some pretty strong physical attacks. Or they can just use
Yeah,
Paradigm, that also works. So just stop their physical attacks from hurting a lot. Also, Gale is functionally useless for this fight now because of how long we had to wait and how many of his turns went by. The
すげえ弾幕だな今。
it's taking its toll on his ability to hurt anything, so we're just kind of gonna pass with him and have Cielo and Sarah deal with everything now. There we go.
We have time for another donation real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just gonna keep going through this dungeon.
We have a $10 donation from Calidor and saying grilled cheese sandwich for life. That's one I didn't consider.
Grilled cheese is a solid pick.
With a nice
売り文句。
Are you a dunker though, or are you a you gotta have them separate? That's the real question.
Oh, I'm a dunker, hands down.
Got a dunk.
There we go.
Now I want a grilled cheese sandwich.
I would say all this sandwich talk is making me nice and hungry. So
Hey, can't be a social eating stream if we're, not at least having the social part of the eating.
Exactly.
we have a $100 donation from Doughwolf saying, "Gonna be honest, I would rather hug Jack Frost than a muck." Fair point.
Yeah.
Fair play.
There are some cute SMT demons, aren't there? We got.
Yeah, Jack Frost is huggable. He might try to kill you, but he'll hug you.
Yeah.
I feel like Jack Frost would like try to kill you, but like intentionally be kind of bad and fail. So like it's like the cute like try to kill you, not like the mean try to kill you.
Yeah, that's a good point.
No, I think he would try to kill you, but you would hear hee-ho being yelled from like a mile away. So he wouldn't be able to sneak up on you.
Wasn't DDS won the game with the rapping
Yes.
Jack
Yeah.
Frost?
Yep.
With Jack Frost and Pyro Jack, I believe.
Yeah, you had the Hee-Hop brothers
Yeah.
who were
ジャックフロスト
who
って
rapped Hee-Ho at you. All right, so we're stunned, which is supposed to lower our accuracy, but combos just don't care. Do need to remove those though, just for sake of.
ハグすることできるよ。殺されるかもしれんけど。命がけ。
So the way you're actually kind of supposed to tell where you're going through this dungeon, other than just memorizing it, is that you can sort of tell which teleporters are the right one because Veritra's like noises are a little bit louder when you're going through the correct portal. So yeah, the noises, by the way, and this whole dungeon are being caused by basically a combination of heat, surf, and the corrupted data from the egg. So that is transformed heat into Veritra, who we'll be running into here in a little bit. We're getting closer to the end of the dungeon. I don't have a core shield up.
That would be a good idea.
Yeah, maybe.
今地下12。
So nice way, again, navigational tip through this area. Whenever you're teleported into one of those damage tile rooms, Sarah will actually start facing the correct direction to go. Alright, so now we just go down here, down to the 13, which, if you remember, was the floor was the final floor of the dungeon, pretty much. So we are almost done. Nice berserk mode, so we can just run away. We're good on AP for this dungeon. We just needed to get Karma and Ice Demon learned as like the minimum for this dungeon, and so we're pretty good on AP here. I'm gonna save because starting at B13, you can run into Hecaton Curies as a normal enemy, and he has a very high kill percentage against me of like just going first and spamming Key Blast, which is a really powerful AoE Fizz move. Oops, I'm going the wrong way. So as a result of that, I'm gonna save there because yeah, Hecaton Curie is pretty nasty. Wants revenge for the 2 times now that we've killed him this run. All right, so here we're gonna have our last
季節もまがまし
fight of
一
the
回
dungeon against some
になっちゃったから敵も結構まがまがしいのが増えてきましたね。
when in doubt, Tentara Fu it out.
まあそれはそれとしてランダムエンカウントはさっさとすぐ仕分けるけど。
So I'm going to do some
今 羅刹モード、攻撃が強くなるけど紙になるから逃げた。
is
うんうん。
like the third of those fights that I mentioned that can be very inconsistent when it wants to be. It also has the distinction of being, in my opinion, the hardest boss in the entire, like the hardest required boss in the entire game. So hopefully he cooperates with us. My practice run the other night, he was
あ、
not
逃げれるの
really
か。
cooperative, but you know, hopefully he woke up on the right side of the bed this morning. I need to power data U, HP data U, and data U just for a little bit of extra resources, and then we can save absolutely because yeah. All right. Yeah, I'll hurry up, Varitra. Alright, so through this door we have the fight with Varitra.
地下30
The way
階。
this fight works is the boss starts out with the fight starts out with 2 tentacles. They will block all attacks for the main head, which is our primary target here. Here we need to throw these impact bombs, which are the items I forgot and had to go back for in Egg 1. We throw those to chip away at the tentacles, and then we throw up a Void Ice with Gale in order to protect ourselves from an ability he has called Gelid Torrent, which is his strongest move he uses in this phase.
ヒートはなんやかんやでこうなった。
This is there.
どうして
It's the worst thing he can possibly do because it can inflict mute, and he muted 2 people, which is very fun. Nice dodge on Cielo. We did put the Trick Ring on Cielo, so nice dodge, Cielo. Let's go.
2 dodges in a row.
Yeah, let's
There
go.
you go.
Alright, so here I need to take a turn to remove these mutes. It's kind of hard to do setup when you know you can't cast magic with 2 of your party members. So we also have Void Ice set here on Sarah, just so that we, if in case, you know, Gale gets muted, we can deal something about it. He'll also cast debuffs on us occasionally. Tarunda does not matter
す
at
ごい
all.
変わり方してんな。
He's basically just wasting his turn. We have the combo for Dekunda to remove any debuffs on us if we need to remove debuffs, specifically if he does Rekunda to lower our defense, or if he does Makanda to lower our magic attack. We have to heal that off before we can continue the fight. So we got rid of the mute there. So now we just kind of need to wait.
ソーラーノイズ、太陽イコール神で、神の情報が世界を変質させ、崩壊させているという話をこの辺でセラさんがしてくれた。
So
うん。
this turn isn't going to be that.
早く俺を倒してみろを言っているこの敵か。
Alright. So on this turn specifically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw a medical kit with Cielo. I'm going to use Sukukaja with Gale to hopefully get some dodges in, and then when we get into the next phase of the fight, we really don't want to miss him at all. So we're going to throw up that Sukukaja to... okay, there's Gelid Torrent, so we're going to block this and eat 2 of his turns. We want the Sukukajas so that we are able to, again, dodge and not miss, and hopefully that'll also just make this part go faster. Alright, so we're in a good situation now, so now I feel comfortable actually pushing. I only had 1 Royal Bomb. So a damage range here can break both of his hands. If not, I'll have to wait a little bit to break the hands. Okay, we didn't, so I will wait a turn. What I will do in that case is I'm going to pass. I'm going to put up another Sukukaja and avoid ice, and so now this next turn I will absolutely be able to break the arms. Gelid Torrent, perfect. Yes, please do that.
Last turn with the Gelidor into attacks. It'll still let you do damage next turn.
Okay, so we've broken both of his arms, and he is weak to electricity. So now we're good to just start.
腕は重いなんで。
We're going to put up a void.
だいぶダメージ食らったのでお祈り。回避お祈り。
All the turns.
And now, so basically, Sarah and Cielo's job for the rest of the fight is to just use Zionga. That is all they're going to be doing for the rest of the fight, and that is exactly what we need them to be doing the rest of the fight. Is we're just going to want to pump out as much damage as we possibly can. Here we're going to have
頼むぞ。
another medical kit, and we should be in the loop now. The way this fight
行動回数を3回増やす。
Makonda's a little unfortunate, but we're fine because I now actually do have a turn that I can't. Okay, that's annoying. I do have a turn now because we aren't quite in the loop I was talking about
神
yet.
敵の弱点が雷になった。
Use taunt, which will counteract the debuff from the Makandas, so we can start doing normal damage again, hopefully. Yeah.
便利っすね。
So now, once you deal enough damage to him, he starts using an ability called Inferno Roar every single turn. What Inferno Roar does is, despite the name, it's actually almighty damage. It is a almighty. If it's an almighty magic attack, does
火じゃねえか。
or a little more. And then he follows that up with Sonic Wave. So that's why we're putting up Null Panic every single round in order to block that. And so Gale's job every single turn is he's going to Void Panic and he's going to throw a medical kit to heal the party. And once again, Sarah and Cielo are just going to keep using Zionga. We are on a somewhat strict... I really don't like the damage Cielo's doing, but it should still be fine. We are on a pretty strict time schedule here. We need to keep hitting these damage ranges to get him to keep Inferno Roaring us, to get him in a bit of a loop. If we are unable to continue doing this, then eventually he will regenerate his arms, and that is really annoying to deal with because we basically have to start that part of the fight over. And we don't exactly have the resources to deal with the arms in an efficient manner anymore.
ここで敵が炎の方向という名前のスキルを使いますが、炎ではなく万能属性。炎属性とは言っていない。奏者の方が歌ってますね。この歌？うん。
If not, then definitely next turn.
Yeah.
Okay, next turn for sure. Yeah, okay. And there we go, that's Reacher down.
お、どうした？
I won't lie, I was really concerned. I've never actually dealt with that fight with double Makanda before, so I was actually very concerned I wasn't gonna have the damage.
Yeah, I just gave you the serious time on that one.
Can we go back and do it again? That music was a bop.
Oh yeah, the song's so good. Don't worry, we'll get to hear it we'll get to hear it one more time before the end of the run. All right, so here we get like the big plot exposition as to what exactly happened 5 years prior. Essentially, most of the party were scientists working in the egg. With the Cyber Shaman project, which was essentially a project that was designed to again commune with God and kind of bring prosperity to humanity.
ここはサーフとヒートだけのセッ
on that
ト。
project was Human Surf, whose name it was Surf Sheffield, and unfortunately, he was kind of a very horrible person who mostly just wanted the ability to commune. In order to basically himself become a god and rule over humanity with an iron fist. And in order to do that, he basically was about as horrible as someone like that would be, treated everyone terribly, put Sarah through horrible experiments.
まあ、いわばイベント戦闘みたいなもんですか？
To try to get her to be the cyber shaman that he wanted her to be, along with also putting the multiple children through that same process, while also being very nice to Sarah. This caused Human Heat, who was a doctor, to become increasingly angry at the situation, which is why the perceptions of the digital forms that we control as characters, why Surf that we play as is like a genuinely like very nice guy, very caring and considerate of his friends and those around him, well, like Digital Heat is kind of a hot-headed jerk all the time. And all of these events basically lead to a
この世界では5年前にテクノシャーマン計画という神との会話が始まっており、その中核にセラがいた。ああ、さっきの。
very evil monologue by Human Surf that essentially led to her in a state of despair sending a bunch of a bunch of very negative data up to God, which is what caused the Black Sun to appear and essentially kickstart the destruction of the world.
Very nice fight, by the way.
Yeah, good Varna fight. So we get a couple level ups here. Just a few. And this is an unskippable cutscene.
That seemed normal.
Yeah, so there we basically were then confronted by a manifestation of Human Surf and a primitive manifestation of Data Surf, along with a manifestation of Human
ここもムービーか。
where Human Heat essentially
ぶ
tells
しゃー。
like, look, this is who you were. You know, this is why we're here. However, you know, you've become a different person. You've become someone separate from who you were, and so now it's time for you to bury the past and to free my digital self from the anger that he feels at the situation. And so we do that. That's what that fight was us basically just burying the past. And now we free ourselves from heat as well. And we get some more cutscenes. Where, yeah, we get Surf back in the party. Woo! And the event cannot be skipped.
It is you.
It is you.
Happy CLO.
Oh, there you go.
Alright, well.
Who else could it be?
Probably going to be a little overestimate, but that's fine.
Easy.
We have about like an hour and a half left of the run, so.
Yeah.
How do you
All right, you heard it.
see where I
It's an hour and a
stand?
half left to get in for those prizes. The Kingdom Hearts block again, last chance. $5 minimum for the Perler and the Kingdom Hearts 2 copy. $20 minimum for the all-in-one signed by Richard Epcar.
Oh yeah, Heat can teleport now.
Heat has become Mega Man.
いや
That seems useful.
Yeah, so he teleports himself up there to the observation room. He wants to have one final fight with us in the room where you know everything went terribly wrong. And so he teleported up there, but you know Heat being Heat doesn't really think about like, huh, maybe I should get Surf up there too. No, we have to walk.
There are those who find identity in battle. For them, fighting may lead to salvation.
This is such a Shoji Meguro track.
Right. You just hear the horns there. Very much a Meguro horn section.
And no music.
Yeah, and then now there's no music at all as we make our way over to the elevator to, as Heat said, finish things where it all began.
Wait, did I miss an option in that? Why was that one not skippable?
There was an option there when he was like, "Do you see where I stand?" We chose I do. I had turbo mashing, like I had auto mash on, so I just went
Gotcha.
pretty quickly.
Makes sense.
Another cool thing about SMT speedruns. You can use turbo.
Yeah.
So you don't have to mash and worry about that.
All right, so when I mentioned Heat didn't teleport us up, we did kind of cut ourselves out of Heat's stomach, so he kind of
I almost fell
has been
asleep.
bleeding out in the
おや
meantime.
He almost took a nap.
セラがバーチャル世界で自分のお友達として作ったのが主人公たちで、セラのイメージ通りに作られたので、実際のと齟齬がありました。あれこれ本人
Kill me. Understand?
Yep.
You're the one.
And now Heat's dead. All right, that cutscene I just skipped is really amazing. Unfortunately, the amazing part's like always in the cutscene. Otherwise, I would showcase it. But
俺が俺を殺したみたいな。
and, looking up that cutscene because it's part of the reason why CLO is just the best.
So if Heat's dead, I guess that means we have to take, was it Richard into the final dungeon?
Oh no, Richard's dead.
すべての始まりの場所で決着をつけようということになっ
So
た
we're two party members then, right?
Yeah, I mean we have Sarah back. We have Surf and Sarah back. All right, we are now going to be doing Gale, Surf, CLO. Set. Gale is going to get Vile Blade. There's a boss fight upcoming here that every SMT game, especially ones where magic is just ridiculous, always has that one cheeky fight that's like, you've been going all in on magic, I see. Well, here, let me just have a fight that just completely is immune to magic entirely. And so we're approaching that boss fight pretty soon here. And so we're going to be pivoting Gale into Fizz a little bit here, as well as Cielo. Sarah's not really going to be in our party much for the rest of the game, so we're just kind of gonna remove her ring. Yeah, everything there is good. I should save. All right, so basically during all that commotion, the harp, which is the device that they use for the egg, is broken now. However, Sarah remembered that there is actually a secondary harp device, but in order to get there, we have to find an airplane. So now we're going to go to the airport in order to find said airplane. I don't happen to have any. Oh, I got another Sakura drop. Nice. Alright, so we're going to buy 11 more medkits. The more the merrier. And I bought an impulse stone already, I believe. Alright, we're going to grab this HP data. I'm pretty sure I did this already. Yeah, okay. You can only have one impel stone at a time because it's already pretty broken as is. If you could have multiples of them, that would just be
infinite turns.
It'd be pretty obscene. All right, so here we get to the airport finally, and Fred has been following us around, by the way, like this whole time, and this is where we tell him to stop. Basically, the framing device of this game is Fred is actually talking to a group of children, kind of narrating this game to them. And this is where that kind of falls apart a little bit, because this is where we tell Fred to like not follow us anymore, but we're still playing out this whole thing, so I guess he just kind of assumed this is what happened. I don't know. But this is Power Plant. This is the second to last dungeon in the game. And it's a pretty fun one. I actually really enjoy this dungeon. This and the final dungeon are my two favorite dungeons in the game. So this game ends very strongly. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to pick up an extra item. There is a pink crystal here in this chest. Reminder, pink crystal restores your or boosts your karma ring with an extra 3 magic points. Pretty good. Oh, nice grip.
Nice pink sapphire too.
Yeah, I can sit there on our inventory and look pretty.
Yeah.
話し相手来てくれました。サテライトナイトメアさんです。よろしくお願いいたします。
Like the last group of Jenna Angel's forces, they've taken a pretty heavy beating from the fight at Power Plant, and these are kind of their last
非常に
their last stand
遅ればせながら
try and stop us.
やってまいりました。
ありがとうございます。今空港です。
本当はもっとね早く家帰ってアナザーはしたかったんですけど、だいぶね遅れてしまって申し訳ないですね。
いや大丈夫です大丈夫です。
まあちょっと本当に今帰ってきたばっかで全然見てなかったんで今までどこまで行ってるのかっていうのがちょっと分かりづらい。分ってないんですけども。
チャット貼りました URL。私今攻略サイト見ながらやってたんですけど、今チャート貼ってるの空港のとこですね。
ああ、だいぶ終盤ですねもう。
あらマジで。
そうですね。まあ ES 的にもそうですけど、ですね。空港ってことはまあこれから飛行機に乗るんで。
あ。大丈夫かこれ。
いやこれまずいかも。よかった。
あ逃げれた。
いや危ない。
危ない。
いやこのゲームねマジで難易度高いんですよね。そもそもの。本当に難易度高くて。雑魚戦でその全滅とかっていうのは別にしょっちゅうなんで、やっぱ RTA 中でもその危険性は RTA 中でもっていうか通常プレイでもあるから、
はい。
RTA だとやっぱり低レベル進行になりがちなんで、より、一度崩された時、そのまま押し切られちゃってっていうのはありがちですよね。
あ
All that to say, encounter rate being a little ridiculous at the moment. Alright. So the reason I'm using
そうなんですよ。特にね、この頃、ですね、このゲームで、時期的には、アトラスのゲームで言うと、新女神転生3の次ぐらいに出たゲームなんですよね。で、戦闘システムがプレスタンシステムって言って、まあちょっと、もしかしたらチャットとかで、説明を受けたかもしれないですけど、右のアイコンが光ってる回数だけ、自分も相手も行動できるっていうやつで、クリティカルや、相手の弱点属性をつくと、このターン中の行動が1回増えて、攻撃をミスったり、相手の、耐性、得意属性をぶつけてしまうと、行動回数が減るっていうシステムなんですね。で、これをうまく使えば、一方的に相手を倒すこともできるし、でも、
逆もしかり。
そう。こっちの弱点を突かれると、相手の行動が増えて、もうどんどん畳みかけられてっていう。
じゃ、つら。
だからすごく戦略性が高いバトルで、で、3以降の新女神転生シリーズは、このプレスタンシステムを、全部採用してるんですけど、他のシリーズでは結局、他のシリーズでっていうか、どうなんだろう、ソウルハッカーズ2とかどうだったのかなわかんないけど。そうですね。新3は、主人公が仲間を召喚しているっていう都合上、主人公がやられると全滅扱いなんですけど、今回は悪魔召喚はしてない、個々の、なんていうか人間として、独立してるんで、仲間が。だから結構パーティーメンバーをね、戦闘中で入れ替えたりとかもできるし、その辺はね、まだ、新3よりはマシかなっていう。
Which is an area of effect insta kill, party wide insta kill thing. That's really scary. Don't want to see that. So there we go. There's the miss I was hoping for. So this is Karakaja number 2 because I had to wait for 1. Here I'm going to.
まあもう終盤なんですけど、基本方針としてはやっぱり多分通常でも同じような育て方する人が多いと思うんですけど、主人公であるサーフは成長は自分で決められるんですね。メガテっていうかアトラスゲーの主人公よろしく。なので、魔力の値を中心に上げまくって、強力な魔法アタッカーにしていくっていうのがまあ大体のパターンだと思いますね。
That won't really matter here in a second, but it will at least stop her from hurting me as much as she has been these past couple of turns. And I'm just gonna pass out my turn.
ちなみに
So the dark out, yeah, it doesn't matter.
キャラごとにやっぱアートマっていって、まあ得意属性があるんですね。要はサーフだったら変身する悪魔がワルナっていう水属性の悪魔なので、水属性の攻撃が得意なんですけど、実は水属性のボスがあんまりいなくて、水属性が弱点のボスがあんまりいなくて、このゲーム。ちょっと若干不遇気味なんですよね。これがね、1の時もね、あんまりいっぱいはいなかったで、反対の非属性が多くて、で、
However, it's weird in that it scales off of like the damage it deals. It does more damage.
何を落としたっけマントラだっけかな新3のマガタマみたいなシステムがあってですね、それを装備することで、違う属性の技とかを使えたりするんですよ。いろんなスキルを覚えたりとか、まあ、いわゆる装備品みたいなステータスが上がったりとかするんですけど、 それで魔力を上げまくったサーフに、非属性の、アギダインとか、強力な魔法を使わせて攻略するっていうのが、1ですごく強かったんですけど、当然、ビズ属性のサーフが、非属性でバリバリ戦うっていうのは、ちょっとやっぱ絵的に良くなかったみたいで、2になってから、自分の得意属性じゃない技は、威力が下がるっていう風になって、なんで1のような爆発的な火力が出なくなっちゃったんですけど。
Yeah, and once he gets to red HP, I will throw the Impel Stone that I bought. It's not like essential that I do that. It's just one of those things that I want. This fight kind of sucks, and so I want it to be over as soon as possible.
時間なんで、司会ここで交代させていただきます。はい、サテライトナイトメアさん、引き続きよろしくお願いいたします。では失礼いたします。
And now Surf is just going to do his change ring thing just to generate as much turns as possible. Teal also has pretty good... we aren't... probably not going to get the kill because of that accidental Medea, but it's fine. She's pretty close to dead now. There we go.
There you go. GG.
Alright, let's call Lee down.
はい、司会、交代しまして、ここからは私、パズズが司会させていただきます。引き続き、サテライトナイトメアさん、よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
完全に、未プレイというか、そもそもアトラス系を全くやってないので。
なるほど。
はい。
I've been getting trolled by the weirdest fights.
You have.
結構ね、このアバタールチューナーはインド神話をもとに用語とか、出てくる悪魔とかあるんで、その辺をね知ってるとちょっとわかりやすいんですけど、普通は知らないですよねっていう話。
知らないですよね。確かにパズズは悪魔の名前ですけど、
そうですね。
悪魔の名前ですけど、悪魔にはそんなに知識はないですね。
バズはね、ドラクエとかにも出てくる。
あっちはバズズなんですか。
バズズか。
そう。
でも言うてパズズってシュメールとかでした。
なんかいろんな結構上位の悪魔だった気がするんですけど。
そうですね。インド神話はね、なんだろうな。結構マニアックっちゃマニアックですからね。
あまり聞かないですよね。
ちょっとヒンドゥー教とかも絡んできちゃうんで。ヒンドゥー教とも関わりあるし、仏教とも関わりあるし、結構ルーツとしてはね、なんか今の世界にも結構影響あるんですけど。
すべてのなんか宗教の神話とか結構いろんな要素的に似たようなのは。
そうですね。だからなんか。アトラスのね、女神転生シリーズとかは、なんかそういうの全部ごっちゃに。というか、唯一神とかが出てた頃は、キリスト教圏的にちょっと寄ったところもあったんですけど、なんで、かなりインド神話にフォーカスしたアバタールチューナーは、結構異色ですよね、アトラスの中でも。
over halfway through the run and you don't get to use it all that much because of where Cielo tends to be positioned in the party. Right, now that we have Twilight.
結構ね、やっぱ自分の得意な属性とかあるんで、大抵はやっぱり普通のプレイだと、ちょっと仲間を入れ替えつつやるっていうのもあるんですけど、RTA だと大体この3人で固定ですね、メンバーは。
同じキャラクターを育てていった方が効率がいいっていうのもある。
そうですね。あとはやっぱりそもそもの持ってる武器が強いっていうか、 攻略に必要な要素を持ってるみたいな感じですね。
A common theme you'll see throughout SMT games and their respective speedruns is that most of the fights that tend to have some level of
そうですね、
difficulty with them are fights where
2はね、結構仲間がね、入れ替わるんですよ。1と違って。1は結構ね、エンブリオ、トライブ同士で戦うっていう都合上、はい。要はなんだろう、1の世界観は、サーフたち主人公が、トライブっていうチームにそれぞれ分かれてて、ジャンクヤードっていう都市で、ニルバーナっていう、勝ち残ったものがニルバーナっていう、まあちょっと、なんか、一つ上のランクの街に行けるみたいな感じで、理想郷に行けるみたいな感じで、それぞれのチームがね、いっぱいあって戦ってるんですけど、その都合上、そのチームメンバー、エンブリオのチームメンバーでかなり固定して動くんで、あんまりメンバーがね、入れ替わったりしないんですよね。だけど2はそっから、ジャンクヤードからニルバーナに出てきて、で、ニルバーナに出てきた時に、まあちょっと仲間とはぐれちゃったりもして、で、新加入があったり、まあその都合で外れたりとか、そういうのが結構あるんで、結構メンバーがバラバラになりがちなんですけど、トリマー主人公のサーフと、このゲイルっていうキャラ、緑色の髪のキャラ、このキャラは大体パーティーにいるんで、非常に固定しやすいんですよ。で、持っているスキルとかも優秀なので、
RT だとプレイでも、まあ、このメンバー
そうですね。
この2人かなって感じ。
やっぱり主人公は、まあ、メガテン系の特有のレベルアップ時に自分で成長ステータスを決められるっていう特徴があるので、やっぱりそれを加味すると戦力の要になりやすいっていうのと、まあ、ゲイルは、まあ、真の主人公ではないかと言われるぐらいのね、ストーリー中でも活躍するし、実際の戦闘でも役に立つしというので、かなりこの2人は強いし、使う人が多いんじゃないかなって。
Good boss fight. Mini boss fight.
10 out of 10. Alright.
10 wiggling hands out of 10.
Yeah.
いや、まあ、アトラス、バスさんはアトラス系を知らないから、馴染みがよくわからんかもしれないんですけど、アトラス系の主人公って、喋らない系の主人公が多いんですよね。いわゆるドラクエ系みたいな。
はいはい。
なんで、このサーフも、まあ、おそらく劇中では喋ってるんでしょうけど、我々プレイヤーからは、まあ、いわゆるプレイヤーの分身としての存在だから、喋っていないように見えるんです。で、その代わりのセリフを、喋ってくれるのが、2では大体ゲイルなんで、
代弁者になっちゃってるって感じですね。
だから、このゲームは、ムービースキップできるよね。確かできるはずなんで、RTA 中ではほとんど見ることはないんですけど、ムービー見てると、ゲイルがこう、つらつらと喋って、そうだよな、サーフ、チラみたいな感じで、サーフが、みたいな感じのムービーがあったりして、いや、直接話せない平安貴族かみたいな感じのやりとりがね、たまにあるんですよ。
主人公だから喋れないっていうのはあると思うんでね。なかなか表現しづらいっていうのはあるんでしょうね、そのキャラクター的なところで。
例えば、ファルコム純正、ちょっとね、話が違うゲームになっちゃうんですけど、ファルコム純正のイースとかだと、主人公のアドルも喋らないんですけど、イースはね、ナレーションとかがついて、会話ウィンドウにね、ナレーションとか出てきて、アドルがこういう行動をしてますみたいなのはわかるんですけど、このゲーム一切そういうのがないって、本当に、黙って、なんか後方腕組みしてゲイルが喋ってるのを見てるみたいな感じになってるんで、
まあまあまあ、リーダー的なね、感じだと思えば、まあ自然になるのかな。
まあエンブリオっていうチームで、
はい、
ゲイルは参謀っていうポジションなんですよね。要は頭脳ロード担当で、対外、要はそのトライブ間同士の交渉とかも、ゲイルはこう担当なんですよね。
はいはいはい。
なんで、もっぱら喋るのはゲイルなんですよね。サーフの代わりに喋るのが。
まあ実務担当みたいなもんですよね。
which includes their offensive move set and their weaknesses. So you'll notice I made it so I only have
まあそうですね、ジャンクヤードではトライブ同士の戦いはリーダーが負けると、それで終わりなんで。
So this guarantees that one of them will be either of
あとね、1からやってると、まあ、話は当然続いてるんですけど、2になった時に、ゲイルが、だいぶなんかね、性格変わってるんですよね。性格変わってるっていうか、ちょっとパズさんは入れ替わったばかりで見てないでしょうけど、サーフたちっていうのは、実はその AI なんですよね。バーチャル空間で作られた AI で、その、なんだろう、悪魔化の力を手に入れたことによって、だんだんと感情を手に入れてる。悪魔化によって人の心を手に入れるっていうのはちょっと皮肉なことなんですけど。そうなることで、ゲイルは、エンブリオの中でも、その、心というか感情の芽生えが結構遅いタイプで、結構ね、終盤になってからこう、だんだん見えてくる感じのキャラなんですけど、2に入ると、まあ、結構、なんかね、頭はクールで、なんか心は熱いみたいなキャラになってて、お前ただのかっこいいやつかみたいな、っつって、ただかっこいいやつはこいつみたいな感じになっちゃって、
主人公を支える参謀っていうなっちゃうとね、人気出ますよね。
Yep. Now we're just gonna Agilao, and then we're gonna throw an attack mirror because he does attack with physical.
And then we're going to taunt him so that he bounces more damage on himself, and so we can hurt him more.
Because it is 2 attack up, 1 defense down.
いちいちね、いちいちね、序盤のね、ゲイル、マジでかっこいいですからね、ムービーシーンの。なんかね、子供と出会うんですけど、最初。なんかね、子供になんか、カルマ協会っていう敵、まあ、ちょっとと戦うんですけど、そのカルマ協会と戦ってレジスタンスのアジトに案内してやるよっつっていうなんか交渉をするんですけど、その時になんかいろいろね、まあちょっとやっぱ子供だからって舐められてるのがあって、ちょっといまいちなんか大人を信用しきれないみたいな感じの態度なんですけど、その、ね、出会った子供たちが。なんかね、そこで、なんか子供だからってバカにするのかみたいな感じのことを言われたときに、いや、選手と選手の約束だ、互いはしないみたいなこと言い出して、なんやこいつよって、そんなこと言うキャラだったかお前みたいな。
1
と2だと割と変わってるんですか？そんなに。
そんなこと言うキャラじゃなかったろお前みたいな。おいおいおいおい。人の命はコマぐらいしか考えてなかったろお前みたいな最初。こ
ういうキャラクターだったんですね。
ただやっぱ世界観的にジャンクヤードってその AI がもうそこにいるキャラ全部 AI なんですよ。作られたキャラなんで、要は子供がいなかったんですね。天使しかいなかったから、子供だからどうこうとか、大人からどうこうみたいな考えがそもそもゲイルにはなくって、それで戦うやっぱりその、戦う意思を見せた少年に対して選手として対等な、交渉をするっていう、このね、精神性がね、かっこいいし、 まあそれでやっぱちゃんと信頼を得るに至ったっていうのがね。
Love to see those. All right, so here we have a fight with a couple of very angry elephants. Once again, another fight that goes first, which is usually fine. Ayo, let's go.
あとちょっとゲーム的な部分に戻るんですけど、このゲームめっちゃエンカウント多くて。
そうですね。結構、ほんとして
エン
ますね。
カウント多いくせに敵が強いしっていう。
What the heck game? 7 strength. So sometimes Tentarafu like very heavily low rolls, and you actually don't kill either of those Ganeshas. And then
ポーズメニューとかも
things happen.
不
Thankfully,
一
even
致
though
っ
the
て
Tentarafu did
何か
low
評
roll
価
the
とかし
left
てる
one, it
感
was
じなんで、
still a high enough roll.
やることが多いのかな。
There were zero negative
そうありますね。
repercussions from the low roll. Moo. Moo. Moo, 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 moo. Cow
そう
level.
そうそうそう。
Oh,
Yeah.
エストマっていうのが、いわゆるメガテンシリーズっていう、そのエンカウント率を下げる魔法があるんですけど、このゲームにはなぜかなくて、
So I was trying to find it, and it was not that room, it's the room after the save point here. Which this is the penultimate save point in this dungeon. We are getting very close to the end of this dungeon.
なんかメガテンシリーズはあんまり、その、英語版とかになっても技の名前とか変わらないから、魔法の名前は変わらないみたいなとこありますね。
Plants are rare in this world. What's really funny is
あ、そうですね、
I'm gonna say that in the next dungeon, and you'll see why that's funny in a little bit. Actually,
エストマは結構いわゆるドラクエでいうトラマナ的な魔法なので、
it's still a true.
低レベル進行になっちゃうと、あんま意味がないんですよね。
Cannot retain my will.
It's like they're trying to hypnotize you with their swords.
Oh yeah.
2 in a row.
Look, you actually need like encounters still. I'm pretty sure, right? I need more. I need like enough encounter. I need Sarah to master Ice Wolf.
Yeah.
I do actually need to fight stuff.
Just not in Berserk mode.
Or the game can just not give me encounters. That works too.
The epitome of SMT is when you don't want encounters, you get a lot of encounters. When you need encounters, they're nowhere to be found.
Yep. Alright, we just made those elephants irrelevant there real quick.
No. I'll give you 7 out of 10 for that one.
Good enough.
Man, the restore sound with turbo is just so satisfying.
It's so funny.
Yeah.
Alright, one more fight. This is
そう私交代してからずっとこのダンジョンなんですけど、そろそろ終わりということですかね。
そうですね。長いですね、一つのダンジョンが。
長いですね。
そもそもね、アバタルチューナーって、なんだろうな、世界全体が狭いんですよね。だからなんかダンジョンがすげえその分、まあわざと長く作られてるのかなみたいなとこありますけど。あとです。本当にどんどんダンジョン長くなっていって、このゲームのタイムのほとんどはダンジョンだと思いますけどね。
Good old mind charge. Pretty much makes your next magic attack.
この世界マジで終わってるんで、そもそもワンの舞台のジャンクヤードっていうのが、まあ人工的に、まあ、いわゆるバーチャル空間に作られた箱庭なわけで、さらにそこから出て、理想郷ニルバーダに来たぜ、やったーみたいな感じになったら、なんか、滅びかけてる世界で、っていう感じなんでね。まあ、メガテンってそんなもんなんですけど、メガテンは、なんかストーリーの途中で、世界っていうか、まあ東京やばいことになるみたいなのはありますけど、アバタルチューナーは終わってるところから始まってるんで、ストーリーが、ゲームが。
ずっとそういう暗い世界っていう感じ。
そうですね。そもそもこの悪魔化の力とかが、黒い太陽っていうのがある日出現して、そっから、黒い太陽の光を浴びると、なんか生命は砂になっちゃうから、人間はこの外で暮らしていけなくなって、で、みんな地下に潜るようになった。でカルマ教団のこの敵として出てくる人間が、すごいなんか、完全防備の肌を出さないようにしてるっていうのが、要は光を浴びると砂になっちゃうから、光を浴びないような装備をしてるっていう感じで。
So now that we've done that, we can, we're pretty much set up fully, so we can do that, and then we pass, and then we put up our elect shield.
ただ、その中でなんか、黒い太陽から、テクノシャーマン、いわゆる電子世界を通じて、黒い太陽と交信できる存在がいて、そこから、技術的なブレイクスルーを果たして、なんかいろいろこう、あったっていうのもあるんですけど、あとは悪魔化とかもその一つですね。
So now he's going to do Vivid Gust Taunt. And so now he's going to die in basically the next 3 actions. Either we're going to hit through Vivid Gust and kill him.
結局は科学的な科学的っていうのは、まあ人間がいろいろやった結果となってるってことですか。
どうなんですかね。
元は違うのか。いろいろ途中で人間がいろいろやってるって感じ。
そうっていうか、いや、ハマチの世界はだいぶ普通だったんですけど、ある日突然黒い太陽っていうのが出現して、そっからなんか世界が急激に狂い始めたというか。
きっかけは外的要因というか。
そうですね。だからそこはなんかメガテン1とかに近い感じかもなっていう気がします。
There it's revealed that Gale is actually kind of the reincarnation of Angel's dead fiance slash lover, who died in a terrorist attack.
多分ね、宇宙規模の天変地異ではあると思うんですけど、スケールがでかすぎてわかんねえみたいな。ゲームだとやっぱり主人公視点で、ここでしか、なんつうか、わかんない的なところだから、ちょっと小説よりもなんていうかな、規模をつかみづらいみたいなところあるかもしれないです。これはもう媒体の違いっていうのがあるんです。ここでついに黒い太陽に突入して、きますね。
黒い太陽の中なんですね。
そうなんです。黒い太陽、もうマジでちなみにこれ、今の状態が世界崩壊一歩手前みたいな感じで、それを食い止めるために黒い太陽の中に入って直接交渉しようっていう段になってるんですね。そして、ムービーが、怒涛のムービーが追加されるんですけど、ここ、バンバンムービー追加っていうか、あるんですけど、カッ
トされちゃってると。
カットされちゃってるというか、スキップできるんで、とりあえずなんか、ゲールが早く行けみたいな感じで離脱して、で、なんか、飛行機乗った後に、空を飛ぶ悪魔が来るんですけど、メンバーの中で唯一空を飛べる、シエロが、飛行機の外で一緒にね、追反して飛んでくれて、飛行悪魔たちと相打ちになって、セラたちを先に行かせてくれて、で、黒い太陽に突入するときに、 物理的に突入じゃなくて、要は精神体、魂だけで突入するみたいな感じなんですけど、その際に、なぜか、セラとサーフが、ヒロインのセラとね、主人公のサーフが合体して、セラフっていう存在になって、今このキャラですね、画面に映ってる。髪の毛の色が、サーフの白と、セラの黒で半分ずつになってるんですけど。
So normally in this run, I wouldn't have grabbed those 2 extra mantras that I grabbed on Roland, and he would just be completely unused the entire game. Absolutely zero value in him being around in our party.
で、だんだんここに来るまでに、地上で仲間になったロワルドとか、元エンブリオのメンバーだったアルジェラとかが、離脱したりしてるんですけど、黒い太陽の中入った時に、黒い太陽の中にみんなの魂がいたよみたいな感じで、みんな復活してくれるんで。
So that we can actually use heat for a boss fight, and then we'll use him to walk around in an area in a little bit to get, you know, all of the value we can out of that incentive. All right. So this is the sun. This is the final dungeon. And it's my personal favorite final dungeon in all of SMT. SMT as a whole is
この辺のね、やつはね、わからん。どういう概念なのか。ちょっとこの辺もね、なんかインド的概念をね、結構元にしてるとこあるんで。
Fantastic. It's my favorite dungeon in the game and like my favorite final dungeon in the series. It's just wonderful. So yeah, we have that to look forward to. Also, Pyro Jack is here now. Rest in peace, Pyro Jack. But it's okay because he's selling us Impulse Stones still, so that's good.
You wouldn't download a Pyro Jack.
I mean, if they're selling the Impulse Stones.
概念みたいな難しい話なんですね。
やっぱ肉体っていうこの、殻というか器を捨て去ったからみたいなところありますけど。
That was good. Thank you.
That was very good.
I thought it was pretty cute.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Itzy. Appreciate it.
神話ってそういうもんじゃんみたいな。一応なんか民族学的に見ればいろいろ理由はあるんですけど。
We will be taking encounters here, which means we are addressing the elephant in the room as we progress through here.
当時の風土とかね、そういうのに結構密接に絡んでくるところがあるので、それにしてもインド神話はちょっと読み解きづらいなっていうのはありますけどね。
The mechanic behind this area is that this is actually a pitfall maze. So we're taking a very specific path through this area so that we don't get dropped at all.
そうですね、ここからはセラフとなったことで3回輪廻っていう強力なスキルが使えるようになったので、それを中心にやってきますね。
This game.
Yeah, so it's Angel's signature move, which is, you
なんかこう、申し訳程度の悪魔合体要素と言えるのかどうか。
needed to like very defiantly stand up against QVA instead of being like, well, you know, maybe, because by, you know, very definitively disagreeing with QVA, then we, I guess, are more in line
結構
with
こ
Angel,
の
and so we
まあ
incur
EST5 時間半で今4時間30分で今黒い太陽ってことでラストダンジョン
そうですね。
結構な時間この黒い太陽の中で過ごすというか戦う感じなんですかね。
5時間半までいかないとは思うんですけど、順調にいけば。ただ多分一番長いダンジョン。
さっきの話だともう最後になるにつれ一番良くなっていくってことですもんね。
Slifer the Sky Dragon gets to show up a little bit later. Unfortunately, unless you consider Gira Makala to be Obelisk the Tormentor, no representation on that front.
なんか結局、なんか最後の最後でヒロインと主人公が合体してしまったことで、なんかまたゲイルの主人公感が上がってしまうというね。ちょっとゲイルはね、なんか、いやでもね、なんか、狙ってんじゃないのかな。いや、多分1の頃から設定はつながってあると思うんだけど、だいぶ、なんだろう。過去が優遇されてると言いますか。
elemental zebra, so we're going to just pretty much be using setting up fire drain every turn and using taunt to do the 2 and 2.
ちなみにここで今、パーティーメンバーに加わってる赤い髪のヒートっていうキャラは、エンブリオのメンバーで、仲間だったんですけど、1では。2ではちょっとニルバーナに来るときに、違うところに転送されちゃって、で、ちょっと、まあなんやかんやあって敵対することになるんですけど、ゲームの進め方で、分岐みたいなのがあって、ヒートを仲間にできるルートと、できない、そのまま敵対するルートがある。ですけど、時間がかかってしまうので、RTA では、基本ヒートは仲間にしません。けど、そこはなんかね、なんていうんだろうな、レギュレーション次第というか、もしかしたらビット王でヒートを仲間にするとかあったのかもしれないですけど、ちょっと、僕も本当に駆けつけ一杯みたいな感じで、ここに入ってきたので、全然チェックしてないんですけど。
そうで、チューズじゃ、5th チャプター、バンド VS ヒートって言っても関係してるのか。
ヒート仲間ルートのレギュっぽいですね。
そうでなったのかな、
ヒート自体は結構やっぱ人気高いような気がするので、声もかっこいいしね。ビット達成で仲間ルートを
みたいですね。
地上で新たに仲間になるロワルドっていうキャラがいるんですけど、通常っていうかヒートが仲間にならないルートだとそっちのロワルドの方で詰めていくことになりますね。
This is one section where having Roland is actually slightly more useful since Roland also... Yo, it's Slifer, the executive producer! Having Roland here is a little bit better because Roland also resists electricity, so you get double coverage from that in addition to Seraph just taking like no damage from magic.
Good job, Heat.
But you know, Heat's cool too, I guess.
そうですね、ゲイルが主人公たるゆえんはやっぱりちょっとムービーシーンというかストーリーを見てもらわないとちょっとわからんのでね。ちょっと RTAではちょっとわかりづらいから。このロワルドが仲間になる前のシーンとかもな、ゲイルむちゃくちゃかっこいいからな。マジあいつどこ切り取ってもかっこいいんだけど。ずるいな。
Hiho, you have one more chance to show up, and this is it.
I mean, he has plenty of chances to show up.
I mean, this dungeon.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, we haven't seen any rare enemies this run, which is pretty interesting.
So I'll kind of go into that since we're into the last dungeon.
Yeah, so there's two special kinds of rare encounters in this game. There's Jack Frost, our boy Hiho here, who will actually give you a quiz show. He has 100 questions he can ask you, and he'll ask you them like 20 at a time, or unless you miss one. And if you answer every question you answer has a predetermined like special item reward. And if you answer all 100, you actually unlock him as an optional boss, and he's actually just through that door over there. And alternatively,
ビットの方確認してるんですけど、あと2つぐらいあるようですが、あとはなんかショーケース
Alright, this is Omoikane. So
書いてあるんで、もしかしたらこの後
he picks a random affinity and is weak to it. Let's see. Left Zio? Oh, no left Zio.
あ、そうですね。あとエンディングでみんなで歌おうみたいなのも。
Oh, unfortunate. So basically, each one has a different elemental weakness. If you get
そうですね。
they
クレジットテーマ。
tons and tons of EXP, AP, and money.
クレジットのテーマを歌う。
He knows exactly what the other ones are going to get.
エンディングテーマか。オープニングテーマ歌ってほしいな。
ミニゲームはもう中盤で終わってると。ああ、わかりました。じゃあ、ビット的には最後の合唱があるってこと。
ああ、そうですね。5人目のキャラをヒートにするか、ロアルトにするかで、ビットをやってましたね。はい、で、クレジットのテーマを歌うが、まあ、最後に残ったビットと。
Oh, they'll just run away, they don't want to explode?
Well, if they explode, then they would have given you what their reward.
Game could have been mean and said no.
今回の ESA は、ESA じゃない、RPG ビットブレイクは、歌うビットが割と多いなっていう印象です。
やっぱオフラインだと歌いたくなっちゃうのかな。いや、わからない。
ライブ感はありますよね。
いや、なんかね、オンラインでなんか自分一人の部屋で歌っててもさ、いやーって感じだけど、みんながいるとこでね、みんなで歌ったらなんか楽しい気はする。うん、
僕もなんか、そうですね、某イベントで某ゲームの合唱とかにはいましたけど、なんか一体感はありましたね。
やっぱ RTA だからアナザー流れなかったのかな。俺最初の方見てないからわかんないですけど。オープニングムービー見る理由がないですからね。
飛ばせるのは飛ばしちゃうのが、まあ、RTA の普通の心理ですからね。基本的には飛ばすのが。
ちょっとオープニングムービー見たい方はぜひ自分でね、プレイするか。いや、まあ、なんだろう。
ゲーム的にはあれですかね。プレステ2のゲームですけど、他で発売とかは。
それがね、ないんですよ。
急に強くなった。
このゲームで、残念ながらね、だいぶ埋もれてるゲームなんで、これマジでね、アトラスが存在を忘れてる説結構あると思うんで。
そうですよね。なんか昔のゲーム結構アトラスさんは、リバイバルというか、リメイクというか。
だからこの時期に出てたゲームって、いや PS2 の時代じゃないですか。PS2 時代のアトラスのゲームって、なんていうとですね、新女神転生3じゃないですか、まず。それにペルソナ4でしょ。そして、クズノハライドシリーズなんですよ。で、このラインナップはね、さすがに強すぎて、
見たことあるラインナップですもん。私でも見たことあるラインナップですよね。
で、この中でなんか要望ありますかって聞かれると、正直僕もなんかアバチの衣装を出してくれよりも、ライドウの続きを出してくれになっちゃうんで、さすがに。
なるほど。周りが強すぎたっていう感じですね。
さすがにね、マジ、現行の、なんだろう、ゲーム機、まあ、PS4 レベルでいいんですけど、ライドウのアクションゲーやりたいよねっていう。なんかもっと多分ね、今やったら、なんか、ペルソナ5スクランブルみたいな感じの、多分ライドを作れんじゃないかなって僕は思ってるんで、ぜひやってほしいですね。ってなると、アバタールチューナーって、要は、ライドシリーズって続きができるんですよ、絶対。で、新女神転生シリーズも続きが、今は5まで出てるじゃないですか。
はい、
で、ペルソナも5までって続いてるんですけど、アバタールチューナーは絶対続きないんで、絶対続きがないってシリーズ断言できるんで、要はリマスター以外の展望がないんですよね。で、やっぱりリマスターって当時売れましたっていうのが前提でないとやっぱやりづらいんですよね、会社側としても。
そうですね。基本売り上げがね、 ここまでいけるかって予測はできない。
当時の名作を現行機でプレイできるみたいなのが、やっぱリマスターの売りじゃないですか。
そうですね。
そう、だからアバチューも名作なんですけど、それはもう、間違いないんですけど、いかんせん埋もれてしまったんで、
from the next boss, so we'll have first strike for the fourth section of the sun, which is the
そう
first
そうそう。
layer.
だから、現行ハードで、3のノクターンのリメイクじゃない、リマスターが出たじゃないですか。でもあれって数ヶ月後に、その、新女神転生5が発売しますよみたいなのがあったっていうのもやっぱでかいと思うんですよね。やっぱそういうなんか、まあバーターじゃないですけど、やっぱそういうなんか付加価値があるとやっぱいいなっていうのは当然ありますよね。
Okay. You don't panic. Sure. Okay. That works too, I guess.
まあでもね、思わぬゲームが移植されたりするっていうの可能性はね、やっぱみんな捨てちゃいけないと思う。これはマジで。言うてね、2022年、多分皆さん知らない人の方が多分 90% ぐらいの人は、99% の人は知らないゲームだと思うんですけど、格闘ゲームのザ・ランブルフィッシュ2っていうゲームが、なぜかね、去年急に移植されたんで、2005年のゲームなんですけど、えってなったんで、どんなゲームでもね、やっぱね、大元の会社が生きてれば希望はあると俺は思ってる。
Contribution. Unfortunately, he will not be in our party anymore, but there you all go. That's Heat. Okay, so now we're going to be swapping around our rings a little bit. Actually, yeah. Okay.
出さない理由が、何かそういう出せないっていう理由があるわけではない限りは、出す可能性は多少は希望はあります。
希望は捨てはいけない。
そうですね。
言うてね、まあちょっと畑違いっていうか、まあちょっとこのメガテンシリーズみたいなのから外れますけど、アトラスの世界中シリーズとかもリマスター版がね、出たじゃないですか、今年。だから、そうやって過去のリマスターをどんどん消化していけば、いつかアバタールチューナーに順番が回ってくるかもしれない。可能性はある。
まあ、稀にね、リメイクだったり、リマスターの方がこう遊びやすくて、原作より優れているというか、名作になっていくっていうパターンも、まあ、そもそもこのゲームが名作っていうところであるんですけど、まあ、出していただければ、なるかなっていう。
辛いところっていうか、別にこのゲームに限った話じゃないですけど、名作だから売れるっていう、面白いから売れるってわけでもないので、そこはちょっと。特にアバチは1と2のストーリーは続いてるんだけど、やっぱその分割商法みたいな感じになっちゃったんで、こういうのがあるとちょっとやっぱり、なんか、まあ炎上ってことでもないですけど、やっぱちょっと批判されがちな部分はあります。
それこそね、今回のアバタールチューナーが1、2でリメイクというか、一緒にリメイクみたいな。
だからこそやっぱ1、2でセットでリマスターとかやってくれればね、やっぱりファンとしては嬉しいですよね。まあでもペルソナ2はちょっと分割とはちょっとちゃうかな。あれはちょっと地続きでやられても逆に困るっていうか。ただまあこれはね、容量的な問題とかもあるんでね、ちょっとしょうがないっていうか。やっぱアバチューの場合だと、やっぱ1はジャンクヤードが舞台で、2はもうニルバーダが舞台でっていう全然違う2つの世界になっちゃうんで、こういうパターンはね、やっぱ1本のソフトにまとめてっていうのがだいぶ辛いんですよね。
Did Heat Learn explode?
No, that was Argilla.
Oh.
ここは結構やっぱメーカーとしても悩みどころなんじゃないかなと。だからまあちょっとまた多芸の話になっちゃうんですけど、FF7 とかも、やっぱあんだけ リメイクであんだけミッドガル作ったら、ミッドガルの外の世界とか同じソフトの中に入れらんねえよって話だと思うんですよね。多分だからこそミッドガル内で、やっぱ、1本目は終わったっていう感じの事情もあると思うんで、やっぱそれと同じ感じなのかなと思いますけどね。ただやっぱ、その、
はい。
プレイヤー側としては、ユーザー側としては、メーカーの事情は関係ないよっていうのが、やっぱ、ちょっと厳しいけど、あるので、それはね、まあ、顧客と、関係っていうのはそういうもんなんで。
リメイクは出てほしいですけど、やりたい方は現状、プレステ2でやりましょうと。そういう感じですね。
しまいますね。まあ、せめてプレステ2がな、やっぱなんか5とプレステ5とかで起動できればよかったんですけどね、昔のゲームが。ちょっとやっぱ、厳しい互換性がない、ね。
それを言うと、まあ、PS プラスで、プレミアムとかで、
まあ、やらせてくれれば嬉しいですけどね。
いうのはありますね。あ、だいぶ、何かこう、幻想的なステージになってきたんです。
もう地上と比べるとだいぶこのファンタジーな感じの空間になってますよね。
You know? You just opened my eyes.
太陽の中とは、なんか植物の中にいるみたいな。
まあ、太陽ってなんか空に太陽みたいに浮かんでるから電気上そう言ってるだけで正直よく分かってないみたいなとかありますからね。PS2 ってもう何世代前のハード ?3 世代
5、4、3、2ですからね。
4世代
まあもうなんか世代がちょっとごっちゃになっちゃってる感じは。
もうなってもう PS3 も若干レゲエに足突っ込んでる感ありますもんね。
そうですね、まあ。もう課長がやりだしたらレトロっていう、そういう判定になっちゃうんですよね。そうだともう、レトロハードになっちゃうんですね。
PS2 出たのって2000年ぐらいですもんね。確か。一番最初。だってあれじゃないですか、なんか FF10 がなんかキラーソフトの一本として、初期のね、キラーソフトとして。やっぱ大々的に押されてたの覚えてます、ね。
While we're going through this area, it's just going to be a couple more forced fights and navigating. This is the perfect time if you have anything for us.
そう思うと、もう現役でまだゲームを走ってる。まあね、今回はプレステ3を使って。
そうですね。3は3でなぜか耐久性が2より悪そうな感じがするのがちょっとあれなんですけど、まあ、どっちにしろ3も2もやっぱまあ新規で製造はされてませんからね。僕も PS2 自体はまだうちにあるんですけど、何年も動かしてないから不服かどうかわからないな。
でも割と動きますよね。プレステ2、なぜか2台持ってるんです。まだ動くんで。まあ、レトロハードの方が最新のハードよりも寿命長いのかもしれない。
まあ、なんだろう、言い方が正しいかわかんないですけど、やっぱ精密さが高くなると、やっぱ故障率は上がっちゃいますからね、どうしても。
そうですよね。
まあ、なんか故障率っていうか、まあ、故障の原因が増えるみたいな感じのとこあるから。
to access all NAMI helpline resources and contact information. Again, it's a wonderful charity. We've been supporting them ever since the very first limit break, and we are very happy to be continuing to support them for this event.
ギリ目からなんて、ギリ目からなんて1秒でも長く生かしておく価値がない、もう悪魔なんでね。それはもう瞬コロですよ。
$5 donation from Todagut that says shoutouts to the French Restream.
Yes, shoutouts to our French Restream and our
ギリ目からじゃねえか、今のは。
Wonder, do you know who's doing the commentary for either of those? Because usually they end up getting commentators for them. So I wonder.
I don't know.
Let's check that out later.
It's Sammy.
そうですね、リスクはね、結構やっぱ難しいです。
Goodbye, Sammy.
There you go. I got it.
Nice.
I've missed that Samael like
な
several
んか意味ありげなドラゴンだったん
times,
です。
so I didn't want to say anything until it actually landed.
I had faith.
Which is always really
なんか固定的みたいな感じなのが、やっぱラスダンは
Yeah.
増えてきてますよって感
What do
じ
you
ですか
mean
ね。
you missed? You were in the middle of it. But no, he slid slightly to the left. That means it dodged completely.
Yeah.
そう、本当にね、ちょっと
What was the Gale count at, by the
やっ
way?
ぱ、
We are at 4 Gale
なんだろう
misses.
な。僕もやっぱ今 DL 販売が、
Too bad.
ダウンロード販売がやっぱ盛んになってきてるっていうのがあるけど、なんかこう、ハードっていうかね、ものがあるっていうこと自体は結構僕も好きなんですけど、やっぱハードの劣化も気にしなきゃいけないっていうのがね、ありますよね。どうしても。僕もまた多芸の話になって申し訳ないですけ
That was one
ど、
of those moments where just Gale stood there and was
バ
like,
ルキリープロファイルの PS 版がね、それはもうよく止まって、
Alright. This is the save before the next ball.
セラフィックゲート行って帰ってくるまでに、フリーズしないことをお祈りしながらやってましたからね。
Not awake to attack.
True.
ディスクはディスクで劣化しますからね。
そう
Alright. Time for.
だから去年、でもね、明日、明後日くらいに走られると思うんですけど、この RPG リミットブレイクのね、あれも、いわゆるリマスター版みたいな感じになるのかな。
Going back, I mentioned the
PS4、5かなって移植されて、すごく嬉しかったですね。
And you get to hear that specific line a lot. Like basically once every battle, and you're cycling through battles every couple seconds. So either that.
隊列変えてるのはなんか意味あるんですか？
動き出しの順番とかですか？
No MP healing
戦闘開始時の。
again?
I never got them back. I've just been using data to get to use the ones that I needed. Alright, so here we can get the dual ring on you, and you go back to the trick ring.
Will you be paying a visit back to the shop at any point?
Yeah, after this fight.
Okay, yeah.
So for that all bosses, I can't remember, is it DDS1 or DDS2 that has the really infamous difficult super boss?
They both do.
They both do?
Yeah, DDS1 you fight the Demi Fiend from
Yoshioka.
and in this game you fight Satan. I would say Satan is a much Demi Fiend is a more infamous fight because like it's Demi Fiend.
アーケード期間をそのまま なんか家庭用ゲーム機のサイズに落として動かそうとすると、すげえロード時間かかるんだなって思った。そう考えると現行機ってなんだかんだすごいよなって。技術の発展がすごいわ。
So we're going to do two Aguilaos. The lower half is weak to fire, the upper half is weak to force, which is why it was important that we had Zandine and Aguilaos in the game. We're going to pull up a reincarnate to do a little more damage. We're going to throw our impel stone here to give us even more turns.
なんかアーケードアーカイブスみたいな感じで、やつですよね。PS で結構ダウンロードでできる。あれね、オンライン機能とかあったらね、オンライン対戦機能とかあったらめっちゃ買うんだけどな。一部のゲームにはあるんですよね。なんかガローマークオブザウルフスとか、
あ、そうなんですね。
月下の検出とか、わざわざネット対戦機能を追加してくれたやつ やつとかあるんですよね。
Oh, rude. Okay, well, it grabbed Gale, so
月下1に追加してくれたら絶対買うんだけど、
it's kind of unfortunate.
1より2の方が1より2の方が人気だからしょうがないですね。2より1の方が俺はゲームとして完成度
Yeah,
高いと思
there
って
we
るん
go.
で
We
すけ
did
ど。
it, yeah. And now he'll release Gale. All right, so now we can swap Cielo in over Argilla because we don't need Argilla anymore for this fight, and then we can start using Zandines. We'll also be casting Bufula with Seraph because that's a good source of damage. That's a lot more MP and time efficient than
キャラクターは粘るというか、
Reincarnate is.
なんかかってます。
12 MP versus 99 MP.
Yeah.
Ah, my body.
He
こ
only
れが
uses
終盤に出てくる
this
キャラ
to
だから強い。
counteract the
で、カジャーってことはもうバフを解除されて
the
ます。
effect of the trick ring. So now we can just
だから風属性が弱点なんで、こうやって弱点属性を当てると、上の光ってるアイコンが行動回数なんですけど、あれが光って、もう一回行動回数が増える。これがプレスタバトルの
You know, even though Gale has missed 4 times, that is still
同時に難しさでもある。
Yeah, significantly. I think my average is like 6 a run or something. Nice medical gear. Medical gear. Oh my goodness.
ちなみに僕はメガテンの疾風属性っていうと、ガルの方が思い浮かぶんですけど、皆さんはどうですかね。最近はね、なんかガルが忘れ去られて、結構残形になったりとかっていうの多いんで。
I died because Gale missed 3 times a row in one fight.
He got all that luck out now. Oh, hi, this is the black cat that.
ちょっとゲームによって違ったりするんですけど。
Strike. So now we have first strike, which is good because this next section is pretty scary otherwise.
Yeah.
We're going to be grabbing some more.
僕も結構ペルソナのイメージ強くて、それでやっぱ疾風属性がガルで、なんか衝撃属性がザンみたいな印象が残ってるんですよ。
So this getting this node, basically there's these nodes.
多分あれですね、僕ペルソナを、ゲームもやったんですけど、漫画わかりますかね？ G ファンタジーで昔連載してた土井田新州先生のコミカライズなんですけど、あれの印象が強くて、あれ読んでると多分ね、結構ガルって感じするなって、個人的には思ってるんですけど。
So that we can buy another impulse stone and spend all of our money in that order. It's very important that it's in that order.
You always want to buy your impulse stone first.
Yeah, because ideally we will end up with like, you know, maybe triple digits, maybe 4 digits of money at the end of this shop, and that's not enough for an impulse stone because you need 50k. So there's the impulse stone. This is serious business, remember, my friend.
I miss Johnny.
Alright, so we can sell this and the plant that we got, so we have lots of money, and now we spend all of our money on medical tools. And we grab an attack.
なんかね、
yeah.
シリーズっていうか、タイトルによってすごい属性が分かれてたりするんです。 特にペルソナ1とか2はすごいそういうの多かったかなって。
And so we're not going to be using any MP here, and then the final bosses have a full heal before them.
なんかアギーが火炎属性で、フレイが核熱属性とか。
Essentially, you have 2 sections here. Each of them has a different gimmick that negatively impacts how you go through the area. I'm going to put the Protect Ring back on Cielo here. So this first area forces you to be ambushed, forces you into human form for every single encounter you run into, including special encounters. So if we run into like Omoikane here, we actually can't do anything about it. So you're forced into human form here, and you cannot transform into human form at all. Here's a very important ring. This is the shield ring. Equipping this ring gives you no fizz for your the first turn of the fight. So if enemies go first and they use a fizz skill on us, they will waste their turn, which is very, very nice. Also, I'm going to customize this ring. I'm going to throw some vitality on it. I only have the 2 hope diamonds. So
ジオはね、なんだっけ、電撃属性みたいなやつあった。
yeah, there was an extra text box there. So
重力属性ってのがなんかあった気がする。
Hi, Narasimha. So there's 2 special enemies in this area. There's Narasimha and there's Parvati. If you kill them, they have a chance of giving you a rare drop, a Pinika and a Nandaka, and those are how you access 2 of this game's optional bosses. They're very annoying to farm for, but hey, sometimes you just get lucky and get it. I'm going to save here again. This part of the run is quite scary since in human form you are significantly weaker and you're very dependent on being able to get away from battles quickly. So I'm just going to save there again.
僕は基本的に出されたものを食うタイプなんで、そんだけ属性があれば、それもまたよしっつって、なければないで、それもまたよしっつってやるだけですけど。
Scaring the heck out of me.
Yeah.
Well, while we're running through this dungeon, we have time for a quick donation.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have a $10 donation from Arizato saying, had to donate during Digital Devil Saga 2. Been listening to the soundtrack regularly since finishing the duology several years ago.
とっつきやすさは少ない方が分かりやすいかな気はしますけどね。
So over here as we're going through here,
どんだけ属性語ったところで、ペルソナ1は大抵最終的に物理ゲーですからね。パルカジャ最強。切り目からの話はするな。やめろ。
Oh yeah, we haven't seen any Hihos. So like I mentioned, Jack Frost gives you a quiz. And I was told by
ハマーとかムドもね、なんかあれなんですよ。ペルソナだと、硬派とか、エイ派とかっていうなんかのがあって、よくわからんみたいな。
If an enemy does crash into the shield ring and it ends their turn, that does have a pretty good chance of, like you saw earlier with Hama on human form, that does actually have a decent chance of forcing the enemies into fear, which will give us a guaranteed escape.
Oh.
Blood curse. Okay, well, this could be fun. Okay, never mind. Gale dodged and is amazing.
こうね、全体攻撃がね、結構ね、罠っぽいところも実はあって、このプレスターンバトルだと。全体攻撃ってやっぱ敵が多いと使いたくなるじゃないですか。でも、誰か一人に避けられると、行動回数それで一回減っちゃうんですよね。
Which I mean, like, to be fair, like, you could shoot hand lasers. Why would you need a gun?
Exactly. Oh, that's not a bad vanity. Not a great vanity.
That was a bad vanity.
That was a very bad vanity. I should have never opened my
結構それで助かったりすることもあるし、ピンチになったりすることもあるし、っていう。特に敵の弱点属性がバラバラだとね、なかなか難しいっすよね。
I mean, hey, it's an extra press turn, I guess.
You got out of there though, pretty easy.
Yeah. All right, so now we are on to the second penalty zone. This penalty zone, you have to do you have to go through a one-way door maze, and every time you get into a fight, you have to fight with 1 fewer press turn. So now instead of 3 turns, we have 2.
結構ちょこちょこセーブしてるのはあるんですか？
やっぱ一発勝負だから安定取ってるんだと思うんですけど。
テクニックがあるとかじゃなくて、まあ、非常にイベントだからってこと。
そうですね。
Kingu does that thing with his jaw, and it makes me so uncomfortable.
Oh, the gritting his teeth.
Yeah, he like grits his teeth and rotates his jaw back and forth. It makes me so uncomfortable.
マジでいつ死んでもおかしくない。
I love teleporter mazes with one-way doors, which actually makes them easier.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's no teleporters here. It's all just one-way doors.
That's what I meant.
結局プレスターンだと相手の弱点属性に合わせて単体攻撃していく方が、それでこっちも行動回数増えれば、それで殲滅できる可能性が増えるし、 結局、安定するねっていうのが、パターンが多いですね、プレスターだと。
Fortunately, this maze is like the first couple of doors are a little weird, but then after that, you just kind of go around the outside edge of the area. The secret for SMT mazes, generally speaking, is if there is a way you can go that's like the most roundabout way possible to get to a location, that's usually the correct way to go.
Yeah.
So since the bottom left corner was our destination, it means we had to go all along the entire right and bottom edge of the map to get there. Alright, so we're done with the penalty zones, and we are at Ravana, who is the
そういうスキルはいつだって神スキルですよ。
fights as soon as I get to there.
即死を防いでくれるスキルは神スキルだ。
Here's another fun fact.
心に平穏。平穏はもたらしてくれねえけど、お守り代わりにお祈りチャンスをくれるからな。
EXP grinding in the entire game. He is a pretty high level. He also drops power datas, or power noise, as one of his rare drops, which is very nice if you are in Berserk mode farming, because that means more damage and faster farming. Also, fun fact, Seth and Satan, the two super bosses of this game, are that way. You need the powered up Pinaka and Nandika from beating Shiva and Vishnu to get to them, but that's where the super bosses are. It's a fun little detail. All right, Archangel.
ちょっと話したね。バルキリープロファイルもね、後半ガッツゲーですからね。いやまあ、突き詰めればオートアイテムプラスガッツゲーなんですけど。
Onto Seraph over Ice Boost because we don't need that anymore. And we're going to remove Palimpa from Gale because we don't need Tentarafu anymore and we want to reduce the number of combos we have in our list. Alright, everyone looks good. Alright.
でも、大体そういうなんかさ、即死を防いでくれる系のスキルがあるゲームって、
he's getting out of here and he's so, he's very distraught and so he's gonna offer.
大抵、そのスキルを、味方が使ってくることを前提とした火力を敵が持ってることが多いんで。
So with, like I mentioned before, with mind charge plus a buff and debuff, we gain access.
これがあるってことは使えってことだよっていう。
So now we're able to debilitate him, which is very nice because this guy hits like a truck. So his first turn is going to get blocked by the shield ring.
この辺でなんかちょっと人間の姿で出てきてるのは、いわゆる1の時に出てきたキャラで、戦って、トライブ同士の戦いとかで、エンブリオに敗れていった、主人公たちに敗れていった人たちのなんかまあ、精神というか、この黒い太陽に取り込まれて、出てきて戦ってるみたいな感じですね。八頭身モナーとか言われるんですけど。
Yep, and now Arjul's going to start pelting him with Agidine. So Ravana's interesting. He's not weak to anything. However, he takes 2.5.
なんか出てきたね。
割れた。
And
you'd think of the slow as
神はちょっとあれでしたね。
攻撃のモーションがね、なんかお前モナー感が出てて、さらにちょっとモナー感がね。
We're just being very polite.
Yeah.
Alright, so now he's going to do his signature move with his Infinite Wind, which is why he put up Force Repel, so now he's just going to repel lots of damage back on himself, which is pretty cool. Agidine, we're getting another Force Repel, so his next turn he's going to use Executioner into another Infinite Wind, so depending on whether or not Executioner lands or if we dodge out of the way will depend on what we do our next turn. So let's see if this hits or not. It did. So now he's going to repel Wind on himself, which means he gets to skip a turn.
僕は結構兄じゃ音じゃの印象が強いんで
So
すけ
here
ど。
we do Agidine, which is going to push him into the next phase of the fight. We're going to pass with Gil. We're going to put up a Let Repel. And then we're going to hit him with another Agidine. And so now he's going to use Rage into Jupiter's Fury.
いかんな、ダメだこの話題、よくない。ちょっと。まずい、チャットがインターネット老人会になっちゃう。
And now we kill him. So now Agidine, we're going to do the change ring trick again, so we get as many turns or we get much more turns. And we're just going to pass with Seraph, just because we want to get in more Agidines. Like I mentioned before, the whole thing with Almighty damage is that you can't really exploit weaknesses, which I believe
さすがだよな、俺たちはね。
apply to reincarnate. I don't
当
think
時を生きてる人間じゃねえと出てこねえよ。
今の子たち知らないでしょ。
I guess Argilla's magic is low or something. I should be fine to survive that. Okay.
だからお前が始めた物語とか言うのやめろやめろやめろ。
That's good. Carmina.
そういうこと言い出すとあれだよ。じゃあ俺消えっからとか言っちゃうからね。
Well, provided we survive.
ゲームの発売当時の
I guess we're using reincarnate then. All right. Also,
ぐらいの
really goofy
レベルのコメント欄に。
stand-in he's got there. That's weird.
I don't think I've ever seen him use Magic Repel.
Reincarnate.
で、コメントの流れが一気に上がる。
や
めろやめろ。これね、ダメですよ、皆さん、あんまり。僕たちっていう、あんまそういうの乗れないんですよ。怒られちゃうから、脱線しすぎるとね。よくない。
的にはね、ゲームのお話しての場所なので。
まあ別にコメ欄でも盛り上がっていただく分には全然構わないんですけど。やべ、老人会してるうちに、モナー大佐終わっちゃった。ごめん、モナー大佐。結構ね、あのキャラも、ワンだと、結構なんだろう、最強のトライブのトップみたいな感じで出てきて、かなり主人公たちに立ちはだかる強敵って感じで出てきて、さらにこの、ジャンクヤードの正体とかも知ってる、すごい、確信に迫ってる重要な人物として登場してくるんですけど、そんでなんか、こう人間体の威厳のある姿で、なんか思わせぶりなこと言ってきて、なんか急に八頭身に変身するっていう、お前はギャグでやってるのかみたいな感じのキャラなんですけど。
人間体結構いかつい感じだったんですけ
ど、そうですね。
悪魔化すると可愛い感じ。
特に、サーフたち、エンブリオのメンバーは、かなりより10代の少年ってことでもないか、青年みたいな。10代から20代前半みたいな感じの外見なんで、10代後半から20代前半みたいな感じなんで、やっぱりすごい年を重ねて、まあ渋いおじさんっていう、威厳のあるおじさんって感じのクラなんで、やっぱ結構そこはなんか、主人公たちの前に立ちはだかる敵としてかなり対比的な部分もあって結構いかつい迫力のあるキャラでしたね。大佐は行きたくてジャンクヤード行ってたわけじゃないですからね。いや、行きたくて行ってたやつ一人もいない説は濃厚なんですけど、ジャンクヤード。
One of the most powerful rings in the game is just hanging out over here. The ring we're about to grab over here is called the Synchro Ring. What the Synchro Ring does is it allows you to use combos with one less press turn. So that Debilitate combo we were doing that took 2 press turns is now only going to cost 1. Same with using Charge in a little bit. It's very, very important that we have this, essential even. So now we are able to give this to Seraph.
じゃあ、なんていうかな、大佐は記憶を持ってジャンクヤードにいたのが、やっぱこのトライブをこの成長させる最強のトライブだったりとか、自身の能力だったりとかっていう面ですごくアドバンテージを持ってたんですけど、やっぱね、主人公たちがなんか、記憶を持たないというか、まあ、ほぼ姿形だけ似ている別の存在みたいな、生まれ変わりっていうのがやっぱりね、メガテン的には言い方なのかな。なんですけど、ところどころやっぱその元となった人間の部分を引き継いでる、外見以外でも引き継いでるのが、記憶がなくても引き継いでるのが、この、なんていうかな。今風に言うとこうエモい感じがしますよね。
It is at this time that I would like to remind everyone that we do have the first strike passive set on Cielo, which does give us a buff to our chance to go first.
まあね、ちょっとね、その話すると、またただゲイルがかっこいいだけっていう話になっちゃうんで、ちょっと、あれなんですけど。
Is that just bad luck, or is that something to do with the enemy levels in the area?
A little of both. Oh.
すぐね、もうね、
Yeah, so
結局ね、ムービーとかストーリーの話し出すと、ゲイルがかっこいいに行き着いちまうんで、このゲーム。結局そこよ、このゲームは。
There would still be a slight chance that enemies would just outspeed it, would just go first. But yeah, it does have to do with like the agility of
結論はそこだね。
the person with the highest agility and having first strike and stuff. So, and levels contribute to that. So yeah, the fact that we are low leveled for this area doesn't help. But it is just still funny when you just get like several encounters in a row of the enemies going first, and you're like, wow, I am so glad I took the time to get the first strike mantra, only to never strike first.
Yeah, we're having a rough time striking first, but
well, Narasimha always goes first. That one's scripted.
Oh, I was just talking about
ちなみにこんなむっちゃ長いダンジョンとかね、進んでるし、なんか左上に月齢みたいなの出てるんですけど、多分ね、このゲームね、劇中時間だと1日なんですよね、ほぼ。
If you wish to see my master, or if you wish to see my husband, you must defeat me and take this spear. That
も
eats their first
う、
turn.
過密スケジュールってレベルじゃねえぞっていう感じなんですけど、ジャンクヤードからね、ニルバーナに出てきて、1日でこんなところに突入してますからね。いやー、この月齢がね、本当に時間通りに動いているわけじゃないと思うんですよね。時間通りだったらそれはなんか回ってんのかなって思うんですけど、そもそもこの世界って月出てないんで、多分それっぽいものなんだろうなっていう。
probably ailmented in some way, shape, or form and can't do anything, so and you just have to wait there for and basically just wait for the game to either have mercy on you or for you to die, and unfortunately,
出てないんですよ。
the latter more often than not with that encounter at least.
黒い太陽が出てから、黒い太陽は普通の太陽と違って沈まないので、夜がなくなってしまったんです。
Pretty much with this section, we just have a few more rooms, and then we will be at the final couple of bosses. Okay.
だからまあ、今これはね、現実世界でこのゲームの RT やってますけど、
which tries to inflict charm on the whole party, and I've had a couple of runs in a row where I've gotten full party charm locked by her.
劇中では、
Did you say the last time it happened? It was about
まあ世界公開 RTA 進行中なんで、
I got charm locked by a group of 3 Athenas for like 5 minutes.
本当にマジで滅亡する一歩手前なんですよね、この突入してる時って。本当に終わってるから、この世界。
And they just kept spamming allure and taunting over and over, and eventually Gale uncharmed and got away, but it was quite a lovely 5 minutes of sitting there thinking about my life choices that led me to staring at my full party charm log. Alright, so here there's a
多分これあれですね、ひとしゅら、新女神転生3の主人公、通称ひとしゅらっていう風に呼ばれてるんですけど、
Alright, so this is the second to last save in the game.
デフォルトの名前がないんでね。ひとしゅらさんが、クソ強隠しボスとして出るようになったのも、この作品からじゃないかなって思います。大抵ラスボスより強いボスとして出てきますから。
Alright, now we're going to use the rest of our data. I only have these. Argilla's HP is a little low, which is kind of concerning. Okay, Argilla, items.
2は違う。2はひとしゅらじゃなかった。
We'll give you a little more vitality, not as much as I would like. I'm going to... Come on. Oh, unfortunate. I was hoping that was going to roll Vit. Okay, so...
ひとしゅらさんはね、自分で使ってるとね、すぐ即死で、 パトっちゃうんですけど、なんか敵になるとね、全然即死食らってくんないんで、おかしいな、この、俺の知ってる人だとちゃうな、つって。毎回出会うたびになるって。君こんな強かったっけ？
Cactus Man. Alright, Meganata. Alright, so we are going to be first buffing ourselves. We have the Sinker Ring, so now doing this only costs 1 press turn. And Argilla does have the Change Ring, so we're able to revert with her. And so we're able to get our full stack of 3 charges up in 1 turn, and then next turn we'll be able to get our 3 stacks of Debilitate as well. So this makes a process that in like the next fight, for example, where we won't be doing this, a process that normally takes like, 3 turns-ish, only take 2, which is quite nice. Since the longer you're in since the quicker you can get out of this one, the better. Alright, Debilitate 1. Also, here's Hunting Betrayal again for y'all that love this song, because it's an amazing song.
Yeah.
For those who are interested in the super bosses of this game, this song plays for every single optional boss except for Jack Frost. So
yeah,
when you're fighting Satan, you get to listen to this song for 40 minutes straight. It's wonderful. Alright, we got fully buffed and debuffed, and now we fight. Spin! Did a lot of damage. Spin! Okay. Now we're going to Mind Charge. Heal. Pass. He has a really fun attack animation.
戦闘の形が変わっても、やっぱメガテンの基本はね、メガテンの基本っていうか他のゲームでもそうかもしれないですけど、やっぱ基本はバフとかね、敵に効くならデバフとかもで戦うっていうのがやっぱ基本方針で、終わったらまあ効果力を上げていただきましょう。
And so we're basically just going to repeat this loop of doing reincarnate, mind charge, reincarnate, healing, pass, mind charge. Punch. Okay, so now he used Black Bhakti. That advertises that telegraphs he's going to use one of his 2 signature moves depending on the phase he's in. When he is in his physical phase, he uses an ability called Viraj Blade, which hits
主人公セラフの変身体
for lots and lots of damage. It's really scary.
カラーリングは確かにウルトラマンなんですけど。
If it does, it's going to slow down this fight a good bit. So hopefully Viraj Blade either doesn't hit very many times or doesn't kill anyone. That's pretty close.
分かる人いるかどうか分かんないですけど。
That's the scariest turn.
ね、見た目的にはね、ウルトラマンよりね、大昔の本昔のゲーム、超光線危機海洋っていうゲームで出てくるハルジオンの方が多分近いなとは思うんですけど、知らねえよって話ですよね。
And now we're just going to repeat this loop over and over again of doing reincarnate and then healing and mind charging. Indra. So once we do a couple more hits of damage to him, he's going to do an ability called Moksha, which is him swapping from his physical aspect to his magical aspect. And then he's going to use Black Bhakti again to advertise.
ちょっとわかんない人は、なんか、興味があったら調べていただいて。多分 Google 先生に聞けば教えてくれるんで、まあ別に知らなくても全然大丈夫なんで。ちょっとね、EST がね、これはまずいかもしれませんね。ちょっと EST 超えた場合はどうなるかわかんないんです。そこでぶつ切りになってしまうのか、なんか何分までは許容みたいなのがあるのか。
多分そのままいくとは思う。終わるまでは。
これ似てるでしょ
？Yeah, 433 damage when he only has
374 health.
Yeah, it hurts.
わかんないですよね。なんか、そもそも、
Okay, so now that we're in
や
the
っぱり
magic aspect,
ちょっ
it's
とトラ
very
ブルとかがあっ
likely that
て、
he's just going to swap out of it immediately back into his
時
physical
間が
aspect
押して
because
し
we
ま
have done a lot
っ
of
てるん
damage to
で、
him. Just in case he doesn't, we're going to put up a magic mirror
わか
because
んない。
it,
それ、
there's a good
ちょっ
chance
とあれからどれくらい巻いたのかちょっと
in
わ
the
かんないです
magic
けど、
aspect, he'll start using
正
death
確なとこ
skills or Tentarafu or very other fun stuff. He didn't. He just swapped back into his physical aspect, thankfully, and there's the dodge
ぶつ
animation.
切りはないと思うんで、
So thankfully he didn't do that.
今でよくはやるんじゃないか。
あと、ほら、クレジットで歌うっていうのがあるんで、クレジットまでいかないと、ちょっとビット達成したのに
そうですね。
多いって話になっちゃうんで、ちょっとそれはちょっとやっぱほら、ね、寄付した人がね、
そうそうそう、それはあるんでね。
Alright, we have like
ちょっとって話になっちゃうから。
Here's everyone's
あ、
final
気持ち悪かった。
turn. The Meganauta gives you a ton of AP, by the way.
Yeah.
Alright, so now we're going to do our last menu. We are going to set Zeodyne onto Seraph, and we're going to set Elec Amp here, and we're also going to set Ice Drain. We don't need to, because I actually do have everything I need for to not need it, but just in case. I'm going to put Mind Charge onto Gale, and that's what we do there. We're going to equip the High Magic Ring to Gale, and I need him to have about 65 magic. So we're going to throw this purple, we're going to just throw the yellow crystal on him. And 65 magic.
RPG は結構そういうゲーム多いかもしれないですけど、
We
やっ
need
ぱ
him to
り
have a very specific amount of magic because the's going to be an attack he
劇
does
的な
later
なん
on in
か
the fight
途中で巻き返して加速要素になるみたいなってあんまないじゃないですか RPG はグリッチなしだとか
to an enemy or to one
そ
of
う
the
で
phases
す
of the
ね。
final boss. If he deals
でも
more
基
than
本
that,
的になん
it
か
causes the boss to
なん
change
だろう
his
減
attack
点方式
patterns
じゃない
and
ですけ
do
ど
things that are very scary that we don't want to
ど
see.
んどんやっぱり
And so we
マイ
need
ナ
him
ス
to
が
do a
積み
very
重な
specific
って
amount
い
of damage, again, under
まあタイプ
1750,
的にはプラスなんで
which
すけど
ends up being, you know, about 65
感じになっ
magic
て
is
しまうの
just
で
enough. You know, plus or minus like 1 or 2 is usually fine, but you know, you being right on the dot's pretty good. Alright, so now we're going to be in the final boss. I'm going to explain it a little bit, but mostly we should jam to the music because
Yeah.
ただゲイルはね、
the battle theme
まあ、
for
ちょっ
the
とゲイル
final
の魔
boss
力
is a song called
65
Divine
そう
Identity,
多分装
and
備
it is
マントラ
amazing.
込み
It
と
is
か
my
でするん
favorite
ですけ
final
ど
boss theme in the entirety of SMT.
やっぱ、
Alright, so this is
成長として魔力が伸びる
aka
成長傾向のキャラ
Gigantic
は
Drain.
やっぱこのゲームでは頼りになるかなっていう
Alright, so we're going to be spending our first couple of turns buffing here. So he starts off, he has 5 phases, each representing one of the elements. So we start out
どうしても弱点をついた方が有利にゲームを進められるので、弱点をつきやすい魔法攻撃の方がまあウェスタンバトルでは重宝することが多いかなっていう。でまあこれはモッドとかではなくてね、こういう見た目のボスですね。PS2 にモッドは入れらんないんでね。
And ideally, he just keeps crashing into the fire drain. This phase
あ
also
さ
has
す
some
がに
really scary things.
あれですね、毎回ラスボスは顔だけはいかんと思ったのが、ちょっと申し訳程度のこう、なんか胴体というか、後ろ髪というか、なんかね、ちょっと伸ばしてきました、ね。
長すぎて先が見え、光になっちゃってる。
What it do, Xanadu? Nice dodges, let's go! Yo, what it do, Xanadu?
体なんですか、これは。
Let's go. Good dodges. And Sagion, so we get healed too.
何なんだろうな。
That's a pretty good turn on
a very
Brahman's
そ
part.
もそもなんつうか、
Alright, so now we're gonna mind charge.
単純な生物じゃないだろうなっていう感じだ。
Put up another fire drain.
Once we get out of the fire phase, though, you're really going to see some
そう、
damage.
なんかね、
Incredibly scripted once we're out of the fire phase.
Yeah.
It's just
なんかあそこのね、メロンパン入れみたいなのがこう、パカって開くと、中からターミナルが出てくるんですよね。
We are going to do a
いらっしゃいませ。
We're gonna mind charge Gale. The important part of this fight is we need to hold on to this mind charge for about 2 or 3 more phases of the fight. So we're gonna mind charge here. This is the last turn we're in the fire phase. Wow, that was a perfect setup phase. That was really good. So this Zeodyne here will push the rest of his push the rest of his HP. Every single phase has 3,500 HP, 3,500 HP, and except for the final one, which is 7,000. So we did 3,500 there, and now he's going to transition into his force phase. We put up a force repel shield preemptively because he always, every phase always opens up with the the severe or mega damage variety attack. So he's going to use Via Via here, which is the severe force damage.
ああ、そうっすね。なんて言えばいいのか。まあ結局は、その、こういう交渉って、その、なんだろうな、価値を示せみたいなもんなんで、まあ、この世界が存続に足るか、やったろうじゃんみたいな感じですね。
So we're just going to revert her to remove her weakness. Rakunda's totally fine. We really shouldn't be taking very much damage in this fight, so I don't really care if he throws out Rakunda's here.
さ、この、なんかギミックっていうかさ、あれですよね。ちょっと世界中感ないっすか？なんか、僕も世界中シリーズ全部やってるわけじゃないんで、そんな言えないですけど、なんか世界中クロスのラスボスってこんな感じだった気がするな。なんか、横ではないけど、こう正面と尻尾みたいな感じでこうダメージ与えると切り替わって、交互にダメージ与えて、一回ダメージ与えるとまた変わるみたいな感じで。
So this is the Earth phase. This phase is very important that we kill it in one turn because he has access to death skills, and this is also the first of his phases where if you push him beyond 50% of his HP, he can use an ability called Eternal Zero. What Eternal Zero does is it buffs him all the way up to +3 and you all the way to -3 on all of your stats.
いや、やばい。老人会についてこれない若者がいる。あまりにも厳しい。まあここで話すとまた脱線してしまうので、メロンパン入れはちょっとご自身で調べていただいて。よし。
Essentially, he's going to open up here with Narukami, which is his electric attack. We'll drain that off, but he also has access to Neural Shock, which can inflict stun to your party members. And if he uses that and we get stunned, and Seraph is you have to take some time to heal it off. So here in this first turn, we're just going to mind charge with Gale and Seraph. Like so, we're going to put up another Electric.
ターミナルに何の秘密があるのかっていうのは、ゲーム中だとよくわからん気がするんですけど。シーン3でね、出てきたターミナルなんですけど、あれを使ってね、いろいろ、セーブとか、ワープとか、非常に、劇中では便利ツールなんですけども。そこから、なんていうかな、アマラ深海っていう、この、シーン3の舞台であるボルテックス海とはちょっと別の次元というか、なんやかんやったり。
Alright, so provided he doesn't stun anyone, we can move on to the final phase of the fight. Okay, Seraph got stunned, so we have to stall for a turn. Alright, good dodges, good dodges. Alright, so here we're going to dis-stun. We're going to throw a medical tool with Gale just to get everyone to full HP, since we do only have +1 defense at the moment. Okay, so he's gonna do something. He's gonna do power charge, mind charge, light into Narukami here.
まあでも後のシリーズ考えるとこの黒い太陽のあれってなんかストレンジジャーニーのなんかシュワルツバースの元ネタみたいになってそうな感じはありますけどね。
Oh, by the way, time is on last hit on the final phase, so get ready on time. Alright, so now we throw our final magic mirror. Pass and wind charge.
大体人類に対して物申す系ボスが出てきてなんやかんやみたいな感じのが結構お決まりのパターンですけど。
So here we're going to do Zeodyne and then Zandine. And Argilla is going to throw the Impel Stone.
Are we going ham?
We are going ham! Alright, Mind Charge here. And then Gale's going to just throw up another Zandine just for some chip. Argilla is going to pass, and then we are going to Zeodyne, and... time!
GG。
あ、終わりましたね。
終わりましたね。GG です。
まあでも言うてそんなに超えませんでしたね。まあなんとか。
まあそうですね。
まあ7分ぐらいなら誤差だよ、誤差。GG でしたね。よかった。
これで、
お歌の時間が始まりますね。
時間が始まるってことだね。
Means there's one last thing to do now, right?
Yep. Get to sing the credits theme. So this is the last. I can't skip this final cutscene. So there's like a couple minutes here of ending cutscene, and then we will sing the credits theme.
で、黒い太陽を、まあ、説得したことでね、交渉成功。世界に本物の太陽が戻ってきたと。そして、この、当然太陽の光は、別に人が砂になったりはしないので、やったぜ。もう外に出られない生活はしなくていいんだ。
伸びたな。EST 内に収まりましたね。
こっそり EST が伸びてるような気がしないの。気のせいか。気のせいだな。
最初からこれでしたね。
よし、時間内だな。よし。
Shoutouts to the SMT speedrunning community. Shoutouts to Connery, who did a lot of the routing for this game. Shoutouts to Pink Pajamas for just being an absolute legend in the SMT speedrunning community. Shoutouts to.
で、まあ、先ほどの少年が成長した姿がこちらになりますね。おや、どこかで見たことある人たちがいますね。
Yeah, I'm glad I got to showcase this run. This game's really fun. Absolutely love the.
彼らもやっぱり転生したような存在ではあったんですけど、黒い太陽の中でね、人としての死は迎えてしまったんだけど、またこうして平和になった世界で生まれ変わって。で、さっきちょっとちっちゃいゲイルと手をつないで走り出した子がワンのラスボスですね。ワンのラスボスがすごい、カルマ協会っていう敵組織のね、幹部で、ストーリー的にもめっちゃ重要なキャラなんですけど、なんとそのキャラとね、ゲイルの前世は恋人同士だったっていう。お前主人公かよ。そんでね、ゲイルは1の頃からね、中指でね、眉間をね、クイクイやるって癖があるんですけど、なんかね、知らない人が見ると、なんか、当時の技術では、なんか、眉間を抑える仕草がこんなんなのかなみたいに思うかもしれないですけど、実はゲイルの前世はメガネをかけた人物で、メガネのブリッジを中指でクイッてやる仕草が癖だったんですね。考え事とかしてる時。それが記憶のないゲイルに受け継がれて、クイッてやってるのが、実は不正になって。で、それを見て、敵のね、エンジェルっていうボスが、パッみたいな感じになったりもして、お前主人公かゲイル、やはり。ねえ、覚えてる。
はい、始めましたね。
どうだ、聞きましょ
う。今、不意に思い出した
今後なんだ。
閉めて歩く川沿いの道、会いたい桜咲くこの場所で舞い上がれこの空に溢れる想い涙になる えない今どこで笑ってるあなたへと届けたい抱えきれずしまったあの日あの想いねえ気づいてた私のことわざと視線そらしてた傷つきたくなくて言えなかったの好きだよその言葉今ここで伝えたい打ち明けたい桃色の魔法消える前に会いたい今すぐここに来て抱きしめてほしいよ迷い込んでしまった募るこの想い会いたいふら咲く服の場所で舞い上がれこの空に溢れる想い涙に寝る会えない今どこで笑ってるあなたへと届けたい抱えきれずしまったあの日あの想い
はい、ということで、
Thank you very much again. I
だ
appreciate y'all having me. I have been Freedom Pulse.
上手ですね。日本語も上手だし、歌も上手でしたね。
よかったですね。
はい。では、タイムストップになりましたので、以上で、デジタルデビルスサーがアバタールチューナー2の、RTA 終わります。
ちょっと切り替わりましたね。
はい。解説は、サテライトナイトメアさんでした。ありがとうございました。
ゲームの解説ほとんどしないで脱線ばっかしてちょっと大丈夫かなと思ったんですけど、なんとか裏に連れ戻されなくて済みました。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
皆さんもね、ちょっとお付き合いいただいてありがとうございました。
はい、では、準備がございますので、一旦受けさせていただきます。この後も、はい、RPG リミットブレイク、チャンネルはそのままでお待ちください。
Good morning, RPG Limit Break. My name is RJ Smangit, and I get to be your host for the next couple of hours. Before we get on to some other things, why don't we give our previous host, Ghoul02, a round of applause for holding it down overnight? Did a fantastic job. Just so everybody in chat is aware, we are going to have to restart the stream real quick, so if you see the stream go down, do not worry, we will be right back.
今チェックしますので、しばらくお待ちください。